Hello everybody and welcome back to another installment of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. My name is Ibris, joined by the wonderful Sebastian Lampi Lemke.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I am here with you. And yes, the summer season and the regular tournaments for the summer season may be over, but we're just going to have another 3v3 Challenger Cup tonight. Basically, after the season, but still with all the regular pricing. So I hope we're going to see some strong stuff today. And I mean, there was a pack just released, of course, the other day, so it's going to be interesting to see how those new cards are going to influence the metagame today.
Yes, indeed. That Regeneration of Stars pack releasing, fantastic. Brought a lot of variety in terms of the cards being offered. Let's actually immediately just go through some of those cards that we saw release earlier in the week. Starting things off, we do have that
powerful Link monster, Allied Code Talker at Ignister, and that one basically signals itself some support for all the Ignister cards. So the three important cards are himself, the Allied Code Talker, and then Backup at Ignister and the Wizard at Ignister. And those are really, really powerful for Ignister. We may see them in other Cybers-based decks as well, though, I gotta say.
Such as Malice, which was, of course, the mainstay of that World Championship that we had at the end of August. And yeah, just such a powerful deck, and this just helps take it to an even higher level. Now, another deck being taken to a higher level is, of course, Invoked. Now, while it's been a while since we've seen Alistair and friends, the Invoked Magistus Omega now releasing for the first time in Master Duel after the OCG rather than the TCG is a great addition to this. And of course, you do have some of those Invoked theme rewards waiting for you in-game as part of that 90 million downloads celebration campaign.
Yeah, it's Alistair's time to shine again, pretty much. And that specific one, the Magistus Omega, is quite nice because it does actually banish something on the field alongside one of your cards in the graveyard, non-targeting, I believe. And therefore, it actually is quite tough to interact with, as per usual with those non-targeting effects. And maybe it is going to give Invoked some new hope in the metagame, because I don't remember the last time I saw Alistair, to be honest.
True enough, I think Invoked Shadow was one of the decks to be quite a while ago.
Yeah,
yes,
quite a while ago, indeed.
Still interesting.
There's still some people experimenting with it.
There was a time when El Shadow Construct was like the poster card of Master Duel, to be fair. But speaking of cards that help support existing strategies, and of course, speaking of the World Championship, we had Ryziel. Well, now we have some Heraldic Beasts coming in to just add to that rank 4 toolbox of those Ryziel extra decks.
Definitely, and that variant actually in the TCG made quite a name for itself, that Heraldic Ryziel, and there is some very, very strong support coming. For example, the number 69 Heraldic Crest, Dark Matter Demolition there.
That was quite a long name.
It is indeed, but basically what this deck was doing in the TCG was just like bringing out level 4 monsters as much as possible. No surprise, as it is paired with the Rising cards, of course. But then doing it in such a fashion that you were actually able to summon even some Ouroboros multiple times on the first turn. So this deck is a very, very strong combo approach to the Ryziel deck. Because sometimes when you play pure Ryziel, it feels like a very slow control deck where you grind back and forth with your opponent. But if you bring the Heraldic cards into the equation, it does become a lot more quicker on the first turn, a lot more powerful on the first turn. It feels like you're more committing into that first turn. On the other hand, it also, even though Ryziel on its own already is pretty tough against Droll and Lockbird, this variant even more so.
Yes, indeed. Now, moving on to our next card, of course, we mentioned that this was support for an existing theme in the Heraldic. We had existing theme support in Invoked. Well, a new theme is arriving to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. That is indeed the Regenesis theme, and the Regenesis Lord is, of course, one of the big monsters within that theme.
Regenesis is really cool because it can be paired with so many different things, because the requirement for all the Regenesis cards basically are that you need to have a monster with 2,500 attack or defense points somewhere on the field. It's fun, sometimes even funnily enough on your opponent's side of the field, that enables your own Regenesis cards. But of course, prime examples to be combined with Kashtira cards, as well, of course, is Kashtira Unicorn with 2,500 attack points. Bestials, all of them with 2,500 attack points as well. So I think we can definitely expect either Bestial Regenesis or Kashtira Regenesis, or maybe even throw all of it in there as well. And therefore, I am curious whether that is going to make an appearance today in the Challenger Cup already. I gotta say, I played against it yesterday on Master Duel, and I lost. So I'm quite curious about it.
I've played against a few things on Master Duel and lost, so curious about a few strategies, but one that I was particularly interested in, even built the deck myself already.
Ooh.
It is, of course, that long-awaited legacy support for Gem Knight.
Yes.
Gem Knight, of course, receiving a few cards with this update, but especially that Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion, taking this fusion-based strategy to a whole another level. Such a good deck when it comes to controlling the state of the field thanks to the innate removal. It loves to go second, and then you just punch through your opponent's established field with a variety of strong monsters thanks to this Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion, which can summon out 3 Gem Knights on a quick effect. Really, really powerful, and you see them moving away from the burn damage from that OTK, FTK strategy of the Lapis Lazuli, and instead moving towards the just straight up going for the face and clearing out the field, attacking directly strategy, and it's
quite
really
funny,
cool
right? How different that is, because it used to be that deck that just was glass cannon, go first, you try to win exactly on the first turn already, and now you're completely turning it around by saying, okay, I don't even want to have the first turn of the duel, and I'm rather giving it to my opponent, and then you just run over them with all of those very powerful field-breaking cards like Lightning Storm, Forbidden Droplet, and so on and so forth. But note on that, that's not the only way you can do it with Gem Knights. I feel like those cards are so generically good. I saw people, for example, putting them into Telements as a good supportive engine. I saw Fiendsmith Gem Knight as a deck as well, and it looked quite fun and interesting too. So with the Gem Knight cards, I feel like next to Regenesis cards, there is some magic to be made now in Master Duel, and I hope that someone immediately today picks up on that and brings such new brew, such new combinations, and such things that you do not necessarily expect.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm really looking forward to see if we have that Gem Knight coming in, as, you know, it is kind of a going second strategy as we highlighted, so very much similar to the Tempai Dragon in that regard.
Yeah.
I did go back through Isaiah Estrada's TCG qualifiers in the NAWCQ just before the World Championship, of course, piloting that deck to great amounts of success.
Totally.
Ultimately was not able to play at the World Championship, but still going back to those TCG VODs, really, really useful. And now seeing this deck at its full power with Maxi in the format as well. You have Sales Band to deal with the Ash Blossom Joy Spring 2. So many ways with which to play this. Now, talking about playing decks, this is what the players are going to be playing for. We have a couple of prizes to show you in terms of what they can get. You have the jacket, you have the plush, and of course you have all those beautiful Mementotlan Anguich themed accessories.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is a free tournament, so of course the entire team, each of the 3 team members is going to walk away with each of this. So it's 3 jackets in total for the team. I mean, we're showcasing the jacket here. It's beautiful, as you can tell, of course.
Also showcasing the rabbit.
We're showcasing the rabbit, and of course the Anguich is right behind us as well here for the day, which is of course still basically our mascot for that summer season that we're just about to end. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting tournament, and I really, really, really am curious on how decks are going to look, because of course we're all just freshly coming from the World Championship. Both of us were there on the casting desk as well, and we had deck restrictions, obviously, for the World Championship with shared cards and all of that, and that is not going to be the case for today.
Indeed, and we did see that 3 decks above all really, really came out ahead there. Malice, of course, head and shoulders above any other strategy, and then closely followed by Ryzeal and the Memento. But of course, we also saw Atlantean, we saw Fiendsmith to a degree as well. We saw Vanquish Soul Infernoble.
Barely, but yes.
A duelist after my own heart. But yeah, no, there is still a great amount of variety within the current competitive metagame, and I think with the introduction of a few new cards, new strategies in this most recent pack, we could very well see a few interesting answers to that Malice. And, you know, just factoring in the fact that there is no shared card rule for this tournament at the moment, that means Artifact Lancia can be even more present across the board now, and it does mean that Malice becomes a little bit scarier to just blindly pilot.
Yeah, but I mean, nowadays we also have the Molshami Meowths now as well, which you could put into your deck as well. You could play Chaos Hunter as well. That was very popular, actually, at the World Championship. It's going to be interesting whether it's still going to be popular here, because I think Chaos Hunter mostly was popular because you couldn't share Lancia, right? So you had to also go down the ladder a little more, so you had to discover more ways to deal with the Malice deck. So Chaos Hunter then also made it into some of the decks, but all of those questions on how the format is going to look today and how everything is going to unfold here for tonight will be answered soon as we are about to start the tournament. To break it all down, we have 64 teams, and it's going to be single elimination, meaning after this first round, we're only going to be left with 32 teams, and then so on and so forth. I think that brings us to 5 total rounds until we find a winning team.
So 64, 32, 16, 8,
yeah.
4, 2.
I'm a math genius. I should play Math Mech.
I think that's 6 rounds.
No,
including
I'm
the
pretty
final.
sure it is 5 rounds.
Okay.
And here it is, though. First round, top 64, Team Bozo versus Team 3BNN. And we have that beautiful lineup again with all 3 decks. Ooh, and look at that. We expected a lot of Malice, but we immediately see multiple players being on the Ryziel strategy as we have the Ice Ryziel being searched off of 7th Tachyon here from CMH. And I saw an Ice Ryziel on Duel B as well.
Yes, indeed you did. And Malice and Ryziel being the 2 most popular strategies, but Droll and Lockbird being a popular answer to both here. Now coming out for Mario here, but Ice Ryziel going to continue to climb for CMH here. Ryziel still going. Now, you spoke to me a bit about the Heraldic Beasts and what they do for the Ryziel strategy, but where do you think the deck is at aside from those new cards?
Still very powerful, because now you also have the option to, as we just discussed, play cards like Artifact Landseer in your main deck, and you can even search it, of course, also with that 7th Tachyon that we just saw there. So I feel like it is still very much one of the top contenders to be seen, and I mean, we see it played by multiple players even immediately as well.
And despite their dominance at the World Championship, I still think we have a great deal left to see from both the Malice and Ryziel strategies, especially when you consider neither was released at the time of the Road to Worlds qualifier or any of the prior Duelist Cups, of course. And it does really kind of give us a good indication as to how popular these decks have been amongst the general Master Duel population, as well as that top level of player.
For sure, and we found, even though the Droll and Lockbird is very, very harsh on the Ryziel strategy, we found a really decent way to play around it, because we searched for Ice Ryziel, meaning we could immediately get out another monster, which turned out to be the Star Ryziel. So we set the field spell, but we do not even go for Detonator plus field spell, but instead we do go for Baguska. By the way, I solved the riddle. I said we have top 64, but it's only 32 teams, and that's bringing us to only 5 rounds.
Okay,
I'm
there
sure.
we go. Yeah. Okay, my math was correct,
Yeah.
but also my understanding of the tournament was fundamentally flawed as well. So hey, I guess we both live and learn. This looks like a Ryziel mirror match, actually. Those X Ryziel does send the meteorologic aggregator. That is also a difficult name, by the way. But
it is, but it's so good here because it deals with the Baguska right away. And usually Baguska is such a strong win con in the Ryziel mirror match.
Yes, indeed. And there we go. It seems to have resolved successfully. And then we have the Star Ryziel now coming. Is there an answer from CMH here to put a stop to the Ryziel climbing? Here is Ryziel Cross. This time around, there is a Ryziel monster on the side of the field for Mario, though, unlike CMH, and that means that the field spell is going to be valuable. Do we see the early Duo Drive come out here from Mario?
So the problem with Duo Drive here is, yes, we would have the Ryziel Cross right away alive, but we want to use the effect of Duo Drive to detach 2 materials, and then we would be left with no materials on it, so the cross doesn't do anything anymore. So if there is something like an Effect Valor or an Ash Blossom here, it would probably be able to stop it, because otherwise the Duo Drive could not resolve anymore. But, oh, we're thinking. We're still not resolving. We are in the window of possibly responding still.
Shout out to No Material, underrated hand disruption.
True, but there is
there is a hand
Valor.
disruption actually coming out here. The Effect Valor, as you mentioned, going to come through. Actually, an interesting fusion summon taking place in Duel B, by the way.
Ooh, that looks like Rextra. Of course, let's go over to Duel B. Obviously, semi-finalist of the World Championship, Bronas himself. He has a special place in his heart for Fiendsmith Rextra Menda, and so he gets to play that here immediately on his first duel.
Also has a special icon frame from that World Championship. It looks pretty good to me, but as you said, that Rextra Menda just going to come through for the Fiendsmith strategy. Now, Fiendsmith Ryziel, talk to me a little bit about that, because presumably we're not seeing that from the Ryziel mirror match that we had in the other duel that we were watching.
Yeah, so as we can see here, the deck plays a little bit different in a way that you try to do all the Fiendsmith stuff first, sometimes you get into the Fiendsmith stuff with the Ryze cards as well, but you're getting your monster out first, in that case the Rex Tremendo, oftentimes also the Desiree, or sometimes also the Caesar, depending on what kind of thing you value the most. And then afterwards you still do a little more with the level 4s, with the Ryziels, to also additionally put out mostly the Ryziel Detonator, and that is the case here as well.
Yep, there is the Ryziel Detonator there, ready and waiting to run some disruption on the opponent's turn. Ryziel Cross now, going to allow a single draw. Again, just this Ryziel strategy replenishing the hand so reliably. You have such a good field of disruption set up, and now you have 6 cards in hand with which to extend and potentially run further disruption if one's an Effect Veiler, one's an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, one is a Ryziel Plasma Hole or a plugin perhaps, judging by the fact they're set face down. Could also be a Fiendsmith trap or spell. Let's see how things play out here as the onus does pass over to, is that Alta?
Yeah,
looking for a play?
It is Alta, and let's see, no cards used so far from Alta, so complete surprise. That is an Infinite Impermanence, dealing with the Ryziel Detonator to some degree, because let's not forget, yes, the Destruction effect now pretty much turned off for the turn, but there is still an Aggregator underneath it, and there is still Ryziel Cross face up on the field, so you do deal with this card to only some degree. But, oh, maybe also we're not dealing with it at all, because there is still... Okay, we do deal with it now, ultimately. Good. Alta probably happy about that. And it's another Ryziel deck. We said that maybe we're going to see all Malice today, but instead here in the first round we see all Ryziel almost. There is a Malice player on Duel C still comboing and actually showcasing the new cards. Let's go over to Duel C real quick here, because we have the Wizard at Ignister just being used there. That is the new card from just the set that was released yesterday, and that is of course very, very good, because it does not only summon itself out from the hand as an extender, but brings one back from the graveyard as well, so the Chassis Cat right next to it.
Yep, there we have it. The Malice deck getting even stronger here, even if Ryziel is the most popular so far. 3 cards in hand for Chris now. What will Chris do to extend further on this? Let's see.
It's also interesting because Bronas apparently couldn't convince his team members of Team Brodozer to play with him here for this Challenger Cup, because that Chris, you may be misled, because his team member at the World Championship, of course, Christian Thomas, was also named Chris, but that's a different Chris here playing today. So Bronas was like, I really want to play this Challenger Cup, couldn't convince his other teammates, so he just got some new ones. And I mean, as a semi-finalist in the World Championship, surely not too hard to find teammates to play with. Especially when you were the team captain. Okay, now that was the Talker, the new Link monster also coming down. So great showcase of the new cards here right away on the first game.
Yep, no disruptions in the hand here, but a load of them on the field right now. So it does mean that Chris potentially in a precarious position. 4 cards in hand. Are any of them a starter? And indeed, if that starter is disrupted, do you have any kind of follow-up? This looks pretty bad overall, though.
It does, and that new card, that talk... Oh, it is a Malice mirror match, so we have no Malice on the other tables, but here we have all Malice instead. And we do see Malice in Underground. And, I mean, what Malice was missing before the latest pack now was something to, like, really negate cards. Like, you could very much interact with so many cards. You could banish opponents' cards so easily. But now, with that very powerful Link 5 monster, you do have that extra bit that you can also negate something as well next to the Appaloosa that's also there, negating activations even with that Talker.
And we mentioned Gem Knight, we mentioned Tempai Dragon, going second strategies. Well, when it comes down to the Malice mirror match, whoever goes first has such a big advantage, primarily because this Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess that we see climbed into time and time again, can just run disruption after disruption against these Malice effects. Now, Firewall Dragon's effect going to be activated, but that's this duel. Duel A has already ended there in the Ryziel mirror match.
Indeed, and it looks like FreeBNN took the game away there from Team Bozo, and it also is looking really good for FreeBNN here. Going into the battle phase, is there really... I mean, they cannot even be evenly matched because there is still the field spell on the field for Chris. So this is looking very, very, very dire for him and his team. And it looks like BIMR is about to close this one out here for his team. So this one looks all packed up already. So let's rather go back over to Duel B, because on Duel B, we see a very powerful Metaltronos resolving there, I feel like.
Yes, indeed. The Exciton Knight now coming out alongside that Zeus does mean that there's actually a solid Xyz field being built up here for Alta against Bronus. Bronus, though, running Disruption, the Aggregator in the graveyard being activated. But there we go. Cleared out. Evil Swarm Exciton Knight. Such a powerful card when it can resolve.
And I think I didn't quite see it right. I don't think that was the Metaltronos, but that looked rather like Ryziel plugin, which enabled that really, really strong play here. Of course, the Rex Tremendum wasn't immediately destroyed here, but all the other cards gone now. You don't see that very often, that into a full combo Ryziel Fiendsmith field, that the opponent is able to just play into it and possibly maybe now even win it. So that is interesting to see. And on Duel C, we have the 2-0 lead now completely confirmed. So Team Bozo not looking much like Bozos here at the moment.
Team Bozo looking to come back here. Bronus, he's so good. Bronus, he made the World Championship semi-finals, and he may very well be the only one on his team to secure a win here. Let's see, we have the Sword Ryziel coming down here alongside the X Ryziel. We have a 0 material Exciton Knight as well, but who needs materials when you've already cleared out the field? Yes, the Rex Tremende is there. Yes, it's unaffected by card effects when equipped with a Fiendsmith equipped spell, but there's no equip on it right now, and it could very well just fall to this onslaught of rank 4 plays. 4 cards in hand, though, for Bronus. Is there any kind of additional disruption that he can offer to stop what feels inevitable right now?
Yeah. Nibiru the Primal Being would be something that would definitely help here right now. That would be like the card if you could wish for something that he wants to have in his hand right now. But even without that, we saw that it's possible to break a Ryziel field just with Engine. Oh, and there is still Fiendsmith and Paradise in the graveyard of Bronus, one of his most favorite cards. And as we did not end on Desiree, but chose the Rex Tremenda instead, of course, the Fiends of Desiree still in the extra deck, ready to be sent, and now ready to be sending that Infernal Flame Banshee to the graveyard.
Infernal Flame Banshee was an interesting tech for me to see kind of arise within the Ryziel strategy. I haven't seen it present in every Ryziel deck list, however, so can you talk me through the pros and the cons of utilizing it?
It's usually, it's a bit weird because it feels like a weaker version of Ryziel Dual Drive because it only gets you to search one card, and it also only gets selective cards because you have to search for a Fire Thunder, meaning you usually go for either the Sword Ryziel or for the, which is the one that gets the field spell as well, the... I forgot the name.
Star Ryziel?
Yes, Star Ryziel. And there is Nibiru the Primal Being. I said that is the most powerful answer to have there. Man, that's Star Ryziel. I play it myself, and then still, at that moment, I couldn't get it into my hands.
It wasn't too common in TCG variants, right? It only became a necessity within Master Duel itself.
Yeah, partly. I mean, in the TCG, it was just simply released later than the other cards, but there is now Rex Tremenda getting back the Fiendsmith and Paradise into the hand. This is looking very good for Bronus, trying to keep his team in the running, and there it is, the concession by his opponent. That means the score overall now 2-1 with Team Bozo still in the running.
And Ulta actually did a phenomenal job of breaking what was otherwise a pretty threatening field from Bronus. However, it wasn't enough in the end because there were so many cards in hand. This Ryziel deck, it replenishes so well once it's commit. And it does mean that Bronus, once he's able to find the Nibiru, the Primal Being, is able to just clear the field out. And, you know, that comeback, it looked nice initially, but ultimately, yeah, a little bit rough.
Can't really do anything anymore there. Of course, for the tournament mode, that's pretty much the same as it was for the World Championship, because we still play a best of 9 between the two teams. So first team to reach 5 match wins is the winner of the entire match, and therefore advances to the next round, which would be top 16. And yeah, that's a good start for I would say, the underdog team here. I mean, they're playing against a semi-finalist from the World Championship. Of course, the other two team members weren't there, but his aura alone, the Brona's aura alone there, is doing quite a lot for the team, I feel like.
Domestically as well, Bronas, of course, one of our most celebrated and decorated players within the Challenger Cup ecosystem, so it does mean that this is someone that you have to give a great deal of respect to.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, that being said, really, really well played. To manage to take a few games off of this Team Bozo, and perhaps we could very well see them close this one out here. You know, 3 wins away from progressing in this tournament.
Yeah, and also now the whole deck choice topic is basically off to the races again, because we can just change the deck now once more and see what else we want to bring here. We're not tied to one deck necessarily for the players, so we could just see them completely switching over to a different deck now. Maybe they have some spicy deck. Maybe they are just going to bring the Gem Knight deck now for the second game when the opponent expects
I can only
them.
hope.
Yeah, I mean, those going second decks sometimes can be really, really handy. When your opponent doesn't expect them, they are really, really good. Because in 1v1 tournaments, sometimes your opponent picks up on the fact that you're like very likely to play that one deck that always wants to go second, and then they send you first, and then you sit there being like, what am I going to do now? But in those tournaments now, your opponent really doesn't know that you want to go second, so you can just either let them win the dice roll or the coin toss and they go first by themselves, or you send them first, and then it's a whole different story, I feel like.
Indeed it is. And of course, those going second decks are also very fun to commentate.
Yeah.
I will say, just because clear out the field, boom, explosive fashion, and then just go straight for the face, as you said, all action. Now, that first set of games, also all action. You had the Ryziel mirror match, but then you had the Ryziel versus the Ryziel Fiendsmith, the Malice mirror match as well. Now we see the opponents shuffled up a bit, and we could very well see a difference in the strategies and some distinct gameplay from both of these teams, as we do have Alta starting things off here with the Ryziel going first into Chris from Team Bozo. But there is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for the first time in this set of games.
And we see the Sword Ryziel start, which is not necessarily the strongest start for the Ryziel deck, but it is followed up by triple tactic challenge. Are we drawing cards? We are indeed drawing cards. It cannot be stopped by Ash Blossom anymore, as that already was used on Sword Ryziel. And now all of those Ryziel extenders could be massively important. Oh, we see another Ash Blossom also on Duel B, but now here on Duel C, it is important to see whether there was another Ryziel picked up, and it doesn't look like it.
So obviously the drawing cards just kind of signify that we have nothing in hand in terms of otherwise extension plays, because usually you'll want to take a look at the opponent's hand and kind of deny their starter rather than just drawing. Now, Cool by the Grave going to come through on the Maxi, going to stop any additional card draw. We said Alta didn't maybe have the greatest of hands. Well, it's not going to get any better if indeed Alta does get a next turn, because Called by the Grave will stop the Maxi and therefore stop any draws off of the special summons. Do we have a Malice deck here? Yes, we do. I could probably have guessed by the card protectors, but that being said, you know, I've been fooled before, but the March Hare does not lie, and its effect does not go interrupted.
Goes into the hand here again for Chris, and Chris, usually known to play very unique decks. We saw him in Challenger Cups before with like Sky Striker, Infernoid Variants, and all kind of other things. Telements also was a deck very dear to his heart as well, but seems like he's now just enjoying the quote-unquote best deck of the format, which got even better with the Ignister cards that just got released. And we do go for the Marcher that banishes the Dormouse, and that one comes back to the field as well. Makes space for a Link free here, and that should normally just be the Malice Red Ransom.
Yep, there is the Malice Q Red Ransom going to extend further, and we said how much Alta wanted to draw some cards. Well answered here by the Malice deck. Now Chris extending further, Link Dakota comes back, draws a card, let's go, Malice in Underground to the hand, and now just extension from that Malice deck. But going second, not too perfect for the Malice strategy. Can still end games with the access code talker though, when
they
given
can
the
for sure,
opportunity to
and
attack.
they're going for Appaloosa to make their plays even safer here. So I think Chris is in a good situation, but we have someone making use of their right to change it up deck-wise on Duel B, because on Duel B, another very popular deck from the World Championship is entering the space here as we have the Mermail Atlantean deck here from CMH. Interesting, because CMH did win his first game, still decided to switch it up, interestingly enough, against Bronas here.
Yep, Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, now going to have the effect activated. Poseidra, the Storming Atlantean as well. We presumably will eventually see the Mulan Glacier come out. Obviously, you know, Atlantean at this point, there's not too much of a hand to disrupt from Bronas, if I'm honest, but it can still put up a formidable field and run some disruption here. There are still a few materials left on the Ryziel Detonator, so there's still the potential to run disruption from this member of Team Bozo and this world semi-finalist, but let's see. Playing it very cautious here, destroying this face down, but there is the aggregator to run disruption right back on the Mermail Atlantean.
Indeed it is, and that was very interesting to see, because I think Bronas decided to actually use his effect of Ryziel Detonator to destroy a card on his own side of the field, one of his set cards. I couldn't quite catch, because it was still in like the small window, which card he destroyed from himself, but the main purpose, of course, as we can clearly see here, is that he wanted to make sure the aggregator goes into the graveyard so we could negate the on-summon effect of the Poseidra, and now we're also trying to use the effect of Detonator for a second time, trying to destroy that Atlantean Dragoon's Bear too. And sometimes that can be enough, just making sure to clean up all of those cards. Meanwhile, in Duel A, we also have very interesting stuff happening, as we do have Saruja, Skuldrat, special summoning Kashtira Unicorn from the hand.
That is interesting indeed. And Saruja Skuldrat, I've seen a little bit in the Snake Eye builds, because it lets you dig for Droll and Lockbird through Max C, and therefore shut down your opponent's extension on the next turn. Now, Kashtira Birth going to come through, and actually we don't have any additional Kashtira monsters to summon on top of that. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye out there as well. Not the most threatening of disruption fields, but there is a disruption in and of itself. Artifact Lancia going to shut down any kind of Malice antics, if indeed this is a Malice deck. Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth now coming out.
Looking good on Duel B. Duel C, though, immediately decided and already over. It was Chris with his Malice deck being there successful to even up the score. Bozo takes it there for a 2-2. But is BIMR even a Malice player? I mean, they have the Malice icon. I think they played Malice on the first set, but they could, as we see here, we have plenty of decks being switched around here. They could have switched it up, but I feel like with how long this is already...
when you're thinking this hard about being Lanciered, it might very well be doomed. I guess there's no call by the grave in the hand either to deal with that. Now, looking again back to Duel B, Duel C is already over. We have the Malice attempting to play through the restriction in that Duel A, but Duel B is still ongoing. The Coelacanth, as we mentioned, its effect is activated. It's going to flood the field with fish. Let's see.
And Abyss Pike resolving. It seems like we're already past the point of Coelacanth. Oh, we're searching
the other
Abyss,
effects got used to run the disruption and protect the remainder of the field and effects from resolving.
Oh no, okay.
Okay, there we go.
There we are, discarding Driver from the hand to use it, but there is another Infinite Impermanence. Basically the last resort here from Bronas, stopping that Coelacanth now as well, really using every single one of his interruptions. But we saw in the first set, he does run Nibiru, the Primal Being, in his Ryziel Fiendsmith deck, so maybe it is there once more. We
could also just remove that final card from the hand with the power of this Mermail Atlantean, but I guess we will see. Abyss Strike now going to come out here. Goodbye, Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth. You did a good job. But let's see how the Atlantean deck continues to extend. So far, no Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming through for Bronas. Bronas now, though, just watching the XC's plays continue. Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Lord, gonna come out. Some of these monster names just really long, but really cool, really impactful. And that looks like an impactful use of XC's materials here.
Ooh, we're trying to give that Ryziel Detonator back into the opponent's extra deck. And I don't see much response to that. So field now empty. We only need to put up the required 8,000 points of damage. And in the meantime, we see on Duel A that there is, I think, the turn already just over for the Malice player. So Mario digging for that artifact Lancia with his Saruja. Probably successful, probably the line he needed, probably his desired result, and they will most likely come out on top with that strategy.
Marincess Coral and Enemy was kind of one of the clearer identifiable choke points of the Mermail deck when we saw it at the World Championship, and now we're at a point where it's going off without any kind of disruption. Does suggest to me that this deck, this duel, should be going by way of CMH here.
I think the situation right now is good, and I mean, the main purpose to link into the Marincess Coral Anemone here was pretty much just to get the Poseidra off the field, to trigger the graveyard effect of Poseidra, to enable us to summon back those 3 monsters here. So it could have really been any link to monster, but I mean, we can still use the on-field effect of Coral Anemone now, of course, later on. So we are in the process of making it happen, process of creating 8,000 points of damage. It is looking all so good for CMH, and really the only card that could possibly save Bronas here is that Nibiru, the Primal Being. But so far, we see him not activating it.
It saved him in game 1. Could it very well save him again? This is a card that I don't see too often. Haggard Lizard Dose actually now hitting the field.
Yeah, it's a card that you also see in Malice because it allows you to banish Malice monsters from the graveyard. But it does also just work here to gain an additional draw for CMH by banishing itself. And that's interesting to see, though, because we just took monsters away and traded them for a card in hand, even though I feel like this is the turn where we're trying to just put up enough damage to just seal the deal, to just win the game. Therefore, interesting decision to go down that route here from CMH, but maybe we just needed more space. Go for Abyss Glacier now as well, and go into the end phase, interestingly enough. Okay. That is quite interesting. So Bronas does get another choice, another chance here. Is he going to find something useful through that Abyss Glacier and the Abyss Rhine in the graveyard? We have to deal with this somehow. We still see on Duel A there is the... Oh, it's a normal summon of Molchami Purulia. That screams to me Typhon alert, maybe. Is it going to force out any interruption? It could also just be a bait to make a Triple Tactic Talents live in the hand, but no, it does absolutely look like Typhon is the card of choice here for Bronas.
Yes, indeed. Super Star Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis now coming out and hitting the field, but there is a response from CMH. The Mermail Atlantean, it faces down that monster. The field is negated right now, but the graveyard is where the action is happening now.
I mean, none of the cards are more than 2,900 attack points, so far we're not negating anything, and quite handily Poseidra is also only 2,800. We did use the Abyss Rhine in the graveyard to discard the Prince. The Prince then made sure to bring back the Poseidra, and now, of course, makes sure to just put that Typhon back into the extra deck where it belongs. Okay, we had in the battle phase. Is this real, or are we bluffing here? Huh? Is there an evenly matched? Even an evenly matched wouldn't really make it even here anymore, I think. Oh, it is an evenly matched. Okay. Chaining the Abyss Alacia.
Yep, so going to discard that Droll and Lockbird and going to add another extender from the Mermail cards in the deck to the hand. CMH can just rebuild the field next turn with that Abyss in hand. Now, evenly matched going to resolve, going to send away a few things, but the important part is that CMH now facing down an empty field, empty hand, can basically do whatever. Score, by the way, is even, so we're now guaranteed a third set of games between these two teams. But right now, Deep Sea Diva looking to secure 3BNN, a lead as we approach that third set.
Special summons out the Mermail Shadow Squad, and we just have to somehow find a way now to 8,000 points of damage. Sometimes the Mermail deck struggles because it is using up so many of its extra deck resources already in its first combo. And I mean, we did combo on the second turn there for sure. Burn through a lot of the extra deck, but I think we still are on a healthy number here. And I think overall, me as a big plunder enjoyer, those plunder sleeves, they also just carry. I think when you have plunder sleeves on your extra deck, you get like one more extra deck card immediately. That's at least what it feels like. That's what Blackbeard does there. Okay, we now use the Shadow Squad effect. Discard the Tears from the hand to modify levels to level 7. And we should just see another rank 7 coming down here in a second. Is that Abyss Gaios? It could be Abyss Gaios.
Could very well be, as we do have Duel A now continuing to play out. Will this be it being closed out here? The Malice deck seems to not have been able to come online.
Nope. Duel A. Let's see it. We see Fiendsmith Agnum Day being used in the battle phase, making sure to put that Fiendsmith Engraver back onto the field. And as we are still in the battle phase, that is more than the required 700 life points. And we do have free BNN losing this one to Bozos because Mario wins here. And that is a 3-2 lead for Bozos. But as we can see here, still no closer from CMH. But that Droll and Lockbird top deck from Bronas probably not helping him too much either, because there is Atlantean Heavy Infantry destroying his last hope there with the Droll and Lockbird.
Yep, 2,800 life points remaining for Bronas, 2,800 points of attack for CMH on just one of these two monsters out on the field right now. Let's see if Mermail Atlantean can even up this series, and yes, it will. Bozo, 3BNN entering that third set of games, 3 points apiece.
All tied up. That's pretty cool. And it's also, as a team, it's cool to see because Bronas on the first set did carry the team a little bit by still winning that one game to make it 1-2 and not to make the other team run away. And now, on the second set, Bronas the only one losing and his other teammates stepping up. So all of the teammates basically now in the competition, basically now in the running, in the mood, in the groove. They know that they can win today. So I think that's always good to get all of your teammates online so early. I mean, on the other end, Fala Galera at the World Championship, I think Paolo, like PRRJ, he didn't win the game for like the first 6 or 7 matches, really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was tough. Like, GNets was really carrying there.
Was
like,
able
winning.
to come back and obviously put up a great win-loss record there. Someone else that put up a great win-loss record at the World Championship, of course, Bronas, who you've now seen do a fantastic job in this series so far. Unfortunately, was not able to close that one out, though, and does fall to the Mermail Atlantean strategy.
Yeah.
Now, heading into the third set of games, do we see a different deck from each of these participants? Do we see the same thing again? We've seen Malice actually have a pretty rough start to the day here.
Yeah, I would agree. And I mean, I think it's good in this environment to switch it up because we saw there that, for example, Mario was very, 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 very sure that he wanted to go for the Artifact Lancea. He was destined to get Artifact Lancea. And if his opponent on the 3BNN team, if he would have just not played Malice, that would have been a completely different situation because the field besides Valencia was not great. There was a Saruja Scaldred, not doing anything, a Kashtira Unicorn, neither, and then there was the Kashtira Birth. So I feel like if we just did play anything but Malice, this could have been a very winnable game there. So I think just switching it up between the two decks or maybe the 3 decks that you brought today could be a very valid strategy.
Yep, and of course, just as a reminder, this is a 3v3 tournament in the Master Duel Challenger Cup, a series of tournaments open to duelists across Europe, where you can compete against the best duelists in the region and win some great prizes.
And you should. You should. Oh, Bronas, okay. We do play the Golem that guards the Millennium. And is this guarding another deck here for Bronas, or is this still the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck?
Yep, the Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eye was what Bronas truly made a name for himself on in the scene. So seeing a return to this could be very promising indeed. But there is the Ash Blossom Joy Spring successfully disrupting this start to things. There is the Snake Eye component of the Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eye deck. Indeed, if this is it, the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye going to bring out Snake Eye Ash. You have the opportunity to bring the Poplar to the hand, which will then summon itself, and it's just extend, extend, extend.
So Bronas doesn't have to share any cards, so we can just play Fiendsmith in our Snake Eye deck. We can play Fiendsmith in our Ryziel deck. Very, very, very sick interaction just went down on Duel C as well, though. We saw there on the opening turn of the top player, the activation of an effect to special summon. Then there was Molcharmy Fuvalos. Molcharmy Fuvalos was countered with the Gamma on your own turn, but then there also was Max C chain to that. So we have the Mermail deck again there. We could negate Fuvalos, but we are under Max C now, so that Duel C will be very interesting to see too. But for the moment, we have here Bronas. Where he's the happiest, right? Where he just enjoys it the most, where he can just combo with his Snake Eye deck. He likes Fiendsmith Rex Tremenda, and I'm sure he's going to make that card again here.
Yep, Moon of the Closed Heaven going to start things off pretty well. We did see a Fualos come out because, you know, you're going first. What is the Molcharmy going to do? aside from function as material there. And now we have the Moon of Closed Heaven becoming the Fiend Smith's Requiem.
Requiem will also resolve. So far, no response from BIMR. So this game looking good for Bozo, with Bronas starting off the combo here for sure. On the other hand, Duel C, I mean, they're under Maxi, but they're also just, they're going first with Mermail, so it's really tough to tell who's really ahead there. And then on Duel A, it looks like we have another Ryziel deck going first there. So, really not easy to tell right now who's in the lead. Could be anyone's game still, but there is the so iconic Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. This card has ruled Master Duel for quite some time. It is still in there. It is still up there with decks to compete for sure, as we can see here by Bronas bringing it and also it making top 4 at the World Championship. It is not as dominant as it was once before, though.
Snake Eyes Doom Dragon, one of those later additions to the deck, has just been so reliable for it and such a key component of the Millennium strategy. Now seizing into, I believe, the Zombie Vampire and going to send some cards from the deck to the graveyard and fully load that graveyard here. That was an interesting set of cards sent.
Was there anything we wanted to have? I mean, that is a card I would take every day. Chaos Hunter. So Bronas has enjoyed his Fiendsmith Ryziel deck for the first 2 sets. Now definitely picked up on the fact, though, that BIMR is a possible Malice opponent. So we do go ahead and
I think we had 3 Chaos Hunters and 1 Molchami being sent there. Interesting.
But I mean, we also, from the opponent's graveyard, must have confirmed that this is the Malice matchup, because otherwise we probably would have not also put the Chaos Hunter into our Spell and Trap zone. So this should be against Malice with the 1 Chaos Hunter on the field and the possible second one coming out from a Spell and Trap zone.
Yep, so if indeed there is a way to deal with this single one in the monster zone, there is still the one in the Spell and Trap ready and waiting.
But Duel A sees us as we go down to a match point here. That was the game for, I believe, 3BNN. So they are only 1 game away from the match win here against the favorites, against Team Bozo. But as we see here with Bronas, the team captain really trying to prevent that.
Well, let's take a look at Duel C. On the other hand, though, as this Snake Eye Fiendsmith Millennium deck does extend further in Duel B, we have the Malice deck doing Malice things. It's turn 2, but it seems to have cleared out the field pretty reliably.
Ooh, and there now is Molchami Fuvalos, but only 1 card remaining for CMH. And there possibly also is a response to the Molchami Fuvalos now. That's so many attack points already on the field, though. Like, just the 3 regular Malice monsters here. It doesn't even seem like we have to go into the extra deck, because these monsters alone are applying so much pressure there already.
Yep, I believe that is 6,400 points of damage.
Oh, now you're the math professor.
Oh, I'm really not the professor. But that is a great answer to the Fualos there. Ash Blossom Joy Spring going to run interference there.
Wow, but I mean, there's still bubbles already on the deck of Chris, so that means there already was a Bolt Charmer resolving this turn, and we do now just make sure that the second one is not resolving here. Okay, and we see also that Bronas is done with his turn. Is he really up against Malice? Because Malice will have a really hard time to get through that Chaos Hunter there on Duel B. But now, first of all, is Chris trying to go for it? We do go into the extra deck. Is this a Fuvalos resolving, or was it maybe a Perulia? We go into the extra deck. Is that a draw for CMH? It is a draw, so Fuvalos did in fact already resolve. And on Duel B, we have confirmation that it actually is a Malice deck that Bronas is up against.
Heart's Crypt now going to come through, 3,100 points of damage, and it could very well close this out here. GWC now going to come through.
Oh, that's interesting. Is there any response from CMH? Because we bring back the Chassis Cat. Chassis Cat is on 2,100, and we have the Heart Scripter now also returning. No draws applying, as this was Molchami Fuvalos and not Maxi. So this is so much damage. And, in fact, the equalizer, which brings us to a 4-4 score.
And now Bronas, the world semi-finalist. It's all riding on him to close this one out for Team Bozo. 3BNN, the Malice player, BIMR, now trying to make a good statement, but facing down Chaos Hunter, facing down a few of the other good end pieces of that Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. Really not easy here for the Malice deck.
It's not easy at all. Chaos Hunter really is what Malice players' nightmares are made of, and we do not only have to deal with the one already on the field, but there is another one possibly coming right after. So this looks almost impossible here for BIMR, but as it is the last game of the entire match, he may as well try.
Yep, there is the Lingoribo now coming out. The Cyberse extra deck is full of surprises and a lot of familiar faces as well. But as it turns out, all of these extra deck monsters, they are indeed monsters, and that means that they are susceptible to Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, negating them. There is backup at Ignister. The Ignister cards, of course, reinforcing this strategy as of this week. Is it enough for the Malice deck to make a comeback here?
Interestingly enough, the Ignister cards actually in the TCG were very much a reason how, or were a way for the Malice deck to play through Artifact Lancea. So this is still the same situation you're basically applying. You're not allowed to banish, and with those Ignister cards, you can get to Link Freeze, and you can get to Link Climbing easily even without banishing cards. So that could be a way here for BIMR to possibly really get into this. But there's still such a big field all in all for Bronas, so I don't really know. There now is the Appaloosa negating the Wizard at Ignister in hand. Ay, ay, ay. It ain't easy here. It ain't easy at all. That Ignister is staying in hand. And can we now make it happen?
Still have one negation left alive on that Appaloosa, though, so it could very well come down to this. BIMR, do you have anything that can deal with that?
Thinking about it. Oh, triple tactic talents,
Not
but
bad.
I would be very surprised if that Desiree was already used, and that is a card you definitely want to negate with the Desiree. So with the quickness, Bronas negates that triple tactic talents. And there is now only one unknown card remaining in the hand for BIMR next to that Wizard at Ignister. Is there any possible way for them to get back into this? Or is Bronas carrying another team into possibly a top 4 finish here tonight?
Pretty cool that we're in the first round of things. We're in the top 32 still, and yet we still have a series going to a deciding game. That very, very final 9th game between these two players. Bronas taking on BIMR. Bozo taking on 3BNN, but it is Bozo that are currently in control, even if that Splash Mage came through to do some sort of a shutdown there. But Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, was put into the graveyard earlier in the duel, and that runs Disruption in and of itself. Snake Eye Ash now coming through, Snake Eyes Popular on top of that, thanks to the Flamberge Dragon. Let's go, Snake Eyes Millennium Fiendsmith.
That is the deck so dear to Bronas' heart, and look at all those attack points. We do not even activate Snake Eye Ash or Snake Eye Poplar because we don't need to. Maybe we don't even have cards in the deck anymore to add another set card from BIMR, but I don't think that any of those set cards would ever be able to deal with that field. We do go for a link. We do go for another Tribute Summon of Chaos Hunter. So the Holy Trinity here on the field. Double Chaos Hunter in the main monster zones, and then another one in the spell and trap zones. That is quite crazy to see against the Malice deck. Is there anything from BIMR? I, again, don't think there could even be anything. We are in the battle phase. That is Chaos Hunter number 1. That is Chaos Hunter number 2.
Is there anything from BIMR here, or are 3BNN out? 200 life points remaining. Let's see if the Appaloosa 800 points of damage can connect there, and it will. Bronas able to take Bozo into the top 16 of this team tournament.
Yeah, strong stuff. And we definitely saw that the duelists were ready to switch it up, that they were definitely prepared to not only play their one deck, but also have a certain plan for certain situations. For example, here, Bronas being very certain that the opponent's player there, the opposing player, is going to be on that Malice deck again. And I think in those kind of competitions, you cannot really allow yourself to be what we call a one trick, right? Just only playing one deck makes you it makes you have such a big target on your back because people will go after you. They will specifically prepare for your deck and they will adjust their own decks just to make your life harder, honestly.
Conversely, I think Bronus definitely has a lot of depth to his pool, and it means that we could very well see him swap to something else later in the tournament just to take people by surprise. But he was able to take his opponents by surprise that time around and secure Bozo's entry into the top 16 of this tournament, which is rapidly heating up.
Yeah, definitely. And we should definitely expect from them also more to come here in this tournament. They are, I would say, amongst the favorites in this one here. And I want to see whether they will actually be able to make something out of that favorite status, or is it as it was at the World Championship? Because at the World Championship, we did see the favorites kind of go down quite early with the reigning champions, and of course the Team Snipe Hunters also already eliminated in the group stages. They are now Team Bozos basically through the group stages by already advancing one round, but it's still a long way to go. They still have to win 4 more matches. We cannot be too sure. We can be very sure, though, about another match happening, and that is between Team FSNN2 and WUD. And oh yeah, true. And that is the player-free Dewey for them. And we have more Fiendsmith action going down here from Dragon.
Dragon taking on Dewey 999 here as the Fiendsmith deck does continue to resolve. Lacrima, the Crimson Tears now going to extend further. It's Fiendsmith Ryziel again, Ice Ryziel, X Ryziel. We're catching up in the replay, so everything is really fast. Let's see, Sword Ryziel now. We have the XC summon. XC's X Ryziel plus Ice Ryziel. Do we make something? The Ryziel Duo Drive going to come through here. Ryziel Duo Drive effect is activated. There is the Ryziel Cross as well. Field Spell, let's go. Add the Node Ryziel on top of that. Ryziel, Ryziel, Ryziel.
Ooh, and look at that. This is another all-deciding game 9 here for this matchup between WD and FSN. And I think Dragon is quite happy that he is the one going first here with his Fiendsmith Ryziel deck.
Yep, Fiendsmith Lacrima going to be used there. Fiendsmith Track banished from the graveyard as well. Sequence going to be activated. We have the Fusion on top of that. The Rextramende now coming through, one of the more recent additions to the Fiendsmith deck. Rextramende, of course, just being the kind of final piece to the puzzle that the deck really needed. But you know, we had pure Fiendsmith really dictate the pace of the metagame for quite some time there. Then Ryziel came out, and suddenly you have a whole new way to engage with this strategy. Detonator now going to come through to just accentuate that Ryziel component. And suddenly, basically the boss monsters of both of these individual decks coming through into this combined strategy.
Yeah, and Rextramende is an interesting card to me still, because in the TCG, in the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck, Rextramende was never really considered to be too much of an option ever. Like, we saw it very, very rarely. But in Master Duel, we now already in top 32, in the first round of the tournament, we have seen multiple players committing to that Rextramende. So definitely people are eager to play it. There is immediately an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring answering the Bonfire. So I would expect this to be another Ryziel deck here from Dewey.
Yep, we have a setup field of disruptions, but there is one immediately coming through to stop something from the hand. But there is the Aggregator on the Detonator, going to actually manage to stop the potential take of the Detonator. Now Aggregator taking over, and we have a target. There is Ice Ryziel. It's Ryziel versus Ryziel here, and already off to a good start for Dewey 999. The Fiendsmith negation is still alive, however, and now the Paradise in the graveyard going to be activated on top of that, and it does mean we're currently actually in still a pretty good position for Dragon, even if he did lose the Detonator to deny the Triple Tactics talent.
We're setting the Ryziel plugin, which immediately gets sent there with the Desiree. And I mean, you said we used the Detonator to deny the Triple Tactic talents, but at the end of the day, the Triple Tactic talents did get rid of the Detonator, and we grabbed the Star Leech as well. So I feel like that Triple Tactic talents is just the game-winning card here, possibly because we just outed basically the entire field from Dragon with just the Triple Tactic talents. So maybe Dragon being a little quick on activating that Ash Blossom there right away on the Bonfire.
Yep, Ice Ryziel now going to come through to join the X Ryziel, and we have access to the rank 4 toolbox again here. Aggregator coming through as well. We have the addition of the Node Ryziel, and now we have an Xyz summon. X Ryziel What do you make? You indeed do make the Ryzeal Detonator now on the side of the field for Dewey 999. This Ryzeal deck is truly online. Node Ryzeal on top of that. Just it keeps coming, but there is called by the grave to run disruption. It's going to banish something, but there is the Ryzeal cross being targeted by the Detonator here, as there are no Ryzeal monsters on the side of the field for Dragon to use it.
So we did try to bring back something with the Node Ryzeal, but the target was banished there by the Called by the Graves. So we were not able to get another level 4 monster onto the field. But with the Ryzeal cross, it seems like we drew into Pot of Desires. There is now the special summon of Ice Ryzeal by discarding another card from the hand. That is massive. Okay, they do recycle with the effect of Rex Tremend, the Fiendsmith track to the hand. So we are surviving this turn. But how much are we able to crack back on the next turn? Because there is another Exceed coming, and this could be Baguska, maybe? It is the Star Leech instead, so we cannot even target any of those monsters right now.
Yep, and we do have the Ryzeal cross still alive in the field spell zone as well, so there's still the chance of just denying an additional play from Dragon. Dragon now, though, with the Fiendsmith cards in the graveyard, able to just extend. But there is Detonator running Disruption. It's the main phase of Dragon's turn. But so far, it's Dewey dictating the game. But there is Triple Tactics Talent. There is Maxi in response.
Left and right, Triple Tactic Talents in the Ryzeal Mirror Match is such a powerful card because you cannot really deal with it. We take the Detonator. Detonator runs over the Duo Drive, so now the Ryzeal Cross is not live anymore, but we have no other place but to go into the Typhon here to get rid of that Star Leech. Leaves Dewey, though, with 3 cards in hand and a Ryzeal Crush, which also has enough Ryzeals in the graveyard to draw an additional card this turn too.
Yep, 4 in hand. There is the 7th Tachyon now going to come through to add an X Ryzeal from the deck to the hand. X Ryzeal can then start a combo by itself, but as you said, Ryzeal Cross this going to start things off by allowing a card draw. X Ryzeal coming through, we have something in the extra deck to send. What is it that we send? In fact, we're just going to add something. Now Sword Ryzeal now coming through as well.
Oh, there is Lacrima the Crimson Tears activating in Dragon's Graveyard. We only bring back the sequence, though. Usually you bring back Requiem to make sure to create another interruption. Not here in that case, though. That sequence doesn't interrupt anything, and we just go for the Ryzeal Detonator. 7th Ascension discarded for Ryzeal Node to bring back another level 4 Ryzeal, and that is just the next rank 4 Light Dragon and Ignister, and that one can just destroy the Typhon in defense position, and that lines up to be enough damage here. And we do see in the end Dewey going second, taking it down for Team WUD, and them moving on into top 16.
And it looked really good for FSN there with the setup from the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck, but ultimately Triple Tactics Talent really dictating the outcome of that game there. Very, very well played by both of the players. Dewey, of course, just able to secure that, though. Really, really well played by that player. Now, I do just want to talk about Fiendsmith Ryzeal in particular because we've seen it a couple of times now.
Okay.
Didn't really work out too well there. How are you feeling about the deck relative to just the pure Ryzeal variant?
For one of the players, it might have worked out pretty well. I don't think... it didn't look like Dewey was on the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck, though, because he played Pot of Desires, and that is a card you don't necessarily see. Also, we saw 7th Tachyon, 7th Ascension, so we had the Fiendsmith Ryzeal versus pure Ryzeal approach. I personally still think, though, that Fiendsmith Ryzeal is the better version of the two. Sometimes, though, of course, pure Ryzeal just has more space for non-engine, because it's quite obvious, right? You have, with the Ryzeal deck, you have, like, let's say 15 Ryzeal cards, 15, 16 Ryzeal cards, and then you fill up the rest of your deck with other cards. And when you just go pure Ryzeal, you essentially just fill up the rest of the deck with consistency cards like 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension or Pot of Desires, and then all kind of hand interruption, like all kind of non-engine. But on the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck, that is a little harder because now from the 15 to 16 cards, just Ryzeal cards on their own, you're also adding all the Fiendsmith cards into the main deck as well. So that is bringing you already to a higher total.
It affects the consistency, right? Just
affects the consistency and also gives you less space for non-engine. So I do understand why people are playing the pure Ryzeal deck. I think just when you're comparing power levels, though, it would always be Fiends with Ryziel that is more convincing to me because just the field is bigger that you're creating. In the end.
Of course, the access to the reliable disruption as well, because even though Ryziel has some, it's not really as punishing as we'd seen from the negation opportunities offered by the Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks back in their heyday.
Yeah.
Now, I do believe that we have the top 16 locked for all of the teams, but before we jump into those, we will just go to a short 5-minute break, and we'll see you after that break for the top 16. Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup 3v3 tournament. Saying farewell to the summer season, and everything looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, first round was definitely entertaining. We have now brought it down to only 16 teams remaining. Of course, teams are free, playing in that single elimination bracket and keeping it competitive as we're trying to find out who's going to be our winner for tonight. Actually, usually all of our 3v3 tournaments here in the office usually have been won by Team Storm of Ragnarok, but they are now, as the world champions, kind of chilling. They enjoy their glory. They're not really competing. They're not really out there. They have already qualified, of course, possibly for the next world championship. So they're just currently chilling right now, and we're not seeing them in action tonight, sadly, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but still, regardless, a good performance from one of our WCS participants in, of course, Bronus, who was able to make it through into that top 16 on your feature match in the previous round. Now, before the next round starts, we do have a few minutes with which to discuss current trends in Master Duel, but also potentially something new to TCG.
Of course. I mean, literally just when we went live, actually there was a pretty big announcement regarding the TCG, and there was an update to the Forbidden and Limited list, which has been awaited by the community, and it is going to change the format quite a bit, I feel like. It's going to be interesting to see because there are big adjustments to, for example, the Mitsurugi Raizia deck with King of the Pharaoh Limbs, actually. A card really, really powerful to connect the two engines, now being forbidden in the TCG. Also, the Vanquish Soul deck, quite some hits on that deck as well there, not gonna lie, with the Vanquish Soul Razin and the Stake Your Soul going to 1. Interesting to see that.
Yes, indeed. But of course, that is TCG, and today we're all about Master Duel. So if you'd like to check that out and see the changes, please head on over to the website and check it out for yourselves. Now, back to the Master Duel action. Of course, we've seen a couple of the new cards that released to the game. Mostly the Ignista cards being added to reinforce the Malice strategy. Haven't quite yet seen some of the Invoked stuff, the Heraldic, the Regenesis, or, sadly for me, the Gem Knight.
I think we're going to see Gem Knight, though. I have high hopes. I think tonight there is going to be someone surprising us with Gem Knight. I feel like that is a deck that is dear to a lot of people in the community, and therefore I feel like someone is going to step up and show us what Gem Knights are made of.
I put in the time to learn it, but I didn't learn too much about the interaction so much as just the big impactful cards. Of course, that Master Diamond Dispersion really doing a great amount for the deck, and just honestly allowing you to clear out the opponent's field and swing for massive damage, largely because most of the time you're going to have the original Master Diamond copy the Topaz effect in the graveyard and then swing for the additional attack. Regardless, just really, really great deck, that Gem Knight, but it was, of course, the Raziel that truly shunned so far. Malice not quite performing as well as it did at the WCS.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, now with that set being released in Master Duel, we do have all the info and the entire format available for the upcoming Duelist Cup as well, of course, which is in only 2 weeks from now. The second stage is in 2 weeks, I believe. And therefore, it is going to be... Oh, wait, 3 weeks it should be from now, right? 1, 2... Oh, no, it's 2 weeks, actually. It is actually 2 weeks.
You're correct.
And that's interesting because it will come down to how people approach the format, because some people right now see it as you either play Malice or you play a way to beat Malice format. But as we can see here now, it's not only about Malice, because a lot of people are still really liking the Raziel strategy. So maybe you get lost in it when you're just trying to beat Malice and you're not playing Malice enough as your opposing deck. So I really think it is going to come down on who reads the formats the best and who really pictures it the most perfect way.
And that Duelist Cup is of particular interest, of course, because we have so many revenge arcs from participants at the World Championship that were unable to make it all the way to the finals. Of course, you look at the likes of Quantal, of Ryan, these established, talented players that have put up results with the Malice deck, or the Raziel deck now, being able to convert that into the Duelist Cup performance will be really, really intriguing. Tusku as well, a very threatening
Needless to say that he's also going to be out there competing.
So, yeah, ultimately, very, very impressed by the caliber of talent that we saw at the World Championship, and very intrigued to see just how many of those players make an impact now that they've been able to perform at the highest level in that format. and we'll be able to do so again in the Duelist Cup as we rapidly approach it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely curious about that as well. And I mean, also someone that I want to highlight there is also Judeo. Judeo basically immediately after the World Championship and after a very successful World Championship with getting top 4, was like, oh, prepping time again. We're going into the preparation for the next Duelist Cup. Really someone that is just non-stop thinking about the game, non-stop trying to find answers to questions within the game, and someone that I find to be competent enough to possibly find another good answer to how the format exactly is going to be solved for the upcoming Duelist Cup, really.
Yes, indeed. That upcoming Duelist Cup going to be very, very telling for just how we can expect to see the competitive environment for Master Duel transpire over the next, couple of months. Now, we are just 2 minutes away from round 2 of this tournament. It is looking like we can get into game very, very shortly. Of course, now seeing Malice not perform perhaps quite as well as we'd hoped so far, you think that we're still going to see a lot of duelists stick to that strategy?
Yes, and we are immediately going to see it
we are.
As we have GigaChat on top versus KOH on the bottom, and the Malice Dormouse resolving, which is usually all you need, because that now means there is no Artifact Lancea and possibly also no Chaos Hunter for KOH.
Yep. Link Decoder now going to come through with the March Hare as well. Just extension, extension, extension. We have KOH versus Chad here, and we're looking at Duel B right now as the Malice deck is just establishing its field. Malice, 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 the name of the game here, as we see 3 Dormouse in 3 separate duels now.
But there is good responses, at least on Duel A and Duel C, because we saw, or we see an Infinite Impermanence there on Duel C on the Dormouse. And there was also, as far as I'm concerned, also a Max C being chained onto the special
Full
summon.
loss as well now, by the way.
That is plenty of things that will definitely stop the Malice deck from going off here, and probably will not lead to them full comboing here carelessly. And yep, on Duel A we see there was just a turn pass, so let's go over to Duel A, because that one is going to be interesting. Just a lonely Malice Dormouse, and we have the beautiful Exodia Seas and also the Artifact Lancea. Is this even a Malice Mirror match, though, is now the question. Hyper Chat, are you a Malice player? Wow, it's another Malice deck. That's 4 out of 6 now already.
Yep, having to deal with the Lancea, though. The Malice cards, you said, can rely on these new Ignista cards to just support them through it. But right now, looking like there's none of those to Chad's hand, as we do have Malice MTP being set alongside this card, as we have the Link Summon now. This is going to be a rank 1, or rather a link 1, and it's going to be that Lingeribo now coming through. And a pass. These are not the best Malice turn 1.
I mean, that was turn 2 already. We have stopped with the Artifact Lancea, so now on turn 3, back to Leo, who was interrupted by Infinite Impermanence on his Dormouse, and that was enough. But now we go for the White Rabbit, and there seems to be a response still from Hyperchat.
White Rabbit now going to come through. The effect is going to resolve. GWC being set in response as well.
And also, I'm curious. Let's quickly go over to Duel C as well, because I think I spot another Worlds logo there by KOH Player Free.
Yes, you do, and I believe that is this year's Worlds logo.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So it could very well be one of our participants there. Now, speaking of Worlds, by the way, shout out to those Exodia sleeves. They look great. Really enjoying those in Duel A, but let's stay focused on Duel C, because this mystery participant on KOH is currently just looking to respond to the Malice field.
It is indeed. So we try to get into this, and we're trying to solve this. And now, is there any way to break this is now the question. We see there is also the Ignister icon for MagaChat. Oh, is there really? Oh, wait. Oh, do I see? Yeah, backup at Ignister on that table A. So we are trying to, with all Malice here, basically, we're trying to get at this. Oh, here comes Malice Red Ransom. Malice, Red Ransom will search Malice in the mirror. And we set one card, so possibly KOH has the chance to play through this here, because this is not the most impressive Malice field I've ever seen. 3 set cards, sure, that is quite dangerous, but it's not as problematic as it could be, as we have KOH's player 3 starting off with the normal
so
summon
many
of White
Malice
Rabbits.
decks.
Yes.
Is this 6 Malice decks or is it 5?
I think so far, like, we have 1 deck still unrevealed on Duel B, I feel like. So it is 5 out of 6, with the 6th one still possibly also being Malice, but not confirmed yet.
I feel like I hyped up the Malice by looking at the Ryzeal deck as being, you know, dominant in round 1.
Yeah.
Now, well, we got what we asked for. Here we go. It's the Malice P White Rabbit, but there is a response here in the Malice in the Mirror. Aptly named here, as we do have the Malice Mirror match, and we do have a response into this Malice effect. Now, White Rabbit going to be denied here, but Red Ransom going to be followed up with by Mega Chad of Team Chad.
Yeah, Mega Chad bringing it back, and of course it doesn't only come back, but also when it does come back from banishment, allows you to banish another Malice card from the graveyard. So Marchair will be banished, and now the summon effect of Red Ransom also activating to make sure to also now grab a spell card from the deck too.
I believe we're seeing 2 Lingaribo staring each other down in Duel A. Let's take a look at Duel A as we have a Link summon now coming through. The Saryuya Skull Dread going to be linked off for that Malice Q Red Ransom.
Was there a Saryuja Skull Dread?
It wasn't the Skull Dread.
That would have been surprising to me as well, but no surprise. It definitely, it probably was a Link 1, yeah, maybe a Link decoder or something, but we do now have confirmation actually. All 6 players here in those 3 duels are on that Malice deck, so both teams collectively decided that, at least for the first set, where your opponent has no info yet on what kind of decks you're bringing, it is just the most clever and just the best to bring the best deck in the format, in their opinion, which is the Malice deck, which now got even better again with those Ignises.
I'm going to make a request to production just to take a look into the graveyard of Leo here, but we have access code Tulka with the alternate artwork coming through.
Yeah, interestingly enough. So we do banish the Ransom. Oh, there's an artifact Lancer again on Duel C.
We're looking into the graveyard, but it's okay. We now have that access code Tulka looking to clear out this game.
It does feel like that. Hyper Chat, any answer to this? Doesn't seem like it would be possible. There's a Drone and Lockbird also resolving, but I don't think it can stop a Malice deck because, yeah, actually with the introduction of the Ignister cards, sometimes Drone and Lockbird can be a bit more problematic because you're cutting off the line of Cyber's Wicked into the Ignister cards, but oftentimes when we still have access to our regular Malice cards, that's all enough as we see 5,000 points of damage here. And that is all that we need now with 3 more monsters ready to attack and ready to close this game out, as we do have the lead for KOH now solidified and now confirmed with this final blow attack.
Yep, Leo able to close this one out. KOH taking that first game against Chad, but Chad still in a pretty good position despite now Giga Chad being down that Appaloosa Bow, the Goddess Negation. We have the turn going over to KOH's second player here. The Malice deck still alive. Let's see what it can do.
Yeah, that is the first turn of player 2 of KOH, but not under Artifact Lancer, which is already good news to them. They have already gone through the 2 effects of Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess to negate, so possibly here really a way for them into this game, as we are now resolving TB11 to bring out the Malice P Dormouse. So I could see this working here. Maybe we do see actually a go second victory here from player 2, but okay, not even activating the effect of the monster banished, as we probably did that already. Lingaribo here really good though, as it can deal with some of the Malice traps that are set. Chair. Okay, we have ways to keep on extending.
Yep, we can link climb here. Of course, the Firewall Dragon still on the side of the field for Giga Chad alongside the 2 face downs, but right now no Malice monster on the field here, so suddenly everything is looking okay for that second player of KOH. Nameless player.
Yeah, they're all just all from a team. I like that, actually. Like, don't focus on the singular players. Don't focus on the singular artists. Just focus on what the team is all about. Make the team work, and then the dream can also get to work to win this tournament here tonight, as we now have the Lingoribo trying to negate the GWC, but Marchair is immediately chained to that as well. Oh, okay,
wow.
hold on.
Okay, so the crossout designator going to run disruption there. It's going to banish one from the deck as well, but there's the call by the grave again. Just so many disruptions, so many preventions here coming through from player to player.
In the meantime, Duel C looks like it will be over in just a second, as we there have the concession, and we do have a 1-1 even score with Team Chat taking the second game there in the meantime. And now we're trying to figure out this long chain. Okay, so GWC resolves, brings back the Malice Q White Binder, and there also is no way anymore to get back into this game, as we do have KOH player 2 surrendering, and therefore Team Chat being in the lead.
There is the chance that we see another set of Malice mirrors in the second round of games, but
we could for sure, but we can, of course, definitely make sure to now take the information from the first set into account. So when we saw everyone is on Malice and everyone really likes the deck, maybe now that could lead to the funny situation of anti-Malice deck getting against an anti-Malice deck, because everyone just expects Malice from the other side. So now everyone just maybe queuing their anti-Malice deck. This could be really funny, actually. I am down for that, actually.
Somebody brings Sky Striker, Tenpai Dragon, or Gem Knight.
Gem Knight. Actually, does Gem Knight have a good matchup against Malice?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's not that bad. If you Lightning Storm them, if you then also Dark Hole them,
Raigeki.
Raigeki, I think it can work. It really, you are relying a lot though on your non-engine. But one thing that Gem Knights historically has going for it, people don't know the cards, and they still refuse to read most of the cards. And now there's even more cards to read because there is newly released ones. So I feel like that is a huge upside for the deck, because people just don't know, when they don't even know the cards, how are they supposed to know how to interact with the cards?
The amount of combos I've dropped because I also don't know the cards is quite astounding. But astounding again was the 100% win record for Malice in that set of games. Of course, really, really powerful deck.
Yeah, I mean, coming down to all of the decks also being Malice decks, so I think that was already kind of predetermined that it is going to have a
100% loss rate for Malice
exactly.
Too.
That's a 50-50 there. It's not that easy.
I'm curious to find out eventually which monster I conflated with Sario Skull Dread based on the portrait in the mini window. But
I mean, it should just
tale
be
for
a
another
Link
day,
1
really.
probably.
Yeah, probably.
It must be either a Link Decoder or just a Lingoribo or something like that. I think
it was the artwork looked like similar at a glance, but regardless. That being said, of course, it did not go as planned for the duelist that was extending there, as we had the punish come through in that Malice mirror match. Now, going into this one, KOH versus Chad in that second set of games, looking very much forward to it. Do we see a repeat of the Malice mirrors across the board, or do we have a response? We have some changed accessories so far, but this is not a change. We have indeed got an answer to the Malice. The Artifact Lancier now coming through in response to the gold sarcophagus.
We see it on both tables, though. Duel C and Duel A, we both have the Artifact Lancier in the spotlight. That's massive. And that Artifact Lancier here on Duel C immediately ended the turn, meaning it is now the turn of GigaChat. And they're already on the lead, and they have switched up the deck by now starting with a normal summon of Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. I mean, it could technically be Fiendsmith Malice. That is a thing, but most recently it wasn't that popular anymore. Okay, there's a Molchami Fuvolos now from KOH player 3, and that one is resolving, and that is very good for them, of course, because now GigaChat led to that decision whether they want to commit into it or not. So are they or are they not?
Let's take a look at Duel A, though, because we had a lot of disruption thrown by way of this Malice deck between the Lancier and now the Maxi.
I think, actually,
the Lancier was the other way around.
Yeah, the Lancier was used by KOH And now it is the turn of KOH already, as we see it is turn 2. And now MegaChat tries to basically even out the Lancia that was resolved last turn by now resolving the Max C. But into that Max C, the Malice deck can still do whatever they like. Yes, they make... Oh, wow! It's not only the Max C, but also Molchami Meow. So every special summon now, very, very costly.
But regardless of how many cards you have in hand, can you withstand that onslaught from that Heart's Crypta? Because it can easily pump out 8,000 points of damage in this single turn. Sure, you will probably have 8 to 10 extra cards in hand, but there we go. The Lancia now coming through in response, suddenly putting the brakes on the combo from the Malice deck. Leo, what can you do in response? MegaChad now looking pretty good here.
Yeah, but it was interesting to see that there is Molchami Meowls and Artifact Lancia in the deck of MegaChad. So yes, they passed Artifact Lancia on the first turn, but maybe that was not because they're a Malice player and they were stopped by it so much, but maybe it was rather because they just drew all of that non-engine, and that actually is their anti-Malice deck. And they just wanted to rather pass having Molchami Meows and Maxi in their hand. So it is not quite determined yet what the deck here of MegaChat in this second set is, really.
Let's take a look at Duel B in the meanwhile, though, before the turn does pass over, because I'm starting to see a few new faces in terms of what was just summoned for KOH in that extra monster zone.
Yeah, that is Cyber's Wicked, and Cyber's Wicked is now basically the connection point between the Malice engine and the Ignister engine. Because now, when summoning into the Cyber's Wicked zone, Cyber's Wicked, by the way, one of the oldest Cyber's monsters really there is, can now use its effect, banish another Cybers from the graveyard to now search for that also powerful backup at Ignister. And that is not just a backup plan, that is actually quite crazy, because it just creates itself as a link body, but then, additionally to that, it searches the wizard at Ignister. So by that one search, you end up getting free monsters to further keep on link summoning.
Yep, and that's exactly what KOH Player 2 is going to do here as the link summons do continue. The Malice deck continues to build here. It's still turn 1. Main 1, we're still at the start of the game, and things do not look even close to finish for this turn.
But look
here.
at that animation.
Duel
Duel A, there is Skull Guardian. Duel A, let's see it, because that is one of those unexpected but quite popular choices from the World Championship. As the anti-Malice deck, we do have Voiceless Voice with the Molchami Meows and also the Artifact Lancia, of course.
Yep, Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, going to add the low, the prayers of the Voiceless Voice. Once low is on the field, the attack is going to be doubled. The negation is going to be live as well. The innate disruption here. Tell me why Voiceless Voice is such a popular pick into Malice.
I mean, it's just quite easy as a deck. It's just, it gets you that Omni-Negate out. So with that Omni-Negate, you're possibly able to protect cards like Chaos Hunter and so on and so forth. Having like one of those auto win cards against the Malice deck paired up with something that can protect them, which such an Omni-Negate as the Skull Guardian actually provides, is quite valuable. And that is, I think, why that is the case. So we survived that onslaught there on the turn from KOH, and now it is looking all so much better for Team MegaChat. They got that extra turn. They really needed that extra turn, and next to that Skull Guardian now, look, I told you, we switched over to the anti-Malice decks, as we now on Duel C also see a Chaos Hunter on the field, actually.
Swing for 50 with low. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you take it. Oh, double Chaos Hunter. We summoned the Nightmare Cerberus to destroy the first Chaos Hunter. And while doing so, GigaChat just revealed another Chaos Hunter in the hand to immediately replace it. But here is where the Ignister cards come in, because I told you, you struggled usually to get around that restriction to not banish cards anymore. Now, with backup at Ignister, searching Wizard at Ignister, you can just get so many link bodies onto the field, making it easy almost to get a monster bigger than the Chaos Hunter onto the field. And as we are here in turn 3, this should be quite easy actually for player 3 of Team KOH to get over this Chaos Hunter.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Heart's Crypta in and of itself is able to do so. Access code Talker as well. So many options here, as long as the Wizard at Ignister can resolve and summon something back from the graveyard and then further extend. Important to note as well that the Nightmare Cerberus can be counted as 2 materials for the Appaloosa Both Goddess or something else, such as that access code talker that will eventually come out. Let's take a look again at Duel A, though, as we do have that Voiceless Voice deck now, passing things over to the Malice.
Ooh, we do bring back Malice, PD Dormouse with the GWC. That immediately gets answered with Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. Of course, a monster was summoned, means we can ritual summon on the opponent's turn, but that's not all of it. Artifact Lancea is also chain link number 2.
Yep, and as you said, the Lancea is protected by the negation of that Skull Guardian. There's so many ways to ensure that this disruption goes off. There's some kind of a response in the form of the MTP07, but it is indeed an empty gesture there, as we have it resolving and not doing too much of anything now that the Lancea is about to resolve. It will banish something, but
it cannot even banish anything here because it needs a Malice Link monster on the field to banish something. But we do get another Malice monster into the hand, and the White Rabbit basically trying to get another trap card for next turn as well, but facing that Omni-Negate of the Skull Guardian still there, I feel like it is just, after starting off so badly for Mega Chat here, for the player 3 of Team Chat, it is looking way, way worse now, and we now have the Ritual Summon on the opponent's turn, and we do tribute Sauravis to go into the other Sauravis, and that now makes it even harder. All of that in the draw phase even. This is an almost impossible field to overcome.
So the Skull Guardian protects the Lancea and the low, but the Sauravis was able to protect the Skull Guardian if necessary too. Now, Sauravis being on the field, not really something I'm used to seeing. Usually you just see it in the hand to act as the deterrent, but now we have that set up for the Voiceless Voice deck. Lancea is set up too, so suddenly the Malice deck really going to have to do its best. So there's a Link Summon.
Yeah, but there's so little resources, so that SP Little Knight, I think, will just be summon negated by Sauravis possibly, because that is what Sauravis is able to do on the field. You can negate the summon. Oh, we do not even do that, though.
I can't banish anything because of the Lancea.
Oh, true, yeah. It's not really scary at all, and that also means the game is over here. Team Chat putting up a show with that Voices Voice deck, making sure that the score now is 3-1 for them, getting closer and closer and closer to the victory. As we now here also see again, the Allied Code Talker with a Transcode Talker actually underneath it.
We also now see the Ryziel deck back here.
Yeah. Look, I told you they're going to switch it up quite a bit. And yes, we do still have Malice, but we also have all kind of other decks here in the rotation. And that Ice Ryziel will just immediately be negated. We do not even bother activating Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, because for the moment we do not want to play into something like Triple Tactic Talents or Triple Tactic Thrust. Now though, we are forced into activating Appaloosa on the effect of Sword Ryziel, just trying to keep the constant flow of Ryziel monsters to a limit.
Yep.
So, Chat already up in a comfortable position, but 7th Tachyon now. 7th Tachyon is great as a starter when you go first to increase consistency of your deck, but when you're already playing into a field, the fact that you have to put back one card to the top of your deck is just so crucial, but it will not even resolve, as there also is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from KOH player 2.
Yep, can still delve into the extra deck with these 2 level 4s, but not too much you can do against that full field of Link monsters now. Options are a little bit limited for Chad player 2.
Yeah, it's really not that easy, because even if we go for something like an Exciton Knight, it can still be negated by the Appaloosa. Also, there is still the Allied Code Talker on the field, which, as I explained earlier, is another way to negate. So that deck right now just really running the show. It is Malice being countered on the first duel that we witnessed here on Duel A of the second set, but here on the second one it looks completely different again. Now we paid the visit to the battle phase there, but quickly realized the field spell effect there, Malice in the Underground, making sure that we're only allowed to attack Malice Link monsters there, and that wasn't really worth it. So from battle phase, we just immediately head back into the main phase too.
Yep, unable to get over the Appaloosa there, and now the Exciton Knight, even if it does look good, could very well find itself unable to use its effect because of that Appaloosa bow, the goddess still being live. Now we have that effect look to be activated. It should force the disruption from KOH player 2. Actually, it's the allied code talker at Ignista that will stop that from resolving.
And there it is, going for the negation of it. There comes Malice GWC, which is trying to bring back another one, but the resources here from Chat's player 2 are just completely drained. I don't see how they would ever really come back into this. On the other hand, though, this one looks very, very strongly into the favor of KOH, but let's go to Duel C, because on Duel C, we see Fiendsmith Sanct actually bringing out a Fiendsmith token there onto the field, and KOH player 3 with an unusual only free set card field. So how did we get ourselves into this situation here?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious as to how this one played out. The Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, going to show you exactly how this one will end if the Fiendsmith deck can go uninterrupted here. Sending the Engraver there. Fiendsmith deck is online, but there is the GWC. It's still Malice, and it's still in this game for KOH here, as their third player is able to use that. But Ghost, Bell, and Haunted Mansion gonna run rampant here and stop that. But MTP now being activated in response as well. There's no Malice Link monster, so there's no additional effect to any of these, but they're still going to do what they can to resolve.
That Ghostbound Haunted Mansion on the GWC was so important, because I believe there must just be a White Binder in the graveyard. And we tried to bring the White Binder back to banish the Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard. And now they're also called by the grave on what I would believe is and must be the White Binder. Oh, we can also just banish the March here to make sure the White Binder never gets banished, because March here banished by the graveyard, banished from the graveyard here with called by the grave, means March here in the hand cannot resolve either.
The anti-Malice strategy really paying off here, and it does kind of put a lot of pressure into that third set of games that we should be guaranteed here.
We have it now guaranteed.
As we now have 3 and 2 on the scoreboard. Chad still in the lead here. Chad still in the lead in this game too. Let's see, can they push it all the way to match point? But there is Infinite Impermanence coming through to stop the Fiendsmith combo. One card in hand for Giga Chad, but we could very well see KOH player 3 make a comeback on their turn when they draw their 4th card. But Fiendsmith Engraver going to leave the grave, going to be summoned back, actually going to send the Fiendsmith card from the graveyard back into the extra deck and summon itself to the field.
But this could be still so much damage, because there is Fiendsmith Agnum Day, and Fiendsmith Agnum Day combined with its effect to bring back a monster strong enough could very well mean we get those 6,200 points of damage. Is that Fiendsmith Agnum Day? Of course it is. But can we now, when we bring back, I'm not sure when we bring back the Engraver whether it is enough. I don't think it is. Can we then cheekily somehow summon out maybe also a Fiendsmith Lacrima? I don't think so, actually. But let's find out, as GigaChat Player 1 is still trying to figure out whether we stay in the main phase or whether we want to bring it to that battle phase. Okay, we use the effect of Agnum Day already in the main phase, so that Engraver is going to be massively boosted, and now possibly we can also just use the effect of Sequence. How much is it going to be? I don't think that's going to add up to 6,200. That's 4,800. There could also still be a Requiem in there, indeed.
Yep.
That is all kinds of damage, a lot of it, but we are 200 off, but there also still is Fiendsmith tracked in the hand. Getting that fiber load, which is exactly 200 attack points. You gotta be kidding me. That is exactly 6,200. Team GigaChat and the player 1 of that team in exciting fashion on the dot ends it here in their favor.
Yep, their math is way better than ours, and it is exactly what they needed to close that one out, pushing this to match point in their favor. Team Chad take it over KOH and send us into a very, very promising third set here.
Yeah, but it's not like KOH looked bad there. They really, all of their team members definitely showed a great match there, but they were just stopped so hardly by those Malice decks. We saw Voice's voice. I really like that when people just dedicate their choice to the Malice matchup, when they just make sure that they are playing against it, and when they have certainty, okay, my opponent will bring it now, then we come in and counter, and we countered it in great fashion there.
Yeah, really, really well played. Honestly, the fact that we're seeing the Malice deck find so much success, and then it was kind of par for the course at the World Championship as well, where this was the deck to be at the World Championship, and therefore we saw so much anti-Malice tech just incorporated into a wide variety of strategies.
So, yeah.
I'm very intrigued to see that Fiendsmith has made a comeback, considering that it was one of the kind of sleeper picks for the WCS itself. And seeing it find a lot of success in tandem with the Ryzeal is especially promising.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think it's still such a super, super powerful engine. And as we saw there, it still allows you to have so many different options. And look at that. We also allow ourselves here to present you the remaining teams in the competition, as we do now see the top 16 bracket of the teams remaining, as we have there FSN versus WUD on the top left. And where's our matchup here right now? Can you find?
I think FSN is actually FSN 1, by the way, because WUD beat FSN 2, so there's the chance at revenge. But speaking of revenge, perhaps we will see revenge from the KOH team as they take on Chad in this third set here. They need to win all of their games, or at least as many of them as they can, without dropping a single one here.
And we see that might possibly be the best start possible with the Malice P Dormouse resolving for KOH successfully. And on the other hand, I think I see the normal summon of Ash Blossom and Joyce Spring there on Duel A. Can we quickly go over to Duel A, because that one looks quite promising. What is going on here? You do start your turn off by normal summoning Ash Blossom, then your opponent uses Maxi, which you then use your second Ash Blossom on. But what is coming here is that, oh, this is Salmon Great Almirage. Ibris, I know exactly what's happening here. This is still the Malice deck.
Yep.
And now we have enabled our backup at Ignister in the hand to now find, again, a different way to combo. So we have not only found extenders for the deck, but we have also found additional starting lines for the deck too, which makes it even more consistent than it was before.
Yep, usually it is kind of doomed when you open the two Ash Blossoms, but finding a creative way to use those there, as we do have the Infinite Impermanence stopping the backup at Ignister from extending further. Still, we have a few on the field right now in terms of link material and a few options available to us. Let's take a look at Duel C, however, as the action is unfolding there as well. A big link summon coming through.
And the important part here, once again, this is HyperChat player 2, which might be the Voices Voice player again, because I think I pretty certainly spotted a Molchami Meowth resolving here for player 2 on the top. And that Molchami Meowth, of course, limiting the options that KOH player 3 has to offer here. But now, of course, we bring back Link Decoder. Oh, there was no card drawn, as far as I could see. So maybe Molchami Meowth was instead on Duel B. On Duel B, also, we see Chaos Hunter getting taken care of there with the Cerberus. Oh, there is Nibiru here, though. Big things happening left and right. But, of course, now on Duel B, Cerberus made sure that they got rid of that also powerful Chaos Hunter. And now the Wizard at Ignister coming in clutch, making sure there is now a Malice monster on the field, ready to be linked off for one of the powerful Link monsters.
And in Duel A, we saw the Allied Code Talker at Ignister, that new card. Let's look at Duel A just to see how we play into it, because Leo right now, 4 cards in hand, facing down a fairly formidable field, but let's go. We've seen disruption after disruption. Remember, KOH, they need to win every single game. The Malice deck is what they've chosen to try and secure this one. But again, going second with the Malice deck, not the greatest, not the easiest field to face down either. Is there a disruption here from Giga Chad player 1?
I mean, they do have the Allied Code Talker on the field, and sometimes in those situations, the game state's somewhat simplified with only 3 remaining cards in their hand. You can just go ahead, be like, okay, I just hope you have nothing else but this Dormouse, so maybe let's just negate the Dormouse here right on the spot. I feel like that is what GigaChat Player 1 is considering right now. And of course, in those 3v3 team competitions, we saw it at the World Championship. There is quite a bit of talking going on between the between the three players, and therefore maybe right now just waiting on confirmation from the teammates, trying to make that decision here collectively as a team and trying to make the best decision possible. But, oh yeah, they're taking their sweet time here, really.
Yes, indeed they are. Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile, though, because I believe we now have that Nibiru, the Primal Being token. We have a few options in terms of materials available. We have the Malice P Dormouse now being summoned. KOH Player 3 actually still in a pretty good position despite facing down that Nibiru.
Yeah, and we see that Nibiru with odd 600 attack points there. Of course, responsible for that is that Red Ransom on the field, which just changes attack and defense points for the Nibiru. So it looks so weird, right? 600 attack points onto it. You don't really see that often, but here it is the case. And we see really Malice now in the third set being back as the dominating deck. We have really seen in the second set that it was replaced by those anti-Malice decks, but here it seems like they just went back to where the heart is their strongest.
That is Link Spider?
It is Link Spider indeed. Just turning the Nibiru token into a Cybers monster is so valuable for a Cybers deck, of course. Oh my, that will be continued though. Do we just go into Access Code Talker on our first turn? We might. Oh, Cybers Wicked also works, of course. Cybers Wicked. Now we make sure to summon something into the zone of Cybers Wicked.
Yep, the Dormouse now being linked off into that Lingaribo, and now we have the opportunity here to just climb, as you said, into the Access Code Talker potentially to close that one out, or we could just see further extension to secure this game in favor of KOH. Let's see.
Backup at Ignister was added, and we can basically... I feel like with those Ignister cards, you can do whatever you like. Like, you get so many ways to link summon just additionally to your already big Malice combo that it feels like you could even include like a completely different package in your extra deck. You can play like another Firewall Dragon just because you have more Ignister monster now to link off. And the opportunities and chances and the creativity you want to show is basically unlimited with what you want to do with those new Ignister cards, strengthening the Malice deck. But also maybe you just want to play pure Ignister, to be honest, because that deck also got even stronger with the Ignister support, of course. Trying to possibly, for example, bring out Arrival? I mean, how are decks outing the Arrival at the moment? I don't really know, to be honest. Maybe chat can tell us what a good way to out that card would be, but now for the moment we see Wizard at Ignister, and that's what I'm saying. All of those monsters, the field is full after we got Nibiru.
Yeah.
Like, remember that whole field was eliminated once, and now the player 3 just completely rebuild it.
I think the Primal Being token as well had the exact stat line of a Chessy Cat as well, so it did kind of signify that we didn't lose too much in terms of what that was able to capitalize on, and just the fact that we're able to rebuild, as you said, is super, super impressive here. The White Binder coming out to extend further, you know, you have to envision there's a Hearts Cryptor in the future too. So many opportunities here for the Malice player. There is another Link summon.
Oh, and Duel A is quite funny. Look at that. We have old versus new. Let's go to Duel A because we have Allied Code Talker versus Access Code Talker there on Duel A. And Access Code Talker is showing that Allied Code Talker who the real talker is, who really is still the powerhouse of the Malice deck by destroying it here. And it looks like Leo will keep it competitive as we are about to, with 0 cards in hand for GigaChat Player 1, about to go into the battle phase to make sure that this stays within the room of possibilities.
Yep, 0 cards in hand, 0 cards in field, and 0 things to do to stop this Access Code Talker's attack from connecting. Let's see if indeed this is Leo's game to win here, and if he can keep KOH in this game. It looks like it. KOH taking it to 3 games on the board now.
Yeah, and going over here to this game, where we have just finished the first turn of KOH Player 2. Oh, okay. Oh, MegaChat still on that Voices voice deck. But this is rough because when you couldn't stop the Malice deck from establishing their field, let me tell you something. the Voices Voice deck not very good at playing into a Malice field when it already is there. It's good at stopping it when you have those important cards like Artifact Lancea, like Chaos Hunter, and so on and so forth. But when what we see here is already there, it's almost impossible to crack, as we now also have Maxi chained to the Saphira effect in the graveyard.
Yep, looking very good here for KOH as they look to push us to that deciding 9th game. But let's see if indeed that this one can be closed out here. The low being used for that ritual summon of the Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, that was added to the hand there. It has a good amount of attack. It's gonna have the negation available, but it has to face down a very formidable field of disruptions and of attack points.
Yeah, and it doesn't have its negation ready just yet, because we make sure with the Allied Code Talker at Ignister that low is staying in the graveyard, and therefore it's not even staying in the graveyard, it actually even banishes it afterwards. But the important thing here is that it does not get onto the field, which is required for Skull Guardian to be ready to negate. So Skull Guardian not only now not having the negate anymore, but also not having the attack boost anymore, as Below left the graveyard. But there is a Maxi now from MegaChat's side as well. GWC chained to the Maxi, of course, to make sure that we do not give up on those draws so easily. It's still looking rough, though. We bring back Whitebinder, okay, sure.
Not too much the voice player can do here, though, honestly. Looking pretty dire there for MegaChat, but I think it will be KOH pushing us to that deciding 9th game. Let's take a look at Duel C and how that one's playing out, because it looks like Duel B will just be a lock for this KOH team.
It feels like it. And how are we still on the first turn here of KOH player 3? Is that actually is the turn where earlier on Hyperchat player 2 did Nibiru, and we still do all of this afterwards. Yeah. Hyperchat player 2 left with 2 cards only in hand. Now going for the new card, going for the Link 5. There is Allied Code Talker at Ignister, and when that card is there, it's not going to be alone for long, as we can now bring back 2 more monsters from the graveyard, making this a field of many powerful big Link monsters. Whitebinder coming back, and not only that, but also the Red Ransom. Look at that. How are you supposed to overcome this with only 3 cards in hand to come? Seems harsh, seems tough. One more set card. Didn't run out of timer, which is very important in that case, because that turn was very, very, very long. But now it is the turn of Hyperchat, who probably was still praying to that timeout. I mean, we had a timeout in the top 4 of the World Championship, so it may as well happen here. But for the moment, KOH was able to prevent that.
It is the Malice Mirror again and again. The Malice deck that gets to go first is going to dictate everything. Firewall Dragon being activated in response to the Chessie Cat.
Ooh, and we do not even decide to put that Chessie Cat back into the hand, but instead we just want to grab Artifact Lancea from... Oh, true, it's calling to multiple sides, so we can take back Artifact Lancea and Maxi from the graveyard and still make sure to bounce that Chessie Cat back into the hand. And now that means we are on that 4-4 score. KOH going into this third set, being down 4-2, and now being actually on that even score with a good looking position here as well in this game.
We did somehow find a way to access another low, however, and the barrier of the Voiceless Voice now going to come through as well. Intriguing to note that we did have some disruption come through from the Malice field, so there's still an opportunity if indeed MegaChat can find a way to make the Voiceless Voice work.
We are trying, but it's not looking good at all. I think KOH right now just holding off on special summons, because Maxi, of course, resolved for MegaChat. Resolved for both players, actually. We are currently in an all-Maxi environment with both players having it resolved for them, capitalizing on every special summon on both sides. But now the barrier of the Voiceless Voice. What are we even trying to get? That's the thing about Voiceless Voice. It's not like you can search a super good extender here to really keep on pushing. The Voiceless Voice in that Voiceless Voice deck in that regard is kind of one-dimensional. It has that play. It always tries to bring out Skull Guardian. Sometimes it will put out a Saravis next to it, but it's not like it can keep on pushing to like higher limits. It's just when it does that very consistently, it's good in that, but besides that, beyond that, not really anything it has to offer.
Barrier of the Voiceless Voice now coming through. It is resolving, but is there too much it can do after that given the formidable Malice field? I guess not, but let's see. Mega Chad options are available. Blessing of the Voiceless Voice going to be added to the hand here.
Well, yeah, that can at least then on the opponent's turn secure that we are going to keep on Ritual Summoning there, but then on the opposing turn, on our turn again for the KOH player, I think we will have ways to deal with that again. Relinquished Anima now. Well, yeah, I think KOH can afford to let that Marcher go, to be honest. There is plenty more monsters, way more scary than Marcher there on the field, and now this is the moment where we turn Anima into Typhon, which marks the last summon of the turn for Mega Chad, and sometimes also marks somewhat of a conceit play, honestly.
The desperation play of the Typhon summon there, but Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis will potentially leave the field as swiftly as it was summoned here. We have the Banish come through. We have the Blessing of the Voiceless Voice activated. However, it's not over yet, but it may very well be. Can Mega Chad find a way back into this, or indeed has the Malice from KOH been able to answer the anti-Malice deck successfully?
We do take back low from the banishment there with the Blessing, but now in the end phase still, Malice TB11 will be able to special summon out another Malice monster from the deck. Actually giving another draw to Mega Chad there, but look at all those attack points. We could basically just head into a battle phase here without any issue, and it would immediately be over with all of those 2k plus attack points. But first we do use Whitebinder, setting another trap card. Sure, why not with the MTPO7? But that is the moment where it is all over, and therefore it is confirmed now that KOH has done the comeback, coming back from 2 to 4 to now a successful run into the top 8 at the very least.
Yeah, KOH backs against the wall. We're able to turn that one around, and really phenomenal job there. The Malice mirror across 3 separate duels was interesting to see, and then the immediate response with the switch up from the various duelists was also really promising. Of course, the Fiendsmith deck really doing well. The Voiceless Voice deck as well, attempting something there. Unfortunately, unable to make a comeback in that third duel, but still doing great in the second.
Exactly.
And just in case you hadn't had enough Malice yet, here's some more from Dark as he takes on Matrix.
We have 2 absolute regulars in the Challenger Cup competition with Dark and Matrix. And Matrix is at least using the Brilliant Fusion icon frame. So maybe a sign that we are about to see Gem Knights. Who knows? At least he has stopped the Malice combo from Dark here. We are currently on a 3-3 score here in this encounter, so this is very important. This is third sad action, and we do have Pot of Desires. Pot of Desires. I feel like that is a card you don't really play in Gem Knights because there is a lot of one-off that you really want to have in your deck.
Like Garnet. Well, not anymore, but yeah, Gem Knight Garnet being the namesake of many. Now called by the Grave now coming through to run Disruption on top of that Maxi and stop any kind of response to the special summoning. Still not sure what is being played by Matrix here, as Dark was not able to set up too much disruption from that Malice field.
I feel like Pot of Desires screams pure Ryziel to me somehow, but maybe it is also something else. Matrix always usually going with the meta trends, with the quote-unquote best decks, but maybe has found a more creative solution to the format. But this does very much look like Ryziel, and with the Pot of Desires, pure Ryziel stays my guess. In the meantime, though, we see the Atlantean Prince actually coming down in Duel B, as we do have another Mermaid Atlantean deck there trying their very best.
Yep, let's look at Duel B. W26 taking on PG here. It is UK versus player 2. So many mystery players this tournament so far.
They are. They're just putting their faith into the team. There is now infinite permanence on that Atlantean Prince. will negate the surge effect of the Prince itself, but obviously, as we all know, and as we have probably learned every single one of us before, there already was the cost being paid, so the Atlantean Dragoons found its way into the graveyard, and that one will resolve successfully to still give us a search for Poseidra here into our hands. So that Infinite Permanence did something. Did it do enough, though? I am sorta questioning that, to be honest.
Yep, Poseidra, the Storming Atlantean coming through here, and of course the fact that we're seeing the Malice deck have to pass on such an unimpressive field on turn 3 for them, now into turn 4, does suggest that the disruption was enough from this player 2 here. The Mermail Atlantean now able to set up accordingly. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, but strong lineup for that team, right? We see Mess UK, very successful player in the Challenger Cup environment. Matrix, same goes for him, has been super successful too. But this game here for Mess UK not looking too amazing. But now that we have talked about 2 of the team members, let's actually check out Duel C as well. Let's go over there to see who the 3rd team member is, and that is just NG, or no, NF actually. So doesn't really give away his very own name, but he is the Malice player of the team.
Who is NF playing against? 3MR?
Yeah.
Okay. 3MR now with the Ryzel. Of course, the Call by the Grave going to come through on the Maxi, able to shut that down. The Malice versus Ryzel. We saw it time and time again at the World Championship. We've seen it time and time again. And oftentimes, it's actually been the Ryzel deck that's been able to edge out the Malice one here. But right now, still looking pretty okay in the turn of the Ryzel player. 3MR now facing down a Red Ransom. But altogether, not looking too bad, albeit there are still a few summons still waiting to come through for the Malice.
Yeah, and definitely also noteworthy that 3MR started their turn with a lot of cards in hand. So I would imagine there either was a Molchami Fuvolos or a Maxi resolving, or maybe even a Molchami Meowth on the opening turn of PGNF. And therefore we have plenty of plays possibly here. And additionally to that, as we still see the bubbles there on the cards of PGNF, I think another Charmy actually also resolved here on this turn. So even further cards possibly being drawn as we now made sure to get rid of that Ice Ryziel with the MTP07.
Yep, we'll be super curious to see if there's a further follow-up from the Ryziel deck right now. There looks to be one. X-Ryziel about to hit the field thanks to the Myriologic Aggregator being sent to the graveyard there. Aggregator's effect now going to be activated while it's in the graveyard. Can it run Disruption on the Red Ransom? Yes, indeed it can. Effects resolving left and right here for the Ryziel deck.
Yeah, I'm curious about which Charmy resolved for 3MR here this turn, because if it is Molchami Perulia, for example, that Marcher in hand is way less attractive, so that could be good. If it's just Molchami Fuvolos, I don't even necessarily think we're going to summon too much more from the extra deck that turn here anyhow, so it would really need to be the Molchami Perulia for 3MR. And I think it only makes sense to activate Perulia there, because with Fuvolos, you would just keep in hand, possibly have the chance to normal summon it as a level 4 monster. I think that makes much more sense. But now we do go for Ice Ryziel as the search target of Sword Ryziel, and 3MR tries to keep on pushing, tries to push through this.
Yes, indeed, and we are 3-3 right now in this series. Just to contextualize this, the first team to 2 wins out of the duels that you see on your screen right now will win this set and progress into that top 8. The timer is ticking down on the round. The stakes are high. The tournament will end for whoever loses 2 of these duels, but it's either team's game to win here. You have such a good setup now coming through. The Molchamis again coming through and paying dividends.
Confirmation now. That was Molchami Perulia. That's what I was wondering about. That made the that was actually the only valuable Molchami that was there. So we do get a draw for that Marcher coming from the hand. In the meantime, I will inform you that this is actually the last remaining match from all of the top 16 matches, as we already have 7 out of 8 teams advancing into our top 8. And these 2 teams here playing for that last spot for the people at home, maybe rooting for some favorites, I can inform you that Team Bozo, with of course Bronas as their team captain, they already have advanced. They are in top 8, so they are still in that competition. And then also, of course, we saw KOH advancing in very, 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 very close fashion in our main featured match. And then there also still is FSN, for example, or Team John. But now, of course, all the focus on this featured match now.
Yep, PG versus W26. Only one of these teams can advance, and both of them bringing their A games here. Ryziel versus Malice. And right now, it's the Ryziel's turn and time to decide how they want to play this one out and how they want to deal with the established field. A lot of these Malice effects already been used on the turn, however, so it does look to be pretty smooth sailing from this point onwards. There's no detonator quite yet, though, for 3MR.
I mean, I'm sure we can get to detonator. I'm only curious on whether we can get to 5,600 points of damage through this field, because if you bring it back to the turn of PGNF, I think the Malice deck will always be so strong, will always have such a good follow-up that they will usually be able to just bring themselves back into the game. But if you find a way to capitalize on the current game state where the Malice deck has already kind of used all of their effects, as you just correctly said, then you may have a chance to just close it out right here, right now.
Droll pitched for Node to bring back Ice and give more material for the eventual XE summon here. A lot of options available for 3MR. Decides to keep the X'd Ryziel on the field just in case there's a need to use it for that additional point of damage and clear out this field. Now, Detonator coming through, it's going to be impactful, but is it indeed impactful enough, as you mentioned, to close out this game here?
So Detonator looking pretty in the extra monster zone. I think there should still be an Ice Ryziel in the hand for 3MR, which we have normal summoned, but we can still technically special summon to make it a nice little free rank 4 monsters on the field. But let's see whether 3MR actually wants to do that just now already. Okay, we also have Star Ryziel, of course, the card that earlier on I forgot the name of, but coming in quite handy here by detaching a material from the Ryziel Duo Drive to special summon itself onto the field. So this is our way instead to bring another level 4 monster onto the field. But which rank 4 is the rank 4 of choice here? I think we can actually just attack over all of these and then maybe make the Star Leech, because that's usually what you try to set up on your first turn anyways. Yep. So you just kind of delay that into the second turn and hope that it is enough of a setup. But I don't really see a way to just go ahead and go for game here. That's just not looking too good.
Speaking of setups, we have in Duel B right now an attempt at closing this one out with the Malice. So let's look at that right now. We have the Q Hard Scripter hitting the field, the Malice in Underground, the Malice in the Mirror. So many Malice cards coming out in favor of this Malice duelist. It is their time to shine, trying to close it out against the Mermail Atlantean, as Duel A is also ending in favor of PG right now.
Not quite. Let's go over to Duel A, because we do have the Ray Lancer attacking there, but it is answered with the Metaltronas. Kind of a last resort here. It now just depends. What kind of target do we even have available here? We will be able to special summon out here something from the deck or extra deck. It is the Ryziel Detonator, but we cannot really banish here, as otherwise we would be left with that direct attack, with that final blow still happening. But at least we could prevent the final blow with this. So Dark still at least in this game here, delaying the outcome of it. And left with 100 life points only. If he's on Malice, that's bad news, because a Malice deck of 100 life points, we know that's no beauty. Ooh, revealing number C102 Archfiend Seraphy to grab Artifact Lancia, which pretty much tells us as well that this should be the Malice deck. So Malice now with 100 life points against even an Artifact Lancia on top of it. I don't see any way how Dark can come out of this, really. But we shall see. Oh, okay, March here now. As we're not under Artifact Lancia just yet, it could happen here on this turn, but it will not happen because Ryziel Cross has not used its effect to negate this turn yet. So we just casually, immediately take care of it here. As in Duel C, we have a direct attack going through here there again. Oh, but it gets countered once more.
Yep. So very much back against the wall for both of these teams at times, and yet here we go. Still responses to come, still something that can be done here in favor of this Malice deck. Or will it be the Ryziel that's able to close this one out here? Dormouse being summoned in defense mode.
We are blocking the direct attack of Detonator. Funnily enough, like we haven't seen this at all in top 32, but now here in 2 games in that third set here between these 2 teams, we back-to-back have like last resort special summons just to deny the final push from the opponent. Pot of Desires and main phase 2 now from Free AMR. This is looking absolutely great for Free AMR, but I mean, does it really? We have 3 materials on the Detonator and then the Ryziel Cross. It doesn't look bad, but if PGNF has access to the also powerful Malice engine here, it still might be over. Duel B, though, speaking of things being over, looks like another final blow, and this one is for good as PG takes the lead here, 4-3. Mess UK in the end able to close it out, and therefore PG up in the leading position here with the advantage and with match point.
Yes, indeed, and we'll be very curious to see if NF can pull this one back and secure it for them, or if we will be pushed to that 9th and deciding final game. Let's see how this plays out as we have the Malice P White Rabbit being activated in that banishment now.
And it will come back for sure. The Detonator immediately responded to the effect of the Dormouse, of course, making sure that there's one last Link monster or Link body to work with, but now we immediately transform that White Rabbit, and it didn't even use its effect. I think we are playing around Detonator here a little bit, trying to make sure that it just doesn't immediately destroy our monster again. Now we use backup at Ignister as we have a Link 1 and a Link Arrow to work with, and therefore backup at Ignister will be summoned here, but that again is probably just going to lead to Detonator activating again as we see it there.
Yes, indeed, and that will be the case here as we do have NF pushed against the wall there, but Duel A still unfolding. It could still be anyone's game. Let's look at Duel A right now.
Duel A, we saw the Malice deck trying their very best, but with 100 life points, there is barely anything that they can do. They are very much trying here. They have made it to a Splash Mage and the Link Decoder, but that is all over now. That was the decisive win for Team PG. Team PG wraps it up, I'm pretty sure, and makes sure that they are actually the winners here, and then they are advancing to top 8. And with that team lineup, not gonna lie, Matrix and Mess UK, they are also amongst the favorites for sure to win this tournament.
NF as well being a good player in that.
I mean, they showed off. They showed off. They did their job, but
highly competitive though. Like really well played by both of these teams.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do agree. They made a good show out of this. They were the last match remaining by quite a mile, actually. All the others were finished like 10 minutes ago, and they kept on playing. They kept on trying. They kept on forcing that last game onto us, and they used the entirety of an hour. That is the round time, actually, in total. They played it until the very last moment. But for now, we are going to head onto a very quick break, and we will see each other again, of course, afterwards for top 8. So don't go anywhere. Top 8 next. And there we're back already. It is going quick here. We just had a nail biter, you could say, in top 16 to determine our last team to move on into the top 8. And speaking of that top 8, let's not waste any time. Here comes our next featured match. And we have two teams which we have not featured that much just yet. We have FSN versus Team John. But still, malice on malice on malice here, I feel like.
Been a while since we've seen Boss, of course, a mainstay of the Challenger Cup scene, was able to make it all the way to Challenger Cup finals earlier in this year. Bit of a quiet performance from him since then, however. Still a very accomplished player, very, very good, of course. That's why he's currently in the top 8 with Team FSN. But as the malice action unfolds in Duel A, let's take a look at Duel B.
Duel B. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We have something that absolutely is not malice, but we do have a Primite strategy, which could, of course, be Primite. Yes, it is Primite. Blue Eyes, let's go. We have a Blue Eyes warrior left in competition, rocking the World Championship 2024 sleeves, I believe, there, and showing the world that Blue Eyes still is out there competing. Oh, we do not have the most perfect line here, though, as we do now already use the effect of our Primite Lordly Load.
Yep, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring going to answer that. However, as Real Bet Mecha from Team John is able to use that. Now, how fast can you make a comeback there as you have your Primite on the field? Still not too much else, though. The Drill Beam will need a normal monster eventually to come through as well, so let's see.
I mean, I feel like we can set up a normal monster eventually. I don't think that's going to be the biggest issue. Still, I mean, overall, using Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the second effect of Lordy Load is something that is not very common to see.
Granted, we have also burnt through 3 cards in hand of the opponent.
And now there already is our normal monster. We used the on-field effect of Ether Barrel, sending the one and only Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard. Now also setting Majesty of the White Forest to the Spell and Trap Zone. The only thing for Real Bad Mecha here that would be insane could be a possible call by the grave on that Blue Eyes White Dragon in the graveyard. If we do have that, we are cutting off both a possible Drill Beam, but also the Majesty of the White Dragons that was just set there. But what even is the deck that Real Bad Mecha brought to this tournament? Brought to support his teammates of Team John. Are we another Malice Enjoyer, or are we on something completely different? That does look and feel like we are seeing more Malice. It could, of course, be another Cybers-related deck, but the educated guess here surely has to be that this is another Malice deck, of course.
Yes, indeed. Now, we have a disruption available in the form of that Majesty of the White Dragons. And we also have another one set face down, or rather, that was the only one, but it was set face down. Now it comes out, and it should very well just run interference here. Effect Veiler, switching off the effect, and now you have the destruction to deny the single link material that this would otherwise offer.
That's huge, because Backup at Ignister, we talked about this card plenty now today, is a card that can special summon itself when you have a Link monster on the field. So usually when you have another way into a Link monster, when you have a Malice monster or something in your hand, you will keep the Backup Ignister to then extend, but when you have to start off with it, and that's also the case here, it is very much an indicator and a signal that there is no other Malice monsters in the hand. So we have a pass and a beautiful looking situation here for the Blue Eyes deck of how fast.
Yep, and you said it wouldn't be too difficult to get a normal monster out. Of course it won't be, as Blue Eyes White Dragon returns from the graveyard to the field, bringing with it Maiden of White as well. There should just be synchro summoning, link summoning, all types of good extra deck delving for how fast on this turn with the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck. Now, another effect going to be resolved from the Ether Barrel, adding it back to the hand there.
Yeah, that Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field is making that possible, and that Primite engine, when you have it rolling, it's just, there is barely anything that grinds as well as the Primite engine, so I feel like at that moment we're already kind of completely in the lead, but not even only in the lead, but already done. We are in Duel A there, and I believe that was Boss. You said it was a little quiet with him for the latest time, but he has made sure to not be quiet here in this first set as he brings Team FSN into a 1-0 lead here, and his teammate How Fast wants to make this a 2-0 lead very fast, I can only imagine.
Yep, Spirit with Eyes of Blue going to add the Mausoleum of White and everything now online. Are there disruptions in the hand? Are there enough that can deal with this? Bingo machine, go!
Let's go to the casino.
Go, go, go.
Bingo machine, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's not much of
no.
a casino when you reveal 3 cards that are the same, though. So no real choice here, no real surprise. It will always be Wishes for Eyes of Blue that's finding its way into the hand of How Fast.
Yep, telegraphs the next step of the combo for How Fast as well, and I believe this should be enough to close this duel out in this turn, short of some kind of disruption coming through.
It does absolutely look like it is all but the direction that How Fast wants it to go into. But at least we see on Duel C that it still stays decently looking there for the opposing side for Team John. But first of all, we have How Fast here resolving that Wishes for Eyes of Blue that everyone would know that it is finding its way into the hand. And we're grabbing Sage of Eyes of Blue and we're grabbing Roar as well, trying to line up 8,000 points of damage here in this very turn already.
Yep, the Spirit Dragon will soon to follow this, and let's see how that one plays out. Now, Wishes for Eyes of Blue going to be activated, going to banish itself.
And there still is always a little moment, so I feel like there is possibly still a response from Real Bad Mecha. It could also just be How Fast always being asked whether he wants to chain his own True Light effect to whatever he does. So it doesn't necessarily need to be an interruption from Real Bad Mecha, but it could also just be that. So 4,200 attack points on the Tyrant Dragon. Norman summons Sage of Eyes of Blue. We're working on it. We're getting closer to 8,000, but we're not there quite yet. We have another effect Veiler acquired. So even if it does go back to Real Bad Mecha one more time, it is hard to believe that he can get out of this situation, as we now have Spirit of Eyes of Blue. So this 4,200 attack points turns into 7,200 attack points with the quickness now. Oh, it's even 7,500 now. That's almost enough. We don't need much more. Maiden of White coming back. And that is the game 2-0 for Team FSN. But Skilla, the last remaining player of the team, staring down another Malice field. But starting off by negating Hearts. Well, that's an interesting decision, actually. Oh,
Super Polymerization going to fuse together 2 of those Cybers monsters.
Hold on, it could be free. It could be free because there is free Dark Monsters, so this could be the Predator Plant if we play that. Free Dark Monsters for Predator Plant, 3-4 revert him. It might be. Okay, it is 2 though. Fair enough.
Garura, the Wings of Resonant Life, or the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Take your choice. It will be the Garura to guarantee a little bit of an extra extension potentially as well once it gets sent to the graveyard. Let's see how this goes for Skilla.
As it all was Cyber's monsters, of course, on Beto's side, it would always be the Garura, as of course they're all the same type. But now I was curious about why we negated the Heart Scripter, because all the Malice interruptions, all the Malice monsters, they can just eventually somehow be replaced, and therefore we can maybe just banish the Heart Scripter for something like the MTPO7 and then bring it back, and then it still has the negate. So I am not really sure why we necessarily use the Imperm on that. On the other hand, we always just planned on using the Super Polymerizations just after, so we kind of just had to get rid of it. It shows you once more that with even when you have such strong breaking cards like Infinite Impermanence plus Super Polymerization, a Malice field is so incredibly hard to deal with. Now Chassis Cat coming in here. You could answer it immediately with the effect of the Heart Scripter, but I don't even think you want to do that. Okay, yep. Chassis Cat, last remaining card in hand, is also another Malice card, but it will not be able to resolve here, as we also have Artifact Lancea. What an opener from Beto here in the Malice Mirror. He was never losing that, and that means At least one game secured for Team John, and score overall now being 2-1 in their favor.
Yes, indeed. And I think 2-1
in FSN favor. Yeah, sorry. In FSN's favor. Yeah, absolutely.
FSN, of course, being a mainstay of the Challenger Cup scene, while on the other hand, Team John, maybe less expected, still doing pretty well. Very competitive game so far. I'm absolutely impressed by how fast and the Blue Eye strategy making such an impact at this point, though.
For sure. I mean, FSN actually was the team that made Boss qualify for the Malaga finals, right? He was on Team FSN when doing that, and that was quite interesting because he's now, I think he's kind of the team captain there also of those guys. So he said now for this Challenger Cup again, okay, guys, new pack, we need to gather, we need to play again, and we need to show the world again how good the Team FSN really is. And that they have done that to a decent degree, I would say, on the first set.
Yeah, and I think this is valid practice against the best players within the region for the eventual Duelist Cup that we mentioned earlier. And with that lack of restriction, lack of shared card rule that we were using in the previous tournaments and at WCS, it does kind of telegraph that we will see decks at the highest power level. And those should be the decks you expect to see at the World Championship, the Duelist Cup,
which will come soon, of course, but coming soon now also is our second set. Let's get right back into the action as we do now have Boss again going first. But is he again bringing that Melis deck? I feel like we have changed our sleeves here. Is that different card protectors? Yes. I think so as well.
Real Bet Mecha, unable to play into the Blue Eye strategy previously. Is it going to be another turn 1 lockout from a member of FSN here?
I mean, Boss really thinking this one through. That could either mean he has plenty of options or he has no options at all. For him, of course, we hope that that would be the first, that he has so many options but he doesn't even know what to start with. But of course, it could always just be the case that he's trying to figure out together with his teammates what the best first move here is. And when you're... Oh my! We were not figuring out anything. I think we were trying to figure out how to surrender the best here as we have Boss conceding there. He did not even disconnect. We saw him conceding actually. Yep. So I don't know. That hand must have been absolutely horrible on his end there. That was not...
We will hear, I guess, a brief update on what the situation of the games are, but I think that is indeed the case, that there was nothing playable there for Boss and just decided to finish that game. Now, speaking of the other games, they will be underway very, very shortly. This series still very much anyone's to take.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2-1 lead for Team FSN before that second set. And there also is the possibility maybe they just sat down against the wrong opponent or something. So we are going to figure out what the situation here is entirely. But possibly that could be the equalizer, meaning a 2-2 even score. But again, we are just trying to find out the details about that. But I think we are now in the process of, again, sitting down correctly. It was not the correct opponent, so we now just got the entire information that we needed. So, Boss, maybe he liked his hand and he was just like, I don't want to give up here. Is this really not my right opponent? It was not his right opponent, but everyone has found their right opponent now. And that, of course, means that we can finally now and go into actually what is this second set here. So let's see what this second set has to offer between Team FSN and Team John. It has Team John starting and AS. Oh, look at that. We see the first new deck. We see Heraldic Ryziel from ASDF. That's so cool to see.
Yes, indeed. ASDF now with that Heraldic Beast Ryziel for the first time ever. We're seeing it here. It's got new support.
Oh, and what kind of support it is.
The newest pack, and yes, indeed, it's super cool to see. Now, is this going to be the Blue Eyes in response from How Fast? I do wonder.
I mean, let's focus on this first, though, as we have the Patriarch being sent with the Extra Ryzie, which is the rank 4 that also was just released here for the Heraldic strategy. And that allows you to not only send one, but to send you 2 Heraldic cards from the deck to the graveyard, and one of them was the good old Leo, which searched for the Stat Whale, but the Stat Whale will be answered here with the Infinite Impermanence, and that is huge because that would have added us 2 Heraldry spell traps from the deck to the hand, and usually that is the same one, and that is still such an absurd card to me. Advanced Heraldry Art targets 2 Heraldics in your graveyard, special summons both of them, and then immediately also after Exceed summons into an Exceed monster right away with just all of that one effect. Just basically performing an Exceed summon on its own, but none of that happens here for the moment. But, I mean, we stopped that with Infinite Impermanence, and still we have all of those level 4 monsters. So it's not like it's looking bad for ASDF, as he can just still continue to go with the Ryzia game plan, of course.
Yep, Star Ryzil in hand to extend further once the duo drive presumably is made by ASDF here, and suddenly all of these options still available. We saw the disruption in the form of the Infinite Impermanence. Wonder if there'll be anything else coming through here.
Ryzia Cross next from ASDF. Interesting decision to bring this Heraldic Ryzia deck here, but it's cool to see that the players are immediately adapting to the new tools available due to that newest pack releasing just recently. And we do go into Ryzia Duo Drive now. And as I explained, even when that plan of going with the Heraldic cards fails, you are just free to keep on going. And you get to set Ryzia plugin here as well.
Let's take a look at Duel A, however.
Yes.
We do have that Ryziel Heraldic matchup into the Malice.
Gotta be kidding me. Team John is in top 8. Not only playing one, but playing multiple Heraldic Ryziel decks. I love it. We again have X Ryziel sending the Patriarch to the graveyard, chain blocking the Patriarch here, and now we can see it in great detail again. Sending 2 Heraldic cards from the deck to the graveyard. There will always be 1 Leo, but I think we just saw 2 Leos actually being sent to the graveyard there. And we see one of them activating here to grab... Oh no, it was 1 Stat Whale and 1 Leo, and the Stat Whale finds its way into the hand now.
7 cards in hand right now is pretty intimidating. Maxi gonna go a long way towards letting Boss have more in his hand too, but there is called by the grave to say no to that. And suddenly this Heraldic Beast Ryziel looking so good here for Team John.
Yeah, I feel like Boss just wants to go back into that first game that he was about to play there, where he was not against the right opponent though. He was going first where things were looking nice, but now he was able to go first again. But his field just really doesn't look any good. And now Beto just summons out Sword Ryziel, keeps on further baiting out possible interruptions from Boss here before even continuing to go with his Heraldic cards.
Let's take a look at Duel C in the meanwhile, however, as things are continuing to unfold there.
It is a big Malice combo again. I mean, we have seen plenty of Malice combos here so far, so I think it's all right to stay with this game here for the moment, because at least we get to possibly see something new, which are the Heraldic cards here, of course. So let's stay with Duel A right now. And let's figure out... Oh, okay, a Marcher activated there. So Marcher banishes the White Rabbit. So we're trying to resolve White Rabbit to give us another trap card access. So Boss just desperately trying to cut Beto off of a rank 4 here, because I believe we get MTP here, and then MTP just gets rid of one of the level 4 monsters.
I see the Flame Banshee in Duel B. Let's look at Duel B as well, because that Heraldic Ryziel just continuing to unfold. There is the Arch Nemesis Eschatos. I believe that is off of the Nemesis flag?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, that was very popular in TCG too. All the Heraldic
Corridor
Ryziel
flag,
decks.
Arch Nemesis Protoss, of course.
Usually Protoss, but also very often the Arch Nemesis Eschatos. And for the people not knowing what Eschatos does, it is very similar actually to Protoss, but it doesn't focus on the attribute that you're trying to lock your opponent out of, but instead it goes after the type. And as we saw there, we saw ASDF calling Dragon. So ASDF thinks that how fast is still on the Blue Eye strategy. I mean, it's still the same game field, it's still the same sleeves, so it is a very good call to believe that this is still the Blue Eye stack, and now no dragons allowed to be summoned for the remainder of the turn, and it is Blue Eye, so that is going to be a super, super tough task here. I don't even know whether it is possible at all.
Yep, this is allowed to resolve, because what can it accomplish under those restrictions?
Not very much. Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons and also Sage with Eyes of Blue Yeah, Raw is just a blank in the hand right now because he cannot summon out the most powerful Blue Eyes Ring. Oh, but actually, what are we seeing in Duel A? Let's go over to Duel A because I think I just spotted a Marvmech card. We were doing Marv all day here, Ibris, and all of a sudden we have Prime Marvmech Laplacian there, resolving its effect when it had free materials there for Beidou, making sure to get rid of one monster, one spell and trap, and then also a card in the opponent's hand. And now here comes the card I was talking about earlier, the Advanced Heraldry Art, bringing back 2 Heraldics from the graveyard, and immediately, without any further ado, also performing an Exceed Summon with them.
There we go. We should very well see another member of the Rank 4 toolbox making an appearance here. Which one will it be? We have so many options available, and there is one of the most common.
Wow. Just a Duo Drive for free, just over 1 spell card. How crazy is that? And we also have the game being over in Duel B. I'm very sure that was mainly due to the work of Eschatos there resolving, locking his opponent out of dragons. And that means, of course, that Team John has evened up the score entirely, making it 2-2 here overall.
Yes, indeed. Now the Ryziel plugin being added to the hand. So many Malice cards, all of them in defense position right now. It doesn't look too good here for Boss. Ryziel continuing to do Ryziel things. You have access to 7 cards in hand, 6 now, because Node is being summoned.
Node Ryzie is there. And I mean, we saw Eschatos, but of course there also, when there is Eschatos, there is more than likely also the Arch Nemesis Protoss in their deck. And the thing here is, of course, on the first turn, Protoss and Eschatos are scary because they lock your opponent out of things. But here, going second, just into this field with all Dark monsters, bringing a Protoss, calling Dark, destroys all of the opponent's monsters, and also then for the next turn locks them out of Dark monsters. So if we find a way, if we have a way to that here, that would be absolutely game-ending.
We are also assuming that they're playing the exact same lists with the Nemesis card featured.
Possibly.
I do like the reactive call on the Protoss, though, because obviously you're not predicting or taking the... Wait, that isn't once per turn.
Of course it's not. I told you earlier, you could, with the stat whale, search 2 Advanced Heraldry Arts and then just go with both of them. The Heraldic cards are, in that regard, quite custom. The card is super old. Like, it was released, like, very, like, probably 10+ years ago in the TCG. And now with the new support cards, it's going absolutely rampage. And we now have the Infernal Flame Banshee, which... in that case, you could search a Ryzie card here, but I am inclined to believe that this will instead be the Nemesis flag, and there it is indeed.
And that flag should eventually lead to Protoss, as you said. Really, really powerful here. I think it's very, very difficult for Boss to make a comeback, and, you know, we still have the battle phase to think of too.
Yeah, and when we use the Protoss for Dark, it will destroy the Druid's Worm, so Druid's Worm can then possibly send something to the graveyard. But there is the Protoss, by the way. What if we get Ryzie across before that to also negate the Druid's Worm? I feel like we have very good possibilities here to just go for the game right here in this very turn. But let's not go too quickly. That is, first of all, the Ryzie, the Star Ryziel. And that is setting 1 spell or trap card from the deck of the Ryziel archetype. And that must mean Ryzie across. The also powerful field spell is down on the field. Oh, okay. Last resort. Maybe some kind of a desperation player from Boss activating his GWC06. What can we do with that, really? It doesn't feel like it is creating too much of help here. Because we are just bringing back the Red Ransom. Red Ransom then can search for a spell card. But what kind of spell card are we trying to get here? Spell cards
some life points back.
Yes, but have you seen how much attack points there already is on the field
also,
with the Protoss?
You will be locked out of Dark for the next turn too. And yeah, really miserable time for Boss.
You will be indeed. Now here comes the Marcher back to the hand at least. I think we used Marcher already this turn in the hand though, so that's also not necessarily going to be another threat. Malice in the Mirror on the hand now, and Jean-Free Beidou with the 2-2 score overall, now able to activate Ryzie across. Is there something in response to it? Nope, it is not. So from here on out, no more monster effects can save Boss. So it's now only about whether Beidou can put up not only 8,000, but 9,100 points of damage here to close it out in this very turn. Heraldic Ryziel. Honestly, I rather expected Gem Knight or the Regenesis cards to be seen today, but seeing the Heraldic Ryziel also makes me quite happy. Yep. And there we have Protoss. Dark, of course, was announced. Plenty of attack points on the field. You do just go ahead and negate that Druid's Womb, I would imagine, with the Ryziel Cross. There we go. And that will lead to the battle phase. Okay, that's less attack, but that still easily is over 9,000.
Duel C actually finished in the meanwhile as well. So this should be a pretty convincing end there. Who was able to take Duel C?
Duel C was taken by John, I'm pretty sure, because I think it says that FSN Skilla surrendered. So that actually, after FSN being up 2-1, I think that is 2-4 now, I believe
so. John actually pushing this to a 4-2 lead for themselves. And if they secure one final win in that last set of games, could very well just put an end to this series.
And also, them getting that Heraldic Ryziel deck out of the cover, right?
Yeah.
Like, in game one, a lot of Malice. Nobody would have Droll and Lockbird still in their deck against a Malice deck, right? And therefore, that in the second set, coming in with a deck where you don't have to fear Droll and Lockbird at all anymore, and bringing that Heraldic Ryziel deck, and showing, even going second, how good it is there. And that was quite the move by them.
I think we also saw just how weak the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck can be when going second as well. And yeah, ultimately, as it turns out, very, very well played by John.
I mean, you say how weak it is, but how good of a deck is any kind of deck when you're not allowed to summon the monsters you want to summon, right? When there's Eschatos resolving, it is just so tough. Like, Protoss and Eschatos, they are already super crazy cards just in general, but when you know what your opponent is playing, it's dark times, because then they can just confidently call what you want to summon the very most, and then you're just left with having no choice, really.
Yeah, the duality of man, or I guess the duality of dragon, we saw Blue Eyes dominate in that first set of games, and then we saw it just fall flat there because, as you mentioned, the Nemesis cards really running rampant there and really kind of putting a stop to it. Now, ultimately, I still think this could be anyone's series. Of course,
it is.
The onus is on FSN to make a comeback there, but
we've seen that earlier today. It happened already for another match where they came back from a 2-4 deficit, so it may just happen here again. We have seen it time and time previously, but are we going to see it again? Set number 3, and that's always the deciding set in those 3v3 tournaments, is starting here and now, and FSN will surely need some one coin tosses here, and Boss has done that for his team at least.
And Boss versus Real Bet Mecha, we got a preview of this in the previous set of games, and now this was what it all came down to, and that is what the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring loves to do. It stopped the Max C, and it stops the disruption from Real Bet Mecha. Now, Boss can do whatever he wants, can extend as far as he wants, and can build up this field accordingly. But what deck is it going to be? It's going to be the Malice. Now,
there is a response, though. It is Artifact Lancea. You're already down 2-4, and then your opponent drops Artifact Lancea in response to your Gold Sarcophagus. Right now, Boss is not loving life, and he has to pass over without anything else to do. That is massive. Real Bad Mecha with match point in his hands here. No field to be feared. And does he have any Ryziel cards? Because I imagine that they are just sticking with the Ryziel deck here.
Looks to be the case,
yes. X-Ryziel, and yes, it also still is the Heraldic Ryziel deck, as we have the Heraldry Patriarch there being sent to the graveyard. And like, when you have this going off, it's basically impossible to stop it.
Yeah, I can imagine. And of course, 3 cards in hand for Boss now. Yes, you had the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but you used it to deny the Max C. But as it turns out, ultimately, that was inconsequential to Real Bet Mecha, as, you know, Mecha in the name, Mecha in the deck. You have the Ryziel coming through.
And there we saw now the search for the Heraldic Beast stat whale. There also is Max C now, though, on the other side, but Real Bad Mecha even has an answer to that. You gotta be kidding me. No Maxis resolving here, but this call by the Grave is definitely more important than the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring was last turn for Boss, because Viz now is securing Real Bad Mecha that they can just do whatever they want.
And it should secure Team John their top 4 placement here as they look to close this one out. Needed a single win, and Real Bet Mecha shows exactly that they can be the one to do it. Heraldic Beast Stud Whale going to add some of those really cool, really impactful heraldic cards. Advanced Heraldry Art, 2 of them, as you mentioned before. It's not once per turn. It is, however, an Xyz summon on demand.
Oh, that is 3 level 4 monsters. Is that Evil Storm Ouroboros? Maybe it is. No cards on the field to go after, so Real Bad Mecha says, why don't we just go after cards in hand instead?
Oh, another gold
Sending another gold sarcophagus there to the graveyard. And yeah, look at it again here. Advanced Heraldry Art, targeting 2 Heraldics in the graveyard, and with them immediately performing an Exceed Summon. Any guesses here? This should be Ryziel Dual Drive, I imagine? Probably
I imagine, yeah.
Oh, okay. Dominus Impulse. Funny thing here, though. We know there is just another one coming down as the next move, as they search for not only 1, but 2 of those cards. So Boss just wants to get that out of the way here. Uses the Dominus Impulse as really the last resort, but we see Real Bad Mecha continuing to dominate. Brings out Star Ryziel now. He does not stop. He wants to make sure that Heraldic Ryziel and his teammates are in top 4.
Yep, no cards in hand, no cards on field. Boss wide open here as Heraldic Beast Ryziel is the deck of choice for Real Bet Mecha and the deck of choice for most of Team John here. It will be what secures them their place in the top 4, and it will be a deck that is currently undefeated in the top 8 and in this tournament so far, in terms of our feature matches, in the very least.
And I mean, on Duel C, we also see even some Ouroboros there getting imperms, so I think that's another display of the Heraldic Ryziel deck winning there, so it really may be the new way to play Ryziel overall.
We're currently 50 life points short, I believe, of closing that one out, so I guess we do have some more extension to go.
I mean, no problem though, no problemo. We go for Ryziel Dual Drive, getting us a Sword Ryziel and Ice Ryziel. And there is just the required special summon of Ice Ryziel to bring us over the required 8,000 points of damage. We're zooming in here, and Real Bad Mecha and his teammates of Team John are also zooming in, having the target inside even more so now. Top 4 it is for them now, and the title is still in their reach.
Yes, indeed. Real Bet Mecha able to cleanly close that out in a Game 7. Did not need to go the distance here and was able to just finish that early.
That was
really
strong.
well played.
That was insane. Heraldic Ryziel. I mean, now with their opponents maybe also watching the stream, though, maybe that becomes a little more difficult now, because when people know about this, I said Roland Lockbird is such a crazy card against this deck. So when people are now playing that card, bringing that card into the deck, maybe they go away from it again. I don't know, really.
So I also like the presence of mind to go for the initial Maxi to bait out the potential of the Noble... the Crossout Designator, not Nobleman of Crossout. Close.
Yeah.
Or the Called by the Grave, so that the Lancia can resolve successfully.
Totally.
Granted, there the answer was the Ash Blossom, so ultimately inconsequential, but still really, really well played there by Team John to guarantee that there was the resolution.
Still getting the Ash Blossom out is also great. Like having that card not to fear anymore when you are then on your turn, having one less interruption to fear. Certainly not something to laugh at either. Even though one Ash Blossom would have not stopped the Heraldic Ryziel combo there. So it was definitely more about baiting out there on the first turn. But baiting out more games here. We are in top 8 as we are seeing and witnessing UK reducing the life points of Kyo here. So looking like Team PG is having some good time here. We had PG on the feature earlier.
Yes,
I think it's Matrix and UK and more. And we have another game there. Oh, there is Matrix, the teammate. Ooh, and we have Ask. And Ask is someone I personally know very much as being a big dinosaur enjoyer. Is he possibly playing dinosaurs again? He's using the dinosaur field. That's at the very least.
I like it. Yeah, I can respect it, but ultimately going to be using the Malice this time around that Royal Finish. Hearts Cryptor hitting the field and should be hitting the life points directly eventually. Actually looks like DNA are in a pretty good position, but actually I think that that is just a holdover from our previous feature match. 4 and 3 on the score right now. We need to see PG pull this one back. It's, of course, DNA versus PG.
Yes, we are trying to figure out whether PG would be able to get back into this. They need to try their very best. And White Rabbit. Wizard at Ignister. This is just... Escanor, he could be on Dinos, but I think he gave up on his Dino dream a while ago. DNA trying to keep the DNA alive here. They are on match point, but this game certainly not looking good for them. Not looking good at all. So we have Malice combo once more.
Yes,
Beans with Desiree, not really fitting the Malice deck here as a mate, but your mate doesn't have to match your deck. you can just you can choose whatever.
As
you
someone
like.
that has the Rescue Rabbit with everything, yeah.
You do have your Rescue Rabbit as your mate, right?
For now, yes. Usually Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. But
Okay.
Yeah.
But why is the change?
I thought Rescue Rabbit was cool.
Okay.
Also,
yeah,
it makes people underestimate you because they see it and they think, wow, rabbit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try that technology
Also,
out as well.
Promotion of the wonderful plush that we see in front of us.
Fair.
The players are competing for, of course.
I like to just use a football as my mate. Keeping it simple. Or a car. Those easy mates.
The car on the limiter removal base is like the one. That is the pairing. And actually, another pairing is, of course, these two monsters going together to make a Link summon. And we shall see what exactly that becomes. Firewall Dragon now hitting the field.
Ooh, another set card. And now, DNA ask, is this maybe still the dinosaur deck? I cannot really believe it, but he played that deck for far longer than he should have, so maybe it is still the deck that he likes to play.
Not the scariest of fields to play into, actually.
Yeah, I mean, 2 hand directions were used from Ask, so they definitely did a little bit of something here to lower the potential, but we see that Ask is now also a Ryziel player, and we start off with, again, not the most optimal start because we have to normal summon Sword Ryziel here.
I mean, Sabersaurus is level 4.
I guess he is, yeah.
Cabazels.
Oh, okay.
So many of these dinosaurs are level 4.
Rescue Rabbit Sword Ryziel is what you're saying?
Potentially,
Maybe.
but we have the Sword Ryziel starting things off here. I guess we shall see just where this goes. Actually, it goes straight into an Appaloosa above the Goddess Negation.
Yeah, but I like the way you're thinking. Just going Rescue Rabbit, summon out Cabazals, and then making Ryziel Dual Drive out of it. I feel like I've never seen a better Dual Drive to be summoned. But we do see the battle phase here now, going into it with the Sword Ryziel trying to go after the Appaloosa. But now, this is important for not the reason you would immediately think, because no, we're not banishing anything important here from the graveyard, I feel like, with the White Binder. We're only like getting a couple more monsters, but the important factor here is the field spell. With the field spell, Madison Underground on the field, we're not allowed to attack the Appaloosa anymore because we have to attack into Malice Link monsters here, and therefore we cannot go after Appaloosa anymore, and that just ruins the plan. And as we are in the battle phase already, we have just given up on our battle phase with that.
Seems to be the case, and as you said, high priority getting rid of the Appaloosa. Now, however, without that, we're going to have to see if S can find a way forward without having access to at least one more monster effect, you have to imagine.
And we do have the White Rabbit returning, and White Rabbit, of course, gives us then also access to another trap card. Cryptor also returning, so yes, I said the field spell there is the important thing, but getting the MTP and the Hearts Cryptor as interruptions on top of it, surely not too bad either. So Matrix really doing his very best. Oh, but I see. Let's go over to Duel C, because I think I just saw an evenly matched into a full Malice field there. Hold on.
Yep,
PG is trying now to really make sure this match is not over yet, because that evenly matched Go Watch here is going to banish 5 cards in total with only the Appaloosa above the Goddess remaining.
Yep, still have 2 disruptions remaining on the Appaloosa above the Goddess, but 4 cards in hand. Can you stop all of them from NF here? NF, unsure what deck is being played here. Let's see. If Evenly Matched is in the main deck, what do you think that would suggest?
I could see pure Ryziel being the deck of choice. That sometimes has the space to put that card in. Or something completely rogue. Maybe like Labyrinth or something. But I don't necessarily think you would want to bring Labyrinth into the Malice matchup. So it's tough to say, but I guess we're going to find out momentarily after that white binder is resolving. And so this again shows you how powerful the Malice deck is. Yes, they have just gotten even lead for 5. But they chained their trap card to banish one of their Malice Link monsters. And now with the white binder, they can just continuously try to bring back more cards. But PGNF goes ahead and banishes one of those targets. And it's not banishing it in the way that it wants to get banished, because it will be negated as well.
Yes, indeed it will be. Which one does the Call by the Grave go after here, I wonder? NF now 3 cards in hand. We said the Appaloosa above the Goddess will be able to shut down 2 monster effects. Are 3 cards enough?
Red Ransom will be banished there, and that does make sense. Just trying to get away from those powerful Link monsters. Still Chassis Cat and Marcher able to be banished. Chassis Cat, though, doesn't really do anything because it's not an on-summon effect, and the Marcher sure can come back to the hand, but what after that? Still, though, only 3 cards remaining, and Appaloosa on its own already is so good. Yeah. So without having the battle phase to attack over it, this will be rough. But let's see. I do now just simply want to see what even is the deck that NF has brought here that is featuring Evenly Matched in it. It is some kind of Ryziel variant. Yes, 7th Tachyon being activated, revealing number 104.
Oh.
Getting mad with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring though right away as well.
Curious to see if we have anything else with which to follow up on this.
Not going to be easy. In the meantime, I am pretty sure Matrix in Duel A is making sure that we are forcing this into a last and deciding Game 9, which we are currently seeing here in Duel C as well, because that looks like final attacks were coming through. Oh, Appaloosa negates Ice Ryziel, and now what is the last card in hand for PGNF? It needs to be a really good one, but it's only one that they can set, so it doesn't look too good.
Yep, the monster negation still able to be used by Appaloosa here. The Typhon, the Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis going to come through, but not too much to do there. Can use that initial effect, can try to send something back to the hand, but Appaloosa actually going to come through to negate.
Indeed it is, and there we have now also Duel A being over, and that is indeed victory for Team PG, meaning we are forcing this into a 9th game, but that 9th game already is well underway, and it's not looking good for PG. They won. Look, they were already down 4-2 in total. They were really not looking great. They brought it into this deciding game. But now, after coming so close, it does still feel like Team DNA will be the one that makes it to top 4 here eventually. But let's see first, Chassis Cat.
Yep, there goes the extension of the Malice deck. You see, just replenishing the hand time and time again and extending further. The Dormouse now being summoned back. Let's see where we link into. So far, haven't seen the Ignister cards make an appearance, but could very well see that shortly.
That is that just Access Code Talker now? I mean, Access Code Talker, when using Appaloosa of the Goddess, is just, it's crazy. Because it just goes up to 6,300 attack points, which, with even just the 2 little main deck Malice monsters there next to it, is already enough. We use Book of Eclipse, but, well, that just doesn't do anything. Let's be real here. Because that Book of Eclipse... Hold on, though. Did we not use... Oh, wait. Hold on. We did not use the effect of Access Code Talker. Because if we would have used the effect of Access Code Talker, it could have not used its effect to destroy anymore because of the Typhon, indeed. And therefore, we just left it on 2300. So we could then afterwards just use its effect still to destroy cards. And that led to PG activating that Book of Eclipse before it would be able to be destroyed. But hence, for Team DNA is absolutely still in the driver's seat. The Chessy Cat just comes back. Access Code Talker banishes the White Binder to get rid of that set monster, which still we just saw is the Typhon Sky Crisis. White Binder coming back. And this will only be a matter of time. With what seems like 11 cards in hand, Hans will easily get to 8,000 points of damage.
11 cards in hand, 6,100 points of damage on the field right now. Can we climb higher with that? A full set of banishes onto NF's graveyard as well. And more Malice cards to come down, because why not?
Of course. This is going to be no question. Hans just absolutely, without any doubt, will get this. Hold on, that's not 8,000 though.
That is not.
Maybe I was too quick, because I don't really know what kind of effect we would be using here in the battle phase. Okay, so Hans is possibly just being a nice guy here and offering PGNF another turn, as this is 700 points short of game, and we just set another card. So PGNF, can you use that kind gift of Hans here? Can you make use of that one heart of the card draw and get back into this game? Maybe drawing another evenly matched here or something. But even if we draw evenly matched, they still have a monster that can attack with for games. So I don't think there's anything they can get here. Firewall Dragon. At this point, Hans is only flexing on all of us. Just showing once more. Getting a draw of the Eclipse now too. If we didn't draw enough cards already, there's another one. And now PGNF sees no way to get back into this game, obviously, as there is no way to get back into this game at all anymore. And that means we have Team DNA advancing to the top 4. So multiple favorites here kind of being eliminated after we already saw Boss and his teammates, with Boss being a very, very good and relevant name in the Challenger Cup competition being eliminated. And now we also have here Matrix and his teammates being eliminated too. So maybe it's going to be some newcomers taking it all down today.
Yeah, genuinely, we're starting to see a couple of new faces make it as far as the top 4 of this tournament so far. Now, I believe we have one more of our top 8 games still underway. Perhaps we'll be able to jump into one of those very shortly, or it will end very soon.
We shall find out. Of course, we only have one match overall remaining, and I see there is still some cards being played, some digital card gaming here in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup, basically wrapping up the summer season 3v3 competition. So let's go into one more here with Angwich being our mascot of the season. And oh wow, we have not even talked about or seen Nicky Boy all day long. Of course, Nicky Boy being another super familiar face to the Master Duel Challenger Cup competition.
Yep, Team T2, of course, with Nicky Boy in that roster, were able to come second in our previous 3v3 here on this channel, losing only to the eventual world champions in Ragnarok. Again, just mainstays. But on the other hand, you have Bozo, who is part of, you have Chris, part of Bozo, which is Bronus's team, who, we mentioned is a semi-finalist, but is also a very close friend of Nicky Boy. They've played together countless times. They've played against each other countless times. These are the Challenger Cup mainstays now looking to make a statement.
Absolutely. And Nicky Boy, I feel like in the last couple of formats, has always tried to find a way around Malice. Has always played like Ryziel, has also played like Tenpai for quite a while very successfully. But it seems like even Nicky Boy now is convinced, maybe by his teammates or by his own, that Malice is just the best deck and that there is no way around playing that deck right now. And he is playing it here. And he's also, and I always love that, he's showcasing his gold icon from that Duelist Cup in March, where he was so successful and almost actually booked a ticket to the World Championship there with his Tenpai deck. But now we see the other tables as well. I see some Ryziel cards on Duel C.
I see a Fuelos.
And I see more Malice on Duel B. But yep, Fuelos as well, you're right. Very much so.
Yes, indeed. Now, speaking of Duel C, let's look at that one, as it does seem to have a couple of plays unfolding from both sides now. Bestial Druis Worm being used by Bronus. Whereas Scar now trying to respond and successfully execute the Ryziel combos.
Ooh, Scar. What a matchup that is. Scar versus Bronus. I think surely between these two, we had multiple Challenger Cup finals in 1v1 Challenger Cups before, because really both of them have had so much success historically in that competition, and both of them have definitely won big Challenger Cups before between the two of them. But Scar is on that Ryziel strategy, and Bronas, when we see Bronas with a Druid Swarm on the field, Bronas surely doesn't play Malice, I would almost be certain. So with the Druid Swarm, maybe this is like Bestial Control, because he likes to play Bestial Control with the Feedsmith cards as well. I know he's very much a fan of that deck, and now he only faces Detonator with a Ryziel Cross. That is very doable, but there's a Maxi now next to it as well. Maxi makes things even harder for him.
Yep, as good a start as any here for Scar. The Ryziel deck online, not quite the Heraldic Beast Ryziel threat that we saw before, but still, Bronas needs to think things through here. It is going to be that Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Millennium, you have to imagine. At least the former now making an appearance in that Lacrima, the Crimson Tears.
Yeah, I definitely, it's definitely including Fiendsmith, clearly, with the Lacrima. But with the Bestial Druid Swarm, it could still be that Millennium Snake Eye pile. It could just also be that more control-y Fiendsmith Bestial deck, though, featuring, for example, the Bestial Druid Swarm we see here on the field. I think Bronas, like, for him, the deck inventory level is probably always too small. Like, that guy, he wants to play 100 decks at once, and he's just like, Mindstorming? What am I trying to say?
Yeah.
Brainstorming. He's brainstorming deck after deck after deck. And maybe he has brainstormed into the right deck here in top 8. There comes the Link Summon. And that is so nice because, yes, we see the Detonator. But Detonator can easily be answered here by this combination of cards because we can only negate one of those two things. And that means we will make sure to get rid of that Detonator eventually. How are we approaching the situation? Bronas using Druid Swarm on the Detonator. Using now the Detonator effect as well. So, hold on. We are...
So
that was an interesting
destroy
chain.
the SP Little now.
Yeah, but this was an interesting chain because we are going to keep the Detonator on the field here because we decided to go Chain Link 1 SP Little Knight and Chain Link 2 Druid Swarm. So... I think this, if it all just resolves like that, could lead to the situation where there is going to be a Detonator remaining on the field. I think we negate
is going after the field spell.
Yeah, but like if we have to decide on whether we use Bestial Druid Swarm. Yeah, we use the field spell. We use Ryziel Cross to negate the effect of Druid. Oh wait, no. Oh, we negated the SP instead. Oh wait. Scar? SOS, what happened there? I don't think that was what he was trying to do. Maybe that was a misclick because we definitely did not negate the effect we were trying to negate there. I am very sure. Because we negated the effect that would have not done anything anyways. Because we negated the first activation of the SP Little Knight trying to banish the Detonator. But that one was never doing anything. And look at that. Bronas is playing the control deck. Is playing that... control deck, and after the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the triple Tactic Talents, even though Scar was quite clearly misclicking, he looks like he is still very much in control here, and he still might be winning this.
Tracks
overall.
Now coming through. It's going to in turn summon the Fabled Lurry eventually, you have to imagine, or it could just do that instead. Nope, that is a Lacrima, the Crimson Tears from Bronas in response.
We do respond indeed. And the cool thing about Branded Regained, of course, as we have the Bestial Druid Swarm in the graveyard, as soon as Scar summons a monster, we also always will get the Druid Swarm back. As long as we are staying in a longer game, Branded Regained is an absolutely insane card, which just keeps you alive on its own, really.
Fiendsmith Ryziel versus Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eye, presumably.
This very much looks like Fiendsmith Bestial Control.
Nice.
Otherwise, we wouldn't play that Branded Regained. Now we use the effect of Fiendsmith Requiem, bring the Lacrima back out. This is a play we do to make sure that we get that Fiendsmith Paradise trap card into the graveyard, so whenever there's a special summon from Scar, we can use that to get rid of one card of their field. Now, first of all, though, what I just explained, whenever there's a summon, we can use V-Branded Regen to bring back our Bestial Druisworm onto the field. And there
Bestial
it is.
Druisworm coming back now, and suddenly Bronus in an alright position, but facing down 3 cards in hand for Scar.
Oh, and we also see Allied Code targeting. We see a lot of Malice gaming on both Duel A and Duel B. Seems like both teams have decided that they want to play this. And this year on this table, then, the Bronas and Scar rather going with the cool feats of cards.
T2 versus Bozo, of course, 2 wins needed for either of these teams to advance, and now currently it looks like this game could be anyone's. Let's take a look at Duel A, though, as that one looks to be a little bit closer to finishing.
It does absolutely look like that, because it is, again, seemingly the turn of Nicky Boy. Yep, we saw Nicky Boy starting off to combo with his Malice deck, and we see it is his turn again, so that is absolutely looking like he is about to wrap this up to make sure his team is in the lead once again.
And again, that Malice Mirror matchup oftentimes dictated by which of them gets to go first and establish that field. Let's see, as the access code talker with the 6,300 points of attack, as you mentioned, thanks to the Appaloosa above the Goddess Banish, is about to swing into the life points of Chris.
And we have another game finished just there. So 2 games at once. This one goes to T2 and Nicky Boy, but the other one, I am not too sure whether it was also for T2 maybe, or whether we are in a deciding 9th game now. Scar is looking at it here.
Yep, that is 4 and 4 on the scoreboard, so it will come down to this. Bronus made it all the way to the semi-finals of the World Championship not 2 weeks ago. Can he make it all the way to the finals here too, or at least to the top 4? Let's see. Scar about to be tested. Scar about to continue to do Fiend Smith antics here as he summons back the Engraver.
Oh yeah, there we have the Fiendsmith Lacrima, a card that's also coming back to the TCG very, very soon again. But here in Master Duel, of course, being a recognizable force for quite a while. Attacks over the Bestial Druisworm. So we, even after these attacks, will still be left with 2 level 6 monsters, which we could possibly get into rank 6, being most likely the Caesar.
That was cool. We got the zoom in on the game as soon as the effect was used by the Druisworm.
Actually, though, we have a small update. T2 won this entire thing already.
Ah, that was a 5-3 then, not
it was a
4-4
5-3, yeah. When the game is so small, you can sometimes barely tell, but it does seem like we have T2 winning this all. And here, Bronas and Scar, as we explained, they played in so many finals before. They are just so great players overall. They will just play as much Yu-Gi-Oh as they can in every possible moment. So they just want to play this one out here.
The same thing happened at the World Championship when Bronus lost in that deciding game, still decided to play it out against Mist. Really, really, you know, commendable that they love the game so much. And that love is being rewarded by some phenomenal performances and placements in some of the most prestigious tournaments that we are able to host.
Yeah. I think at the World Championship, it was his teammate Vince who was still trying to showcase that he would have won that game with the Memento strategy. But overall, that still means that this entire match is over here, and we have Team T2 with those star-studded players, with that star-studded roster advancing to the top 4. Maybe going after those newcomers, which we saw are also in top 4 now. But a very important question is going to be, do they have a game plan prepared for Heraldic Raziel, which we saw to be very, very, very popular here?
Yes, indeed. Another important question is, which of our teams will be in that top 4 bracket?
Ooh.
Let's take a look at who's facing off against who. It will be John versus Joel, and DNA versus T2.
Yeah, how have we missed Joel so far? I feel like we have seen 0 games so far of Team Joel, so I feel like that is going to be a team to look out for, which I also don't know, maybe either star-studded or consisting of a lot of newcomers here, and then we have DNA versus T2 on the other end.
Convincing 5-1 victory in their previous round as well. Let's see how that team matches up against John, who we've seen on the live stream so far.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of seeing games on the live stream, in about 5 minutes' time, we'll have more for you. But until then, please enjoy this video and the break.
Welcome back, everyone. Top 4 it is now. Only 4 teams remaining, and they're already starting to play, so no time wasted. Let's go into the action here of our top 4 featured match of this very free Challenger Cup. And Real Bad Mecha looks like he's only setting cards here.
And it will be John versus Joel here as we have Real Bet Mecha taking on Hash.
Indeed. Ooh, Hash, accomplished player, I think, on Team Joel. We also have Pierre, which has won big Challenger Cups before. Red Reboot from Hash.
Very nice. Turns off all traps for the turn and allows Hash to play straight forward. I actually see Red Reboot and Gem Knight, by the way, so I'm really hoping.
Honestly, that was my next question. What kind of deck would even run Red Reboot? There is not that many options. It could realistically really be Gem Knights, honestly.
Realistically, if this is Gem Knight, I'm so happy.
Same. And I mean, after Red Reboot, now maybe a Lightning Storm or a Feather Dust to just get rid of everything.
Yes!
It is Gem Knight Dispersion. We have the Gem Knights in the house, in the top 4. The new decks are no fluke. We have not only all the new Ignister cards, but also now Gem Knights.
Okay, there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to deny the search of the Gem Knight Dispersion. So Dispersion's secondary effect was going to be activated to search out a Gem Knight card. Usually you'll use Sales Band to deny that, but there is another search. The Gem Armadillo going to come through to add a Gem Knight monster from the deck to the hand. Now, we have the Hollow Core added. That's a disruption in the graveyard, but it also sends the Gem Knight Fusion from the deck to the graveyard as well, and thereby allowing you to access more effects of more cards. Usually the Dispersion, which would have been interrupted. Now, here's the Linked Summon to extend further. This will let you then, with the Phantom Quartz, allow you to search for a Gem Knight card and access the extra deck for another fusion monster. The Dispersion, again, now added with that. That's the secondary effect, the one that we mentioned. Now the fusion is in the graveyard because it lets you now summon that Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion, which can then summon 3 more Gem Knights and attack for game.
That surely is the plan. We have made sure no more trap cards are activated. We go into Seraphonite again.
We're getting there.
I mean, that's the thing about Gem Knights. You don't even immediately have to go for like your most important tool, because you can just work towards it, because all of those different ways to fusion summon just keep on adding up. And we also have the Link 2 with the Quartz still on the field, ready to activate the other effect as well.
Nephilim going to summon itself as well, and eventually we can get the Gem Knight Fusion back to the hand too. We have Gem Knight Quartz added to the hand as well, and suddenly this field can then in turn become that Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion. But as you said, no immediate rush, no need right now, but still gonna be able to normal summon an additional Gem Knight from the hand. Quartz summoned here, gonna set the Brilliant Fusion or the Scatter Fusion. The options are limitless for Hash here. I say limitless, there are 2, but they're both really good.
The crazy thing about Gem Knights and Master Duel also is Brilliant Fusion, it's literally unlimited. Like, that card was forbidden in the TCG, and now in Master Duel, you can play 3 copies of it. So I really do understand the desire of Hash to play that deck here today.
So Gem Knight, when that was forbidden, was primarily an FTK, OTK strategy with the Lapis Lazuli being able to burn your opponent for consistent damage again and again and again. But now you have access to a variety of high attack monsters that can be summoned off of just 1 card resolving. There you have the Lady Brilliant Diamond being summoned. It will fusion summon another monster after that, and presumably then we'll see the Master Diamond Dispersion. And there you have it, that brand new Gem Knight boss monster making an appearance. Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion going to disperse into 3 more Gem Knights. Expect the Topaz to come through. Expect the Ruby there. And then you can choose whichever of the others you want to round out that trio.
Generally, I've never seen you as excited, Ibris. I'm glad you get to witness your Gem Knight deck.
I wish there was an Infernoble Knight before, so you could have seen me like that. But Gem Knight is seriously something I put a lot of time into learning. And here we go. Prism Aura going to join the party as well. And that is more than enough damage. All of these traps turned off. And this Malice deck shut out of the game by Gem Knight here as Hash takes the point for Joel.
Beautiful execution there. Totally going under the radar so far, Team Joel, but now in the main spotlight as Hash makes it a 1-0 lead for Team Joel here against Team John. But let's not forget, Team John also the team that's bringing some further new cards here into the top 4 equation, because that is Heraldic Rising, which we saw from them earlier.
Yes, indeed. And having that able to set up on turn 1 does mean we can access the Protoss eventually, you have to imagine, and therefore lock out the opponent if we make the correct call.
Indeed. There is, first of all, the Ryziel Detonator. Is there something like the Protoss maybe already in hand? We saw the Banshee apparently already resolving, so you would believe that there already was either the Nemesis flag or something else searched, but maybe we also needed it for engine. We do attach now the Heraldic Patriarch to the Ryziel Detonator. Activate the graveyard effect now of the Stat Whale as well to make sure that we do keep on special summoning more Heraldics. But I do believe that now we're also just locked into Heraldics for the rest of the turn, as far as I remember. So... Oh,
there is the Nemesis flag, so then we can then in turn access from the main deck the Arc Nemesis, Protoss, or one of the other options if we need. That being said, I really do think it will be the Protoss. Let's see.
It should usually be Protoss for sure, but what you have to consider here is what do you even call? Because it seems like the lineup from Team Duel is completely different, as we on table see there's Malice being played by Team Duel. We saw the Gem Knight deck being played by Hashbear on our first featured match. So what do we even go after? It's not that easy of a decision.
Okay.
We're not even locked into Heraldics. I was just completely making that up with the Stat Whale, but we do go for the Star Leech
so they have no lock.
Dragon
They're
here.
not once per turn on the free XE summon. So many good things from the Heraldics there, and it was those good things that was able to secure a win for Team John there. Really well played there with the Heraldic Beast Ryziel deck.
And I mean, all the new cards, right? Like, we see the Heraldic cards just dominating and making sure to win for John's side. We see the Gem Knight cards dominating for Team Duel, making sure to even it out there. We expected all Malice, and all of a sudden top 4, we get to just witness all of the other stuff.
So the thing about Gem Knight as well here is that it really makes your opponent question whether they're willing to let you go second again. And if you bring something else like the Ryziel, like the Malice, or like anything else that likes to set up on turn 1, it really just puts a lot of pressure on them, because they start second-guessing themselves in case they do end up on the receiving end of a Master Diamond Dispersion or something else.
Yeah.
And ultimately, just very, very interesting series of events.
But that was so quick there in the end, because I thought that's the 1-1, but then in the meantime, probably at the very same moment, also on the third table, there was a result. So I'm currently not even sure after this first set who even is in the lead. Is it Team Duel or is it Team John, as that third game there on the corner of the screen basically also was just conceded or like concluding there. So we will find out, I guess, as we go into that second set. And I am also very curious. It looks like Duel is up to 1, okay. So
yes,
the Gem Knight team, the team including Hash in their roster, is currently in the lead. And now, of course, the mind game begins. I think in this team lineup, you can justify to just bring the Gem Knight deck again, because the risk of just sending Hash first here when he could have switched to something else, I feel like it's just way too high. So we could just see Hash continuing to bring the Gem Knight deck eventually.
Indeed, and well, yeah, I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see that we're seeing such a good representation of the newer cards released in the most recent pack.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Regeneration of Stars, of course, bringing you the additional Cyber support for the Malice deck, bringing you the Heraldic options for the Ryziel, and of course, just bringing Gem Knight back into relevancy.
It does. But we do also now get underway again here for the second set. Joel, as we told you, is in the lead, but now it will be Arno versus Real Bad Mecha. And Real Bad Mecha is one of those Heraldic Ryziel players of the team. But seems and looks like normal Summon Maxi is what is starting things off here for Joel. But then again, is making space for Almirage. I think we're seeing Malice again with an unconventional, but in the end, working opening for them. Back up at Ignister. There we go. Ooh.
Impulse.
Matt with Dominus Impulse. And that was a very, very awkward start for Arno, so I don't think we even have a way to extend here, to be honest. Yep, that Impulse shuts it down, but also, noteworthy, Dominus Impulse means Real Bad Mecha cannot be on Heraldic Ryziel for this one.
Indeed, now we're seeing 3 set cards for the Malice deck, well, presumably Malice deck. And again, you know, recurring theme here, we're just seeing them having to pass on a full set trap lineup.
And
Now,
indeed.
Chessy Cat going to come through. Hopefully the Malice deck over here for Real Bet Mecha able to get off to a better start. But let's take a look at Duel B in the meanwhile, speaking of decent starts.
Because ASDF is the one from Team John that has not betrayed the Ryziel Heraldic strategy. His teammates switched over to Malice, but he sticked with that Heraldic deck, and he is once again showing why it is so strong. And Hash, on the other hand, is Hash going to play the Gemini deck again? We don't know. We will find out eventually, but he certainly surprised us all.
I think we could infer it based on who won the coin flip, but we don't know who won the coin flip. So
that's true. That's true. Very much.
I guess we'll see. But something else we're seeing is, of course, 4 level 4s able to be used as rank 4 material here. Really looking scary here. The fact we haven't seen Disruption so far does suggest to me it could very well be Gemini.
It could
I'd be happy.
Oh, that is a rank 4. Is it Ryziel Duo Drive, or is it maybe also... Yeah, it is Ryziel Duo Drive. No questions asked, because that always is a super valid option to go into. And we just immediately, before even using the effect of Duo Drive, follow it up with the summon of Star Leech Photon Blaster, which is quite smart because it does play around Infinite Impermanence. So well done by SDF, ruling that Infinite Impermanence out as an interruption. And also, as we see here, make sure we actually don't need to detach materials from the Ryziel Duo Drive, as we can just instead detach materials from the Star Leech monster instead, so our Ryziel Cross is still ready to negate there.
Yep, Ice Ryziel, Node Ryziel, few Ryziel cards in hand now able to be used, and Node will be the one to join the party here. You have 2 rank 4 monsters on the field, and now a level 4 joining them. Now we can indeed special summon another Ryziel from the graveyard. Let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, but quickly, as we see this here unfold, let's go over to Duel C again, because even though one of the team members turned away from the Heraldic Ryziel deck, then the other one, Beidou, is now on the Heraldic Ryziel deck again, and he goes for a Prime Mouthmag Laplacian. And there is a spell card to go after. There is a card in hand. Is this resolving? It is. So we are knocking out the March here, and we can also go after the GWC that was set. Massive card advantage generated here with 5 cards still in hand remaining for Beidou, who now just brings out Node Ryziel. And the Ryziel cards, they just keep on going. They just keep on crushing. It looks so easy. It looks so good. Discarding the Stat Whale now to bring back X Ryziel. Beidou fully in control of this here once again.
Yes, indeed. And of course, with it being turn 2, it means we have a battle phase and should very well see this one closed out here if we can delve deeper into the extra deck.
Yeah, and this right now looks very, very, very good for Team John, because...
Let's look at Duel B, because the turn has passed over. Will it indeed be the Gem Knight, or will it be something else?
We shall find out. That is quite the field that ASDF has created, with also that Baguska there at the end of the turn. Sometimes looks a little bit odd, just kind of shutting down your entire field on your own. But it is very certainly still Gem Knights, as we have Lightning Storm as the first card to go after the Spell and Trap cards.
Yep, have to go after the Spell and Traps because all of the monsters are in defense position. There is the plugin for immediate value, just to try and deny what the Lightning Storm could gain back for Hash. Let's see if Hash has any follow-up. Yeah, there is the droplet. That is the way to deal with Baguska. You turn off the monster effect negation. What else can be done here? You can send the face up there. You send the Droll from the hand as well. No more monster effects in response to that droplet now.
You gotta imagine that Droll and Lockbird was picked up as the draw for turn, as otherwise they would have surely used it on the last turn. But here goes the Forbidden Droplet, negating 2 cards, so Baguska and Detonator would be my guess, and that's also what Hash agrees on.
Yep, could very well still see the Raigeki come down, but ultimately don't really need it because the Master Diamond with the copy of the Topaz's effect to attack multiple times and inflict burn damage equal to the attack of something it destroys can very well clear out this field. But let's see how indeed Hash gets there. Playing through Max C is okay because even if your opponent draws so many cards, you can still play through this. Gem Knight Dispersion, that initial effect again going to be used to add something to the hand. the more understated effect.
Quick
perhaps
side
now
note, there we have it also on the big screen quickly. We do have the 2-2 equalizer with Team John and Beidou winning here on that Duel C, making it 2-2. And let's just go back to Duel B, because I think the Gem Knights game is the most exciting one here right now. So there we have Holocore.
Holocore going to send the Gem Knight fusion to in turn turn on that additional effect. There's Gem Knight Cores to follow up as well, just adding more fusions, and then you have access to the Brilliant Fusion, the Scatter Fusion, so many fusions if you need them. And there is one Brilliant Fusion going to be able to be used here. Again, friendly reminder, the monster effects are turned off for the most part on ASDF's side. So it does mean Brilliant Fusion should be able to resolve without a hitch. Now, what do we delve into the extra deck for? We could go straight into the Master Diamond Dispersion, or we could go into the Lady Brilliant Diamond or something else entirely. There are three, so it's either of those. I think it will be the Dispersion.
It is Dispersion indeed. And honestly, creating a combo field is already quite a pleasure, is already quite fun. But dismantling an opponent's combo field, honestly, is even more fun. Like, having all of their hard work then being shattered in front of them and go attack for a game in the process of that is just one of the most enjoyable things to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Let me tell you that.
So it was interesting to me to see the Holocore was added back to the hand, because usually you want to leave it in the graveyard. I think it was just sent, well, the one from the field is
there's another one in the graveyard now anyways.
Yeah, of course, Holocore being pretty much the only disruption this deck has. It's a negation once per turn, as long as you get rid of two other Gem Knight cards in the graveyard alongside it. And now you have the Gem Knights just continuing to climb here. That Master Diamond Dispersion will eventually become 3 more Gem Knight fusions. You saw it in the previous round, and you'll see it again this time around. And it would be a much needed victory for Joel to even up this scoreline.
Oh yeah, as this set so far, this second set is completely dominated by Team John, who out of a 2-1 deficit have made a 3-2 lead, with now also winning on Duel Table A. But Hash, once again, being the one that kind of carries his team here, that keeps it competitive. And now we have the second copy of the Gem Knight Phantom Quartz.
Yes, indeed. Phantom Quartz will in turn allow access to a fusion monster, any that you want. You have the Master Diamond Dispersion already, so I guess you could go for that was 3, so it would be the Lady Brilliant Diamond, or perhaps the original Master Diamond.
It's
going to be Lady Brilliant Diamond. Yep.
And I mean, ASDF is continuing to draw cards, but the thing is, you would need a Nibiru here somehow. And even if you have the Nibiru, it can just be negated, so...
Also, Nibiru being a rock is actually not that sad for Gem Knight. It would be sad at this stage, but of course, as you mentioned, you have the negation through the Holocore in the graveyard anyway, so that is still live, and it does mean that ASDF has to be really careful here. You have the Master Diamond Dispersion being activated, Ruby, Topaz, and maybe Aquamarine or something else.
Let's see, it is Ruby. Hash currently just also considering which ones it would be. Now also having, of course, the full team behind him, as the other teammates have already finished their matches. There is Topaz.
Topaz with the brilliant, the Master Diamond copying the effect is one of the most punishing plays this deck can do, especially when the opponent has some defense position monsters still available. Really intrigued to see how this one plays out. We do have Lady Brilliant Diamond activating the effect here, so we will use one of these monsters on the field. Topaz has to be one of them, so you get to the graveyard so you can copy the effect. Let's see if anything else gets used here.
And I mean, with Topaz also, shoutouts to, of course, Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger.
Yeah,
one of the Topaz brothers. And we do bring out the Master Diamond now, the original one. And
Topaz Tiger's attack was 2,000 when it attacked. Well, you're about to see something else with a large amount of attack when it attacks. And it attacks twice and deals damage to your opponent based on their monster's attack on top of that. Ruby going to gain some attack on top of that as well. And we have so many Gem Knights available to attack with here. So basically what you want to see is eventually that Ruby will swing directly, pending how much damage this Master Diamond can do. Adding back the Gem Knight Fusion here lets you delve deeper into the extra deck and perhaps convert some of these less than stellar attack values into something else entirely. Gonna clear out one of these monsters immediately.
This is crazy. I love watching this from Hash. It's a completely newly valid strategy that we haven't seen for ages with the Gem Knight deck for a long time also just lagging that Brilliant Fusion, which was previously forbidden. But now with the new cards and with Brilliant Fusion again, it is so powerful.
The Leo was overlaid under the...
yeah, it was a material.
Yeah, it was a material for the Baguska, so it's being activated now just by happenstance. But there is another Gem Knight Dispersion coming down. It's going to Fusion Summon another Gem Knight card. We have a lot on the field right now. I'm really curious to see what else we go for here.
Okay.
But the Ash Blossom is probably going to deny that. Keep in mind the Holo Core is still alive in the graveyard, though.
I don't think you would ever be
not really alive,
this.
but the effect is alive at least. Yeah, no, you need the Holo Core insurance policy.
Yes, you want to make sure that if there is an Nibiru, you can negate it with that. Now we head into a battle phase.
This
so
is
the
still
question...
good. You need the Master Diamond to swing over 2 of these because it can attack twice, because it banishes the Topaz and it will deal extra damage.
Yeah. So definitely should be the case, but we go with the Ruby first, interestingly enough, which is dealing piercing damage though over that Ryziel Duo Drive. Now the Topaz again deals 3,000 points of damage. That is just absolutely it. Gem Knights, ladies and gentlemen, are ruling the competition, are keeping it even here. 2 out of 2 victories on the main feature match for a Gem Knight in the hands of Hash. That was fun to witness, honestly.
My only regret is that we weren't covering this team sooner on the feature matches. But no, genuinely really well played there by Hash to even up the scoreline for Joel there. 3-3. It comes down to a deciding best of 3 in this final set of duels. All of these players have proven themselves to get this far in the tournament, but this is where it will be decided as to which of them proceeds into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Hash has also oftentimes already been someone that has been innovating decks. You also, for example, you heard that he has been working with some others. For example, I think he was involved actually in the World's preparation for Team Fala Galera. Wow. They basically called him the coach, and now he shows why he's the coach, why he knows so much. A deck that is so new to Master Duel, immediately a couple days after its release, he already knows how to perform basically perfect with it, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, and I think obviously the rise of Gem Knight kind of does put Tenpai to the side as one of the other options for when it comes to going second and breaking the opponent's field and dealing massive damage to close it out in a single turn. I do think that there are a variety of options available here, and I'm curious to see if Hash does stick to the successful formula, if people allow him to go second, for example, or if indeed we now have that X factor of the hidden additional deck coming through and coming in clutch.
I mean, it worked out for him here in Game 2. He was able to go second once more. But I feel like now, after having that twice, there is a non-zero chance that his opponent lets him go first here in this third game. So I feel like Hash, also, of course, having multiple good decks in his arsenal, in his inventory, I feel like we might see something different from him here. I wouldn't be surprised to say it.
Could very well be the case, indeed. Now, looking at the other players here, the Heraldic Beast Ryziel still putting in work. Even if it didn't find too much success in the first round, it did manage to get a clean evening of the scoreboard for this team, for Team John, as they head into the last set against Team Joel.
Ooh, Pierre gets to go first. Pierre, so far, really being the one that played the least creative decks out of those 6 duelists, and it seems like he is sticking with the Malice strategy, but he will have to face Artifact Lancea here, which of course is crucial for making sure that this gold sarcophagus is not resolving in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, indeed. Artifact Lancea just going to put a swift end to this turn, and again, we're seeing the Malice decks having to just set some trap cards and pass their turn. Let's take a look at Duel B as the action continues to unfold in the others. What could this be?
We have Ano versus ASDF here, and that is another Malice versus possibly the Heraldic Ryziel strategy. Okay. I feel like John at the moment, like every single game we watch from Team John, they have something to make sure the Malice deck doesn't go completely uninterrupted on the first turn. And look at this.
Did Hash swap to Malice, by the way?
Is that... It must be Hash. Yeah, I told you. I told you. There is a non-zero chance, I think, that you might, after going second twice, want to make sure to go for something else. We see now, though, that Ano actually does continue a little bit here. Searches for Macher with that MTP-07. It would be crazy, though, if actually... Imagine the opponent of Hash sent him first, and then he shows up with Malice. That's just crazy. If you,
Yes.
when you get your opponent to make you start with Malice, you really did a lot of things right, not gonna lie. You did do so many things right, but there comes also in Duel A, now the reveal that we see once more Heraldic Ryziel, because we see X Ryziel sending the Heraldic Patriarch. Also, little update, as this is of course top 4 right now. There's another match ongoing. T2 versus DNA is currently 2-2.
These games have been quite explosive and quite quick. Really impressed so far with how it's been going though, and now Malice just continuing to climb.
And there we are with the Splash Mage. Splash Mage brings back. And I mean, we are committing into Fuvalos here, so that is multiple draws into it. Oh, are we just passing on Splash Mage and March here? That doesn't seem like a really efficient field, honestly. It seems like that is what we are currently debating right now. But no, we do realize, we do recognize that there is the need to put out something at least. It is giving another draw to ASDF, but it at least is creating some kind of a field here. And the usual thing against Fuvalos is to search for Malice in the mirror here to have that interruption ready for the opponent's turn. And that is not what we're going to go for here, though, as we do instead just get Malice in underground.
Let's take a look at Duel C on the other hand, as things seem to be getting set up pretty reliably here for Hash.
Yep, Hash really did the trick. Switched over to Malice after convincing his opponent that he is going to be on that Gem Knight deck once more, but here in the third set, making that surprise factor working for himself. Usually it's not a surprise when you face Malice. When that player played Gem Knight 2 consecutive games before this game, though, you do not expect him to be on Malice for that particular one. Ooh, I see another artifact, Lancea, resolving there in Duel B. I think that is the one where the Fuvalos gave us so many draws, and one of those draws apparently was the artifact Lancea, which now answers Malice in underground down there.
Yes, indeed it does. And now we have Hash. The onus is on him to continue to extend here with this Malice deck. Yeah, I think this was pretty much as good as you can play it. You got 2 wins going second with the Gem Knight deck, and then dead the opponent to send you second again. They let you go first, and you bring something that can pretty much just dictate the pace of the game, especially in a mirror match, as we'd seen time and time again throughout the day. I am cautiously optimistic to call it a mirror match, however, just because we've seen Heraldic Beast Ryziel make such a splash for this Team John. But we'll be really curious to see exactly what does come out here in this duel. Now, speaking of duels, let's look at Duel A.
Duel A, there we indeed already have confirmation that this is another appearance of the Heraldic Ryziel deck. The Stat Whale is on the field. It is turn 2. Pierre not really having the best of times here so far in this top 4 encounter. Really not getting too many wins in for his team. And this one again looks bad. And that looks like, I mean, I think Real Bad Mecha has been summoning the Laplacian left and right. And Laplacian could be good here to get rid of 2 cards instead of 1. Going after the set card and 1 card in hand. Is it resolving? 2 materials detached, and we are... Oh, it's shading Nibiru, though. Okay, that's good, actually. That is very, very good.
Curious to see if we have any kind of response to this, though. Nope.
It is resolving, and Real Bad Mecha, not that many cards in hand anymore. So this Nibiru could actually be fantastic, and could be a way to keep Pierre in the game here. But the backup at Ignister as follow-up was denied. The Dominance Impulse also gone. So it's really only the Nibiru, and there again is the advanced Heraldry Art. When you're in need of a rank 4, when you want to perform an Exceed summon with this deck, why don't you have this beautiful spell card perform it all for you, getting the monsters out of the graveyard and turning them into a rank 4 with ease. And that is another copy of Ryziel Duo Drive here, of course. And so that one Heraldry Art is going to turn into so many Ryziel cards here. And look, we have basically simultaneous activations of Advanced Heraldry Art as we go to Duel B, where we have also the team member of Team John, ASDF, just turning 2 Leos from the graveyard into a Duo Drive as well. So looks like the Heraldic Ryzia deck might really be doing stuff here. Oh, but I see a Gem Knight. I see a Brilliant Fusion now in Duel. Wait, did Hash switch away from Gem Knights now to just play against Gem Knights? No, hold on.
Let's look at Duel C.
No, it's X Ryzia being summoned there though. But where did the Brilliant Fusion coming from there? I am incredibly confused there. Because you saw the Brilliant Fusion as well, right?
I was focused on the feature game.
Okay.
But if there is indeed a Brilliant Fusion, I'm very happy.
I don't know where it should be now, though. I don't know where that Brilliant Fusion would come from, but that is called by the grave from Hash.
This is your Saryuya Skull-Dread.
Maybe you're right, yeah.
Throw back to earlier in the broadcast for anyone that missed that. Regardless, here we go. The Heraldic Ryziel now resolving.
Eyes Ryziel activated. That can again be just negated by Appaloosa if we wish so. And I think when you have those monster negates, oh, okay, Malice in the Mirror, that works too, of course. That works. You don't even have to use the Appaloosa just yet. Can save it for maybe an Exciter Knight or something similar to that. So it is not looking like Beto is going to be able to get through this field here. Hash really made the perfect call, made sure that he is just bringing something else now to the table, that he is bringing the so popular Malice strategy, and that is helping him here massively. And that's looking like it might be the deck that brings him to victory.
Yes, indeed. Now, Hash, where is the Brilliant Fusion?
I saw it somewhere. Okay, maybe it was only in my head. I will admit I've had that happen to me before, but there was a Brilliant Fusion somewhere in my system, okay?
All right, well, regardless, we do have that Allied Kotokrat Ignister on the field here for Hash. This Malice deck really ramped up. Still one negation available on the Appaloosa Bow the Goddess as well. We have a 3-link chain, 4-link now, but 3 of those cards do belong to Hash.
And we do have Duel A concluding there. That is Real Bad Mecha winning there, meaning match point for Team John, as they are now up 4-3.
I don't think the Gem Knight duelist is going to make it to the finals, Lampy.
It's not looking great because Heraldic Ryziel again is putting up a show also in Duel B, where there is just a Tornado Dragon being summoned. Let's go over to Duel B, because I think that's the one that might even finish quicker.
Tornado
but no,
Dragon's
even not that. We do see that. Oh, wait, actually, that was.
Comes down to the deciding game, 4-4. Let's go.
Yes. Are we in main phase?
Do you remember Lightning Chidori and Diamond Direwolf? All these, like, rank 4 early XCs.
Yeah, but Ivris, we were not even the battle phase just yet. So that is the moment it all comes down to. That is the moment Team John books the ticket to the finals. Direct attack from Ryziel Duo Drive sees us finding our first team in the finals here with that Team John, and with so much Heraldic Ryziel gameplay.
Some help from number 103, Ragnar Zero, who has a really cool name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually, that card comes in a very interesting fashion in Ryziel, because that card can destroy once per turn a monster on the opponent's side of the field that has a modified attack and
like
attack or defend. With the Duo Drive, you actually accomplish that because you are yourself modifying the opponent's attacks and defense points. So the combination of Duo Drive and Ragnar Zero can sometimes be really funny and really good, as we just saw there as well. That is definitely something that they sometimes like to do. But of course, that was only finalist team number 1. We have another top 4 match still ongoing and still brewing to determine who is going to be the other team meeting them in the finals.
And that match has indeed reset to a best of 3 as we enter that final round, 3 and 3 apiece on the scoreboard. T2 and DNA both fighting for a spot in the final here.
Who is going to make it? We, of course, saw T2 in the last round playing, even Nicky Boy playing the Malice deck nowadays, so I think they are really, really, really keen on the Malice strategy overall. And then we have Team DNA trying to maybe bring some other decks as well. Maybe also some of them now picking up on the fact. Do you think one of those teams maybe thinks, I'm seeing this Heraldic Ryziel deck here the entire time from Team John, and it's looking crazy, so maybe I just have to craft those Heraldic cards right now, and then we go in and play it right now in the tournament too.
I already grabbed the Gem Knight card, so, you know,
it couldn't be you.
Living my life.
I see. So you're broke now. You spend everything on Gem Knights, but I mean, well, you got something good out of it at least.
Yeah. I'm
You can't
very
be
much
too
enjoying
upset.
the deck. Definitely think that there are ups and downs to it, but of course, whenever you go second, just winning the game more often than not. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Something else that is good is, of course, Malice, and with the additional support of those Ignista cards, just really, really powerful.
Yeah. I really want to get those Ignista cards as well. Not to play them in Malice, though, but to play them in my Math Mech deck. That's what I'm trying to do. But
Geomath Mech, Final Sigma, and this could very well be the final set of games here for T2, as Nicky Boy starts things off with a Perulia in the draw phase of Hans.
But that also means that Hans is going first, and Hans has Gold Sarcophagus, and that one is resolving so quickly. Doesn't even seem like Nicky Boy has any kind of quick effects ready to activate, so that means no Maxi or anything. And we do have the Chessy Cat coming back here.
We see Malice in this duel. We see Ryziel in Duel B. We have a few options here. Maxi going to be used there.
Never mind, there is Maxi and it's resolving.
Let's draw some cards, says Nicky Boy.
And also, we do see on Duel B, Fiendsmith Ryziel appearing once more for Team T2. But for the moment, Hans needs to use the effect here of his Malice Chessy Cat. Has not summoned from the hand yet, but Maxi gave Nicky Boy a draw anyhow. So how much are we going to do here? I don't think we're going to do too much. So Chessy Cat, it is resolving, but we don't even know what... Yeah, we are banishing... I mean, Macha seems like a no-brainer of a banish here.
Yeah,
So
how many
that's what we're going to
summons,
do.
how many cards do you want to give over here, though, is the question.
Honestly, I think 0. I think you're passing it over like that. Pray that somehow Nicky Boy does not have a hand to play with. So Hans sets one. You don't want to summon from the hand because that just gives them 2 draws. So as sad as it is, I think you're passing, and that's what it is. And we do also on Duel B, actually. Let's go over to Duel B. We have once again Kaio bringing the Blue Eyes strategy. So another Blue Eyes duelist was eliminated earlier in the tournament, but Kaio keeping the Blue Eyes fans proud with still piloting and here in top 4. Great to see, as clearly Kaio was also successful in stopping Scar's turn there in its tracks.
Yep, going second here. I have to imagine there was a Dominus Purge, rather. Dominus Purge for Blue Eyes, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
It will be that.
I made that mistake before. But that being said, yeah, we're now proceeding into Kyo's turn with not too much of an impressive field from the Ryziel duelist to have to deal with. Now, Sage with Eyes of Blue. It will access more cards. It brings you the Veiler for some disruption and also for another tuner if necessary.
We do turn that Sage, of course, into that card that made Blue Eyes so strong again, that brought it back onto the map, the Link 1, Spirit of Eyes of Blue. I mean, partially that card. There were other cards also responsible for the recent Blue Eyes success alongside it, but that card surely helped as well, and Kaio has the Royal Rare finish of it. And here comes Mausoleum of White, accessing a second normal summon, but before that, using the other effect to get a Blue Eyes White Dragon into the graveyard. But with that Blue Eyes White Dragon, I don't think it's going to stay in there for too long, because Spirit of Eyes of Blue has not only given us the field spell, but it's now also giving us the Blue Eyes White Dragon onto the field.
Yep, and that should be able to access the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon shortly, thanks to the effect of the tuner being summoned back with the Maiden of White, and it does mean that we can continue to climb here. Neo Kaiser Seahorse actually being used here, going to special summon itself.
Yeah, and Blue Eyes players are kind of back and forth between playing Neo Kaiser Seahorse or not. I hear a lot of Blue Eyes players saying that card just doesn't quite cut it for my Blue Eyes list. And then some others, as for example Kyo here, saying I do want to have that extra consistency to go for my Blue Eyes deck. Another normal summon to go with, and therefore we have decided to play it here.
I remember the OG Kaiser Seahorse with the just counting as 2 tributes for a light monster.
True, true.
Yeah, so you could just summon out the Blue Eyes. As it turns out, finding its way into the Blue Eyes deck.
Interestingly enough, you talked about the Spirit Dragon, but we have just modified the level of the Maiden, meaning we do now even have the option to go into a Synchro 10, if not for Nibiru, the Primal Being. Scar, of course, as good of a player as he is, immediately identifies the possible Baron de Fleur coming onto the field, and therefore making sure that before that can even happen, that Nibiru takes care of all the monsters on the field.
Yeah, I'm gonna send the Maiden, I believe I saw. And now Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon's going to be used here. Importantly, now Scar down to 1 card in hand does mean we should be able to freely summon here for Kyo. Where do you go from here, though? Nibiru token, well, Primal Being token, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon. No effect monsters in sight.
I mean, there is still another normal summon though, and we do use Effect Veiler as our normal summon of choice. And you correctly stated earlier that is another tuner, which we can, worst case scenario, use for that. Usually you want to keep that card in your hand to make sure to have another interruption on your opponent's turn. But in moments like this, it's also completely legit to just bring it out, use it as a tuner to get that Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragon onto the field. And that is exactly what we did here. So, but eventually it's going to come back to Scar here. After it looking like Kaio just running away with it and just running over Scar, this all of a sudden looks competitive again. It's not looking amazing for Scar, but he is about to have his turn again. Yep. And he's not facing a real big field, and he has not lost any life points at all.
2 cards in hand, 1 card set face down. Everything is looking good so far. Let's see if Scar can indeed deal with this Spirit Dragon.
We will find out. Scar is playing some Fiendsmith deck. I think it is Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Yes, it is Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Goes with the Ice Ryzeal. So, immediate Ash Blossom here from Kaio, but will that be enough? Because a normal Ryzeal deck would really struggle now. A Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck, on the other hand, they can just turn these 2 monsters into Moon of the Closed Tavern and then possibly go into the Fiendsmith part of your deck. So the variant that Scar is playing here is not as hindered as the pure version would be. But let's see whether we want to go down that route, because we also still have to remember the effect of Spirit Dragon, which can negate 1 graveyard effect once per turn, is still something we have to think about, because the Fiendsmith effects, of course, oftentimes also working from the graveyard.
Typically, I'd see it used to prevent the True Light from destroying your own field, but I also, value its offensive uses too. Now, Blue Eyes about to do Blue Eyes things, so Fiendsmith tracked a 1 card starter. They're going to get the Fabled Luri and then discard that, summon it, and it looks so good for Scar.
So we do not even need to go into Moon of the Closed Tavern here to enable our Fiendsmith engine, but that also, of course, feels like a no-brainer choice now for the Spirit Dragon, because that is a graveyard effect activating, so we may as well, as we have that once per turn graveyard negation, just use the Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragon onto that. But you gotta think that Scar was planning on this. I mean, the face down is also a good question what that could be, but you have to expect Scar, with all the experience he has, that he wanted that, and now the Fiendsmith Engraver that was already in the graveyard there since turn 1 can be activated, and that Fiendsmith Engraver will be able to deal with the field from Kaio quite handily.
Let's also take a look at Duel A in the meanwhile, however, as things seem to be going quite well for the Ryzeal player again there.
Indeed it does. And there we have Esk as the Ryzeal player of the team, facing a set monster here from Nezu somehow. Don't know how that happened, but it did happen eventually. But it is the turn of Esk now again. Again, a big Dino Enjoyer. We see it with the Oviraptor Mate. We see it with the Lost World Field. But it's all about those also very, very dangerous rank 4 monsters and level 4 monsters here today, with him being the Ryzeal pilot of the team.
Yep,
another rank 4.
The rank 4, as you said, could go into anything here. Baguska still alive, and there you have Tornado Dragon again making an appearance. Going to just clear out this spell or trap just to add some additional insurance. There goes the Malice in the mirror, and it does mean that we can freely attack if necessary. Still need to make 8,000 though with that set face down monster. Can we get rid of it without having to commit one of these attacks?
We will be trying, that's for sure. All 3 games still ongoing. It still keeps on being competitive here, but Esk seems like he is the closest to get the team point here for his team DNA in this. But we will... I think Esk was... Oh, okay. Oh, that will make it easy, actually. We are upgrading our rank 4 into the full armored Utopic Ray Lancer, who can just take care and can take care of a second attack here. We do not have enough damage, but when one of our monsters can attack twice, it all of a sudden becomes easy math, and we can just use all of those attacks to bring DNA to match point here. They only need one game out of the 2 remaining ones, as they are now in a 4-3 lead.
Yes, indeed they are. As Infinite Impermanence now comes down to stop what seems like another Blue Eyes the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, the extra version of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Let's see what happens here. True Light going to be used on top of that response of an effect, and can we see it go further here?
So Kaio will be out of interruptions after that. There will not be anything else they can do. They bring back Blue Eyes White Dragon because why not? But from here on out, Scar can do whatever he likes. Maiden of White comes back, sure, but that is also not really an interruption. So what are we getting? Is this going to be Desiree, or is it going to be Lacrima? And are we going to see Agnum Day eventually? Because I do believe we will have to go down that route. But it is, of course, Scar's choice. Now, how many Light Fiends are there even in the graveyard? Is even the Desiree an option? For now, it's not going to be Desiree, but it is going to be the Fiendsmith Lacrima instead. Lacrima effect now. Ooh. I feel like the music now also just somehow stopped because it is so intense in this game as well.
Let's look at Duel C as well.
Let's check out Duel C again. There we have it. Oh, they're still dancing in here in Duel C. And we see the Malice mirror match still here. Or was this the... Yeah, it was the Malice mirror match. Red Ransom coming down here. Red Ransom already on the side of Nicky Boy. But as it is the turn of Hans, it looks like Hans also the one in the driver's seat right now, as he gets to use his Malice in Underground now too. So is DNA really with Hans here already closing this entire match out? It almost looks like it. They are not even relying on the Blue Eyes player of the team. They might just do it without him. And here comes the Dormouse, and it has not even used its effect yet. Nicky Boy still flexing with his gold icon from the March Duelist Cup, but I don't know whether that gold icon is going to be able to save him here in this Malice on Malice and counter.
Yes, indeed. That will be the case here, as the Malice deck is starting to rapidly ramp up. Actually, yeah, again, just seeing the power of the Malice player that goes first in the mirror match coming through.
It is indeed the case. We go for Splash Mage. Splash Mage will, of course, just bring back one of those Malice monsters. But actually, let's go back to Duel B here for a quick moment, because I think we just used the effect of Fiendsmith Agnum Day. Yep, we have it now in the Spell Trap Zone to bring back the Fiendsmith Engraver. And the interesting thing about that interaction is Fiendsmith Agnum Day gives the monster it is equipped to piercing damage. I mean, we're very far off of doing 8,000 points of damage. Still, though, that is nothing to laugh at, I feel like. Maybe going to be relevant. Oh! We are going to use the effect of Aggregator on True Light. We'll negate it, but I mean, that doesn't do anything too much either, because we have used the effect of True Light this turn already. What kind of rank 4? Do we have something? Do we have Tornado Dragon in this, maybe? Detonator? Okay. Alright.
Yep.
Detonator attaches the Aggregator again, so Scar just kind of setting up a field here. And I mean, let's face... I mean, with the sequence, this is now some possible big damage here coming in with the
Engraver.
Old big Engraver, which can do piercing damage. Scar certainly has fought this one through, just runs over the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. As we said, piercing battle damage, Ultimate Spirit Dragon activated in the graveyard. As we are on the damage step, no room to respond for the Riser Detonator, and the Spirit Dragon just comes back there. That's tough, though.
That should potentially buy a turn, however.
Okay, now Lacrima attacks over Maiden. I'm almost certain that we're going to get another turn here for sure. But the thing now is, whenever we try to activate True Light, or whenever we actually try to activate like anything, Scar can just chain the Riser Detonator to destroy the True Light, and then that is going to lead to also destroying all of the monsters on the side of Kaio. So this situation not looking particularly good for Kaio, I would imagine. Scar once more showing what he's made of.
Let's look at Duel C though, because that should be the access code Talker clearing this one out. And that should very well be DNA securing this victory.
It does look like it. We don't even need to destroy those monsters anymore necessarily, as that would possibly already be 70s. Yeah, that would already be game here if we just head into the battle phase. But as we banish that white binder, that comes to help to drawing an extra card, because why not? Only thing we need now for Hans and for Team DNA is the battle phase, which we find ourselves in right now. So it does look like Team T2, after being in so many finals already, is going to be out of the tournament, thrown out by Team DNA.
And DNA joined John in the finals here of this 3v3 Challenger Cup. Really well played by all of these teams to make it that far, but only 2 were able to make it to the grand final.
That's how it is. We're watching many different teams, but when you want to come down to an eventual winner, of course, you have to nail it down and even closer and closer. And at the end, it can only be one team. And of course, also only 2 teams in the finals. And we are going to have that one team being Team John, which has been, I feel like all 3 of the players of that team have at some point played Ryziel Heraldic, which is crazy cool to see, because we were hoping for those new cards to shine today, and it's cool to see them in action. And then on the other hand, we now have just seen that there is another team, including a Blue Eyes deck in their roster as well, which is Team DNA now, of course. So I'm quite curious. And I mean, also, let's not forget, all of that just might be thrown out of the window. Maybe now they say in the finals, okay, team meeting before the finals, we all play fun decks in the finals. Like, we play Marinces, we play Trickstars. You can do whatever you like, you know? That could be the spirit, because, let's face it, they have at least, for their team, now already secured a plushie. And maybe they already only wanted the Rescue Rabbit plushie. They're like, I'm happy with this. We can now play whatever we like.
Oh, but the winning team will get...
It's quite a nice price to play for. Yeah, I think nobody will let that slide, because they can, if they win this tournament, get this beautiful Sky Striker jacket, which is there for the winner of the tournament, for every single one of the 3 winners of the winning team. So that is going to be something that they definitely desire and that they want to make sure. And I mean, now with those newcomer teams, maybe they also don't have it just yet, because some others in the competition, I think, already had it. But let's not waste any more time. We will go on a super quick break, and afterwards we will see each other again for the big and grand final. So don't go anywhere, and after the break, we will be back with the finals. And there we are again. Only one match remaining as we find ourselves now right in front of the finals of this Challenger Cup tonight. Wrapping up basically the summer season after Challenger Cup 3v3 competition. There we have it again, breaking down the grand picture. In the beginning, we had 32 teams competing, but now only down to the 2 that you can see in the middle of the screen, waiting to be declared the champion of tonight's Challenger Cup, either John or DNA.
And these have been some close games in the semi-finals for both of these teams here. Both of them narrowly making it here, 5-4 on the score right now. And actually, interestingly enough, seems like the bracket was a bit top-heavy.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're right, actually. And also, we see multiple times already throughout this tournament, both DNA and Team John had to go into that Game 9. As we saw in top 16, John only beat SG 5-4. Now they only won 5-4 against Joel. And on the other hand, we have DNA forcing a Game 9 against T2 and also against PG just before that. But now it, of course, is going to come down to who between those two teams will come out victoriously. Do you believe in the Heraldic Ryziel technology from Team John?
I think we've seen enough, and I think that we can assume so. But, however, I think that this tournament has actually been dictated by the Malice mirror matches and which of those Malice players goes first.
Okay. But, I mean, if there is no Malice mirror matches happening, then we don't have to worry about that, because I think they're just going to bring the Heraldic Ryziel deck again, and I'm a big fan, honestly. I think they're just going to run the show with the Heraldic Ryziel, but let's run the finals now, as we have Team John with ASDF going first here, but they will have to face Molchami Perulia, which is getting answered right away, though. Perulia is huge against Ryziel Variants, but when it is negated by Called by the Grave, it is not huge at all anymore. That is a massive start if John now has Ryziel cards to pair this up with. The best starter for the Heraldic Ryziel deck is X-Ryziel. Do we have it once more is the question here.
Conversely, do we have another disruption in the hand of Esk now that we've forced out the Call by the Grave? Let's see how that plays out, as we do have all of our duels currently underway here. The Malice deck in Duel C was able to start off with the Gold Sarcophagus to start the combo.
But Duel B is way more interesting. Let's go over to Duel B, because there we have a pass after 2 set cards from Real Bad Mecha. So Kaio, possibly still on that Blue Eyes deck that we just saw, is having not the hardest of tasks here in the first set of the finals, and he's not on Blue Eyes anymore. Kaio switched over to Malice here for the finals when it matters the most.
Yes, indeed. Malice, of course, being the deck of choice for many, but there is the Heraldic Beast Ryziel in Duel A. Let's look at Duel A.
Indeed, we have started with Ice Ryziel, but we have found our way into X Ryziel now as well, and X Ryziel in this deck always will send the Heraldic Patriarch, and that one is going to send Leo, and Leo adds us the Stat Whale, and Stat Whale, of course, is our way into happiness with searching the 2 Heraldic spell traps, which are the advanced Heraldic arts. But we gotta recognize here, the normal summon already was used upon that Ice Ryziel, so we cannot just normal summon out the Stat Whale here anymore. Instead, we're just going to continue, and that should be another copy of Evil Storm Ouroboros. 4 cards in hand for Ask is not going to be for long anymore, as we take the Sword Ryziel out of the hand there. Huge, honestly, just getting one of those Ryziel names out of the equation.
That makes it a little bit easier for when you get into the Nemesis plays as well, because now you know what you're playing against.
That's true. Very, very, very much. Node Ryziel brings back Sword Ryziel. And you already mentioned that. Oh, there's Ryziel Cross already.
Protoss Call Fire takes me back to Ritual Beast against Snake Eye, for example.
The thing is, with Protoss Call Fire, not all of the Ryziels are fire. There is some of them are fire, some of them are light. So I'm not even too sure which one you would call, to be honest. I think you probably, and we saw that they play Protoss and Eschatos. You would probably just rather go for Eschatos Call Thunder, because Thunder, on the other hand, some of them are Thunder, some of them are Pyro. It's not that easy, honestly. Against that matchup, I don't know whether you go for the Protoss or for the Eschatos, but I do see a Nibiru
Nibiru
the
the
Primal being
Primal
on Duel
being.
B. Let's go Duel B. Nibiru just tributed 4 or 5 monsters there on Kaio's side. Kaio pushing into the empty field of Mecha with his Malice deck, but now the field is empty on both sides. Only remaining a token for Kaio and that Nibiru for Mecha.
Summoning it in attack
Interestingly
position.
enough, yeah. That is something that is certainly surprising, as we still have the battle phase, and we also still have that gold sarcophagus making
I think that was the second one, by the way, because I think we saw one earlier.
Might be, yeah, might be. I don't
I
for
may
sure
just
remember.
be recalling a game from 2 rounds ago, for example. There's been a lot of gold sarcophagus and a lot of Malice, but this is what it all comes down to. Your opening series of the grand finals here. There's Dominus Impulse to try to shut that down.
Also revealing that this should be an all-Malice mirror match here between these two duelists as well. And I think it looks like in Duel A again, we have just actually summoned out another Evil Storm Ouroboros to just rip another card out of the hand. Okay, now the token attacks over the Nibiru. I really don't know why we summoned that token in attack position. I am quite curious, but that costs us our Nibiru here. And now 2 more set cards in the end phase, though. Bestial Magnamood will make sure that we get a Druid's Worm. That's good.
Yep, some degree of disruption there. I'm still, again, curious as to why this Primal Being token was put into attack position, but in the end, it worked out. Now, moving on, let's take a look at how Duel A plays out. We're now deep into the Ryziel pool, and we have Detonator on the field.
That is looking also powerful because, as I said, we also went through 2 activations of Evil Storm Ouroboros, not only taking out 1 but 2 cards out of the hand of Ask, and then they also additionally to that used that Mold Charmy Perulia in the draw phase, meaning they're left with only 2 cards remaining in their hands.
Heraldic Beast Leo now being used here, and that means we have the Whale in the graveyard as well, ready to summon those back to extend further.
And here comes Banshee. Banshee opens the window, opens the door for either the Protoss or the Eschatos, which the Nemesis flag eventually will be able to summon. Here it is, Nemesis flag. Which of the 2 options do we rather want right now? Which do we think is better? Which is applying more to this situation? It is just going to be Arch Nemesis Protoss. Honestly, you can never really go wrong with Protoss. Which attribute is the one we're going to call here, though? That's the more important question. Protoss will be summoned.
Yep.
You don't go dark, surely. I think you just go... I like fire. I think we just go fire, to be honest. But that would also mean we're destroying 2 of our very own monsters. I mean, that also just gives us a fire to destroy, though, on the other end. Light.
Light. Okay.
Okay. Okay, indeed. Protecting our Ryziel Detonator, which is light, from destruction by detaching the Patriarch. But, of course, locking Esk out of Ice Ryziel and out of X Ryziel, which arguably are the strongest Ryziel monsters.
Which one is Star Ryziel? Is it light or fire?
I mean, Star Ryziel doesn't really do anything on its own. I can't even tell you. I don't know from the top of my head. Called by the grave here on that Maxi. But I mean, it does make just so much sense to go for light, because clearly X Ryziel and Ice Ryziel are without a doubt the strongest Ryziels in the Ryziel family, so it only makes sense. Really.
While we were analyzing the Heraldic Beast Ryziel gameplay, Duel B ended in favor of DNA.
DNA takes the lead. Now we have 7th Ascension.
I like that, because you can choose whichever Ryziel is not affected by the blanket that Archnemesis Protoss is applying.
That's true, that's very true. But which one is supposed to really do too much here? Because there is still Ryziel Cross, so whatever we summon here can then be negated by Ryziel Cross. The monster can also be destroyed by Ryziel Detonator. And, I mean, look, we're resolving 7th Tachyon here, getting Ice Ryziel, which is a light monster and cannot activate as a fact. And then we lose the other card in our hand, meaning only the Ice Ryziel remaining. This one can now activate as a fact, but it will not be able to resolve, as we do have that Ryziel Cross face up on the field. Desperation play from Ask, but this will absolutely be the nail in the coffin, and ASDF will win this. I mean, we probably go into Typhon here just to drag it out a little longer, but even Typhon will not be able to keep this competitive here, to keep this close. Ooh, and Duel C also, I think we have the full Malice combo once more, and that full Malice combo will now try to get answered.
I think Esk is pretty doomed here, but let's take a look at Duel C.
Duel C sees a max C that is negated by Called by the Grave, leaving Beidou on 4 cards in hand, facing that crazy Malice field. Okay, we do have extra Iziel. That is a start, but is it a start that really can do enough? It makes sure that that Patriarch is resolving if there is not Called by the Grave set, because we are chain blocking right now, but that extra Iziel surely is not resolving. Indeed, it's
there
not.
we go. Appaloosa Bow of the Gods being used to negate that. Can we then see something else in response? Nope.
We have seen so much success from the Ryziel Heraldic strategy throughout this tournament, especially for Team John. But here, I think this is where the limit is. I don't think we can going second break this Malice field. That's too hard of a task, but now we at least get to activate the effect of Leo, and Leo will search for the Heraldic Beast Stat Whale. Interestingly enough, though, we decided not to negate the search effect of Leo there with our Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. In the meantime, though, Duel A is over, and we do see their team DNA losing. So we have the 1-1 equalizer for Team John, and it's all competitive here in the finals of this Challenger Cup competition. How are we going to deal with all of this? Normal summon Heraldic Beast Stat Whale. Did we use the effect? Not yet. Oh, we did not activate the effect, interestingly enough.
Yep, and there we have the XC summon going into the Evil Swarm Exciter Knight. It can clear out a field.
If there wouldn't be an Appaloosa and an Allied Code Talker at Ignister ready to negate those things, but we are going with the Allied Code at Ignister first. Is there maybe like a Forbidden Droplet or something? Nope.
One Exciter Knight against the world, but the world got him in the end.
It did indeed. Now Beidou. Anything else to follow this up? I don't think, again, there is much. Okay, we did not search with the Stat Whale because we already drew the Advanced Heraldry Art. Once more, just trying to bring back from... Oh, Dominus Impulse on top of all of this. Hans really with a crazy opener here, and will very, very, very probably here be able to just completely cut Beidou off.
1-1 on the scoreboard right now, but Hans looks to take the lead for Team DNA here. It's still in Team John's court, though, as Beidou still has one more action on this turn at least.
So now we see the restriction, because I was earlier on wondering about the restriction of the Stat Whale, and I thought, oh, I think you're only allowed to summon Heraldic XYZs from now on out, but no, the restriction actually is a little different. You're only, from here on out, allowed to use Heraldic monsters on the field as Exceed materials. So you're still allowed to go into whatever, but you're only allowed to use the Heraldics, which still limits you quite a bit, because the main part of your deck, of course, still is Ryziel cards, which you're then not able to use as Exceed materials anymore.
At the moment, it is all Heraldics on the side of Beidou, though, as you do have both of the Heraldic Leos being summoned. They can be exceeded off, but what do you go into? The rank full toolbox is deep, but is there anything you can use to get past this field?
He's thinking about it. He's trying to find a way, but that is now rank 4. Which rank 4 should save us? The choice is on Ragnar 0, the number 103. Funnily enough, the Appaloosa also has a modified attack points right now, and the Allied Code Talker also does have that. So 2 cards we could go after, but of course, also we can just go after that with the effect of Appaloosa again. On the other hand, though, okay, there's a once per turn on the Ragnar 0. Oh, Star Ryziel. Hold on. Star Ryziel also, as we can see there now, is a light actually as well, as you were asking that earlier, when the relevance of that Protoss was around. Okay, but we cannot really get to too much here with the Star Ryziel, because we are not able to use it as Exceed material anymore due to the restriction of the Stat Whale. So it is cool, but...
Okay, here we go. Ragnar 0 forcing out an effect.
You want to negate that with Appaloosa. Okay. Hold on, why are we not negating that? Activates Verizia Cross now. I am confused. Why would you not negate that? You could have just denied your opponent a draw, and you could have kept the Appaloosa body on the field. Hans, wait, were you maybe toggled off, or what was going on there? I don't know whether that was intended. I cannot imagine how it would have been. Oh, I have an answer for you.
Yes.
Dominus Impulse was activated from the hand.
Yes.
So we
So
locked
the effects were no
ourselves out
Wait,
of activating
But
wind
then why did
effects.
we go after the Appaloosa?
Because it was... yeah, good question. We
Yeah,
could have gone
it
after
was
the allied code as well.
Anything else, really? But
I mean, you had
think
to
it's
destroy...
neatly
You could have either gone after the
activation.
allied code or the Appaloosa. Those were the only
But
two
the
options.
Appaloosa would never have an effect for the rest of the duel.
Yeah, that's true. So, valid question. I don't know. But now we go for White Binder banishing cards, and we're still in that weird situation where we cannot use those Rising monsters as Exceed material. Still to that Stat Whale effect resolving, that Graveyard effect, that second one applying. Stat Whale is such a good card because already the on-summon effect, able to grab you 2 copies of the Heraldry Art, is so good. But then also as a last push sometimes, that Graveyard effect to bring back 2 Heraldic monsters from the graveyard. Such a good support card to the Heraldic strategy, bringing it, as we can clearly tell here, back into absolute main competition as it just is part of this final here of our newest Challenger Cup edition. And here comes Hardscriptor. What are we going to banish? Are we just banishing Ragnar Zero? Is no real fear, so we just go out of a Star Ryziel. Fair. And I don't think there's any more pushes left. Can there be? Oh. Ice Ryziel being special summoned by sending away the Ragnar Zero. But what's next? Battle phase. Again, we cannot use those monsters for Exceed summons, so what are we trying to accomplish here? We can only attack into Malice Link monsters. Oh yeah, that looks like Beto is just kind of saying goodbye here on his own terms. Crashing both the Sword Ryziel and the Ice Ryziel into the Red Ransom, saying I have no way to win this game here anymore. Oh, okay. Actually getting one more draw here. We have gotten Ryziel monsters into the graveyard, so we get one draw off of Cross. Will that one draw turn it all around? Tough to imagine, but we shall find out. Is there something? Okay.
Okay.
Hold
I like
on,
that.
actually.
Protoss Cool
That's
Dark.
huge. That is like the best card they could have drawn there.
Yep. Protoss Cool Dark.
Protoss Cold Dark goes crazy here because it destroys the entire field and it prevents Hans from summoning any dark monsters for the next turn as well.
That is
so
pretty
if
good.
this resolves, it is absolute madness. I said there is barely any card that they could draw, but that card might just be the card completely turning this around. So very well done, actually, by Beto with crashing his monsters there, enabling the one draw of Ryziel Cross. And if this Arc Nemesis Protoss is resolving, but it will not, as there still is Malice MTP07.
That was close to being a fantastic comeback, but in the end it is DNA that manages to take that and take a lead here, 2-1 up over John in our grand final of this 3v3 Challenger Cup.
Also close. Honestly, if that Protoss resolves there, I think it completely turns the game upside down and we all of a sudden have the other end being in the lead, because Malice can just never really get back into the game. We saw the Ryziel strategy. It bounces between attributes. Some light attributes, some fire attributes. It can sometimes just work around the restriction of not being able to summon one of those anymore. Malice, on the other end, though, it's all dark. So, like, it's dark times when you're not allowed to summon dark monsters anymore. And therefore, that would have been the perfect opportunity there to steal that game away. But in the end, not possible.
Thank you very much for summarizing that, Lampy.
Of course, that's what I'm here for. And on the other hand...
The name tags came back, so I was like, Lampy.
Ah, that's me, yeah. Ivers and Lampy all night here for you with Challenger Cup action on the Yu-Gi-Oh!
All night, or at least for
channels.
40 more minutes, depending on how long this round goes. But regardless, some fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh! So far today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've been here all night already. I mean, depends on what you call night, I guess, but for me, it's quite late already. I'm getting old. So it's beyond sleeping time at this point. But still, of course, some more good Yu-Gi-Oh! To be witnessed as we do head into the second set here of the finals. Let's see, can possibly Team John crawl back into this, or is it all Team DNA from here on out as they are the 2-1 lead? Team DNA with Ask will at least go first here in this one.
Yep, and Beto, again, despite having that Heraldic Beast Ryziel deck, unable to go first, and it does mean that this Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring, regardless, is able to answer that Small World. Small World, what does that signify to you?
No, it's definitely a Ryziel deck, 100%
okay,
a Ryziel deck. It's... Yeah, and there we have
that definitely confirms it.
So, good bait, honestly, by DNA there, starting with the Small World. And when people start with Small World, it's actually somewhat interesting, because Small World, yes, gets you a starter, yes, searches you all the Ryziel cards, but also, sometimes it's able to, after you perform your Ryziel combo, to then search you for something like Maxi or something.
Remember the good old days of, like, Lava Golem, Ash Blossom, that line for Small World.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, Small World is one of the most complicated cards in the game, because you have to know all the different bridges, from bridging one card into another one and then into a third one.
Yeah.
But that also gives you so many opportunities to search good cards in your deck. So as I said, you can search Maxi after your combo, you can search Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring after your combo, but also you're able to just search for a starter, of course. And we see now all Ryziel action. We see on Duel A, Ryziel playing. We see on Duel B, Heraldic Ryziel playing. And we see on Duel C, more Ryziel action.
Full Loss was actually in the hand as well for Beto there, so not completely doom and gloom despite that Ash Blossom coming through.
Oh, double Full Loss even.
Okay. Or rather, actually, the Ash Blossom was from Beto, so a solid lineup of hand disruptions, considering that they ended up going second.
Well, and now you have to make the decision. Do you go for a detonator? Do you give them those 2 draws? Or do you just leave it as it is? And Ask will have to make that decision here. Also, probably depending on whether they have another interruption in their hand. If they do, I think they are inclined to just pass it over like that. If they don't, it feels too risky and you might have to go into the detonator, to be honest. But that call clearly only on DNA right now. And as he's thinking right now, let's quickly go over to Duel B. As in Duel B, we have Team John enjoying the Heraldic Ryziel deck once more. We have already resolved Evil Storm Ouroboros once, and we keep on going with now also Ryziel Duo Drive, gaining us even more level 4 monsters. I don't know, this Heraldic Ryziel deck, as I explained to you earlier, we saw normal Ryziel fields being broken today, also overall plenty of times before. But that Heraldic Ryziel deck just doesn't really allow to get broken anymore, because, first of all, Ouroboros already takes cards out of the opponent's hand, so they have less cards to break your field with in the first place. And also, when they get to Protoss or Eschatos, like breaking a field under those circumstances to be locked out of your favorite attribute of your deck is just barely impossible. Or borderline impossible, rather. Okay, we now have the Ryziel Duo Drive resolving, searching for 2. One of them being the Ryziel plugin. Normal Summon Ice Ryziel plugin next. We are setting up for one hell of a field. And this is just going to be our way to bring back Evil Storm Ouroboros. And Evil Storm Ouroboros may say once per turn on the card, but it is once per copy, and this is a freshly new copy coming from the graveyard.
Yep.
Even some Ouroboros will pay another visit to the hand of Kaio, ripping out another card there, which turns out to be Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
Not terrible. Let's take a look at Duel C, though, as well. ASTF seems to be in full control of that previous duel. This one could still go by way of anybody. Yes, Duo Drives on the field. Yes, we have the Ryziel Detonator eventually making an appearance. But Mecha has yet to have a turn. Oh, Dugaris.
Ooh, Dugaris
pressuring the lead.
I mean, I think Hans is making something very, very clever here. Hans knows that Realbet Mecha has been the malice player of Team John so far. So his deck has so many ways to get to Artifact Lancea, which is just drawing it with Dugaris, or drawing into 7th Ascension to search for 7th Tachyon, or drawing 7th Tachyon to search out the Artifact Lancea ultimately. So I think this Dugaris just basically says, in some way, get Artifact Lancea as quickly as possible. And I think it is going to do that quite reliably. Let's see, is there going to be a 7th Tachyon or something like that? I would imagine that... Oh, let's go to Duel A. I have not seen that card in ages as we see number 59, Crooked Cook, being summoned by John here, by Beto from Team John. And that is a funny answer to the
an
Baguska.
Exodia piece back in the day, right? Crooked Cook Exodia.
You could play Crooked Cook Exodia, and here in that case though, it was an answer to the Baguska because it was unaffected by the Baguska effect to turn into defense position, so we could just run over it. And now Crooked Cook activates it. Its effect.
So we're going to destroy the Heraldic Beast, so the target is missed by the impermanence, so the effect still resolves.
Indeed. And on Duel B, we just saw the most desperate play ever. We saw Allure of Darkness drawing 2 cards and then discarding the entire hand. So Duel B looks like it is in full control of Team John, which is heading into a battle phase where now... Yep, look at that. Duel B is all over, so we don't even need to look at that anymore. But here, Beto looks even better for Team John. I mean, better than already winning the game is kind of tough to accomplish, but it's looking very, very good too, as now we are getting that Ryzeal Duo Drive onto the field for another time.
Yep, Duo Drive now coming out here, and Crooked Cook still standing strong, but importantly has another monster on the field, so the Crooked Cook no longer completely indestructible. Now, however, just still looking to see if Esk has any kind of response to this Heraldic Beast Ryzeal deck.
And actually, Hans in Duel C was able to find 7th Ascension into 7th Tachyon, so I do believe we're just about to search Artifact Lancea there. So that would be our possible ticket to victory against the Malice deck that Real Bad Mecha has been playing so much throughout this entire tournament.
Rank 5 Light Monster, adding the level 5 Light Monster.
There we have it, Artifact Lancea once again, once more. Hans with that Dugaris play was very heads up, was very smart. The rest of his field was kind of eliminated by the Nibiru. It doesn't really matter that much as long as we still have good follow-up and as long as we still have that Artifact Lancea in our hands. But let's see. Oh, we let our opponent go into the main phase, interestingly enough. That is interesting because now Marcher can be chained to that Artifact Lancea, possibly. And we let them set a card as well. Hans, are you not playing a dangerous game here? With that Melis Dormouse now being normal summoned, you gotta just chain... Oh, you do the Lancea here.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
But the thing is, if there is a Malice Trap card, and guess what? There is Malice MTP07, you can chain it here to the Artifact Lancea. That's what I was worried about. But there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to still just answer that.
Yes, indeed there is. The Ash Blossom now coming down to deny that. And Lancea going to resolve successfully.
Yeah, it did resolve successfully. Dormouse was banished beforehand, so it can now just return onto the field. We are now in 2-2 territory, meaning it's once more everyone's ball game. But we see that it is kind of leaning towards the direction of Team John right now, with Duel A being so dominated there once more by the Ryzeal Heraldic deck. But here, then on the other hand, on Duel C, not too sure as we are under Artifact Lancea, but we have found backup Dignister, which is, as I told you previously, a very good way to play through Artifact Lancea because it does allow us to create those link bodies on the field without using our Malice Banishment effects. As we now have Wizard at Ignister. Look at that, that's a lot of monsters actually. Gets the Dormouse back, so we can get to Red Ransom here even. I think even with that considered to be auto-win card when it does resolve against Malice with the Artifact Lancea.
Yep, we still have options.
Could be possible, yeah. I feel like we're not out of this. Also, with Hans just having no cards in hand, no follow-up at all and whatsoever. Link Decoder coming back here, okay. White Binder setting up a trap card. This is all looking pretty good. Now in the battle phase, we can also take care of the last remaining Sword Ryzeal. So we might see this being good. We might see this being golden.
I think Duel A is pretty much a lock now for that Ryzeal deck.
You would struggle to believe that they would be able to get out of that situation. So we would just, for now, stay here with Duel C because that is the one that seems more competitive where it is looking like Real Bad Mecha can get into this, and he's currently playing into it, but still has to find a solution because Access Code Talker, no opportunity for that here, as we are, of course, still absolutely not able to use that effect. So we just pass like this. Okay, so we... Oh! Draw phase being skipped due to Dugaris being used.
So the
That's
all-in
huge.
was with the Dugaris, but ultimately we can still draw one card off this unless there's a disruption. I don't think one card is enough to save you, however.
I mean, with them having no other cards, I think, yeah, you just use MTPO7 here, banish the Rising Cross as there is the White Baron on the field, so they don't have a monster. They don't have any access to Rising monsters. Sure, they have that big token, but that big token alone is absolutely not going to cut it for them. I think Real Bad Mecha has found a way through Artifact Lancea to make it happen here, and that is indeed true as Team John takes the second game here as well in the second set to bring them into the lead 3-2. We saw DNA was in the lead after the first set, but John turning it around, and honestly, it doesn't only look like they're turning it around. Look at this game here. That is Beidou with really going full combo with this deck here.
Yep, main phase 2, so it does mean that it was ending the turn there, so not much else to do in terms of closing out the game, but with Protoss on the field as well, everything going by way of Beidou right now. Infinite Impermanent's going to come through onto the Detonator to force out the effect.
Sure, I think we can live with that. Beidou is cruising right now, and I mean, also impressive to see that this was a going second success from Beidou, because this currently is turn 3, meaning Esk was originally the winner of the coin toss, but now not anymore. Okay, we use the Detonator to try to destroy itself, then protect itself, so we just eliminated all the materials from our Detonator. Here comes Ice Ryziel into the field, but we can just use Crossout Designator.
Yep, that is the pain of the mirror match as well. The Ice Ryziel now being banished from the deck.
Team John here in this second set of the finals have really upped the pressure, have upped their performance, as it looks like they are just going to sweep here on the second set with a clean 3-0, bringing them to a match point for the last set, where they would only need to win one last game. Okay,
that's not terrible.
Yeah, but Ryziel Cross can still activate, so whatever Exceed we try to summon here would be able to negate or be negated. So I'm having a problem to believe that this can be enough. What is that? That is Ryziel Duo Drive.
I assumed Light was called by the Protoss.
Yeah, I guess so too. Ryziel Duo Drive will get another material. I don't think that's the effect we want to negate. Okay, go into the battle phase. Hold up. If we attack... Oh, we attack the Crooked Cook here. That's fun. Bye-bye, Cook.
Oh.
It has been a pleasure to watch you. Bye-bye game as well, though, as actually that becomes reality. Team John with the 3-0 sweep on the second set, and the match point ahead of them. Only one more match that they need to win if they want to become our champions tonight.
Yes, indeed. Could very well see them becoming the champions there as they move 1 point away. The reverse sweep there to claim 3 victories despite being down. Very, very well played by them.
Heraldic Ryziel, honestly, like, I think just after we go offline here with this stream, I may have to go into my game and have to get the Heraldic cards. That is crazy. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That deck is just destroying everything there at the moment. And like the team of almost all Heraldic Ryziel players, they're winning against Malice, they're winning against all the other decks. It seems so easy. And the deck...
Are you familiar with many of these players from Team John?
No, not really. That's even cooler, right? Like such newcomers into the Challenger Cup competition, still showcasing how good the deck is and how well they are with the deck as well. So even though I'm not familiar with the names just yet, they are certainly making a name for themselves right here already, which is cool to see that there is even more and more new players getting into that competition to really play against all the best players from all over Europe and trying to make a name for themselves and trying to also use that as a testing ground, of course, for those other big tournaments which are about to come with, first of all, of course, the Duelist Cup in only 2 weeks from now, with the second stage there going to award the first spot basically to the World Championship of 2026 van already, which of course is something that everyone wants to do.
Duelist Cup, of course, being very, very competitive. And of course, this does kind of set the precedent for the metagame, as you highlighted.
Yeah.
We're seeing the integration of some of the cards from the newest set, which is also very promising, of course. We've seen Malice go from strength to strength, but Ryziel so far has shone the brightest, and it'll be really interesting to see which of these decks get chosen in this final deciding round of games.
Heraldic Ryziel all day long. I'm not seeing anything else. I want Team John now to come with all 3 players, just be there. We are the Heraldic Ryziel team. We trusted this deck for the entire tournament. Surely it's going to be able to win one game for us here. I think it is the deck of the tournament. I think it is the deck, the engine that is now going to influence all of Master Duel, with it being just a good answer to all of the format. But we will find out whether it will be able to be good enough to win the Challenger Cup here first of all. And it will be Real Bad Mecha going first here. So that's a good start for Team John already with them. And look at that. Real Bad Mecha has played Malice in the last game, but now they're also back to the Ryziel family.
Yep, Masquerade being revealed to get the X Ryziel. We climb into the eventual XC summon. There goes the X Ryziel. Ready to start things off.
Is this Heraldic Ryziel though? Please. Yes, it
Nice.
is Heraldic Ryziel. I told you, you had so much success with this deck here in this tournament. It's now time to just collectively between the 3 of them, between all of them,
They just need
to
one
rock
win.
up to this. Yes, one win only. And I mean, X Ryziel sent Heraldic Patriarch is quite the start. It is definitely a start to win a game for sure. Sending double Leo, Leo activating here, searching for the stat whale. We have not normal summoned yet, so we could just technically summon out the stat whale. Oh, on that Duel B. Oh, we summon out Sword Ryziel before we go to the stat whale first of all. But Duel B sees Malice gameplay and sees DNA winning the coin toss there. So that's not looking too bad for them. Oh,
More
Fubalas.
Ryziel.
Oh my! Those Heraldic Ryziel players, they draw an answer to Maxi or Fubalos every single time.
Yep, looks to be the case here. Team John really looking good with that Heraldic Ryziel build. And now it seems to be triumphing over Malice in the 1v1. For so long there, you had Malice coming ahead of Ryziel, including at the World Championship. But now it seems as if the tables have turned here.
Ooh, okay, we discard Book of Eclipse. That's actually tough because now we could have used Book of Eclipse to dodge the infinite permanence to make that stat whale resolve. On the other hand, though, if you do that, all of your level 4 monsters all of a sudden are face down, so I don't think that would have been a good recommendation to chain the Book of Eclipse there. And now, again, we stopped that also powerful stat whale, but there is still so many level 4 monsters. There is still one of the most powerful rank 4 monsters ever. Okay, that is Ryziel Detonator, which also would fit that description, but I actually wanted to get to the Ryziel Duo Drive instead, which I'm sure we're going to see just after that as well. Oh yeah, there is Star Ryziel being summoned here. We detach one material off of the detonator. Star Ryziel wants to make sure to get to the Ryziel Cross. Activates the Patriarch as well. Now as we have detached that here again off of the Ryziel detonator, sending more cards to the graveyard of the Heraldic archetype. Sets Ryziel Cross. Real Bad Mecha, seemingly impossible to be stopped. Also on Duel C, we see more Heraldic Ryziel action. It's really Team Heraldic Ryziel here. Team John just relying, focusing on that deck, showcasing how good it is. And here we have Ryziel Duo Drive now. We are just going to swiftly go through all of those motions. I'm sure we're going to be able to find that Infernal Flame Banshee eventually as well. I'm sure we're trying to get to that Protoss once more, and we even play Ryziel Plasma all year.
Node Ryziel being added to the hand there as well. Just extension, extension, extension. 3 cards in hand already down for ESC. Esk, and now let's see where they go from there. Node Ryziel being summoned. It's not over yet for Mecha. He's continuing to just climb, climb, climb. Xyz, Xyz, Xyz. Deeper into the rank 4 toolbox.
Yeah, so this will either be the Infernal Flame Banshee or possibly a Baguska, but we saw them just go for those Nemesis lines time and time again, so this should just be again. Oh, it's just Hold on, are we just building a regular? Oh wait, yeah, of course. We can just still use, as I explained early on top 4, we can just use the second effect of the stat whale. The first one, the on-field effect, may have been stopped, but there is still the second graveyard effect to follow it up with, bringing back 2 griffins to make sure that we now with this get that so desired Infernal Flame. Oh, not even that. I thought we're not going for Protoss. We are not going for Protoss, but instead for Baguska. Okay.
There we go. Effects are turned off, and it does mean that we are basically guaranteed another turn, unless S can manage to get rid of this. Is there Droplet? Is there
evenly matched?
Anything?
Evenly matched would be a card to turn this around here. But, oh, we sat a monster. That's not looking nice for Ask. Looks like the plan is working out for Mecha. Set 1 monster, set free spell and trap cards. But that looks like Real Bad Mecha might be the one closing it all out here for his team, for Team John. Baguska detaches 1 in the standby phase as it has to. No choice there. Now, you gotta remember, you have to turn the Baguska to attack position first, which they immediately do, because otherwise all of your effects will be negated on your side as well. But we were clever enough to do that first. Now Duo Drive, once again showing us that it doesn't have to detach from itself, but it can just also use Exceed materials from other rank 4 monsters on the field as we get rid of these Star Leech materials there. We don't need these anyways, so that is 2 cards being searched. Now Cross.
Yep, gonna draw a card, and then we can special summon. Special summon again, but from the extra deck. And suddenly everything is looking really good for Mecha again. Again, this team only needs to win 1 of these 3 duels. It looks like this one is a lock for them, to be honest.
It looks very, very much so. Real Bad Mecha really the one to lose it here for Team John, because it right now looks like he can only win, so he would be the only one to mess it up. And his teammates right now probably eagerly also mostly following his match here, because they know if Real Bad Mecha does not mess up, they will be the winner of the Challenger Cup here today. And of course, they all want that.
Looking okay in Duel B and C for Team D and A.
Fair enough. Okay, we do bring out X-Ryziel now. That's strong.
So actually, we do have a little bit of an update for you in terms of the background of these teams. DNA and John both will be representing Europe in the Europe versus Asia 3v3 tournament later this week that you can catch on both Josh and RJ's channels.
Yeah, that's cool. That's this Sunday, right? That's very cool. I'm excited to watch that. Exo Sister. Okay, it's a good day for me now as well. I've gotten my Exo Sister cards. The toolbox of the Heraldic Ryziel extra deck is seemingly endless, because we saw Crook Cook, we saw Exo Sister Azofiel now just here, and we now see the battle phase. That's a lot of attack points lining up to end this game here. Is there anything from Ask's side to delay this even further, or is this really the end of this entire match and this tournament?
And it will be Real Bet Mecha looking to close this one out. Call by the Grave going to come through. It's activated. It's targeting. It's going after something in the graveyard. Infinite Impermanence, sure. Take away the effect, but you cannot take away the attack point. Also going to take away the set face down card, but does it really matter? Is this really consequential, or will it just be delaying the inevitable here? It looks like a clean victory for Team John here. It looks like a clean victory for Real Bet Mecha, and it looks like Heraldic Beast Ryziel is the deck to be in this format.
What a display of skill, what a display of innovation, seeing all of those rank 4 monsters as well that we haven't seen in a while, and it really, as you say, looks like it may just be another deck being like
the top,
possibly contending with the Malice strategy. I don't know whether it is on the top.
Yeah.
It is certainly on the top for this very tournament. Of course, one tournament always only displaying one very moment of the format.
It's in contention.
It is definitely in contention for sure, because I just feel like the Malice matchup with this deck is really not that bad.
I think the Heraldic Beast cards did more for the Ryziel deck than the Ignista stuff did for the Malice deck. Granted, the Ignista stuff did do a lot for the Malice deck.
I agree. The thing, I think the Malice deck already was so strong.
Yeah.
And so, yes, the Ignista cards are great, but they're only making let's say, when you give it a score of a 79% strong deck, you just up it a little more. Okay, we have now Team John there also with our bracket being the champions now confirmed. But yeah, you just upped it by like 2% points. When on the other end, you just up the power of the Rise Heraldic deck by, let's say, 10% points with that. I
really,
probably.
Really well played by everybody, though. Honestly, we had some really, really close games. And
Yeah.
John, they were pushed to the limit time and time again. You saw in that chart how many of their games went down to the 9th game decider. Ultimately, didn't need to get quite so stressed for this final one, but they did enter that second set of games at a disadvantage. So it was highly competitive all the way through. But ultimately, Team John, with their meta read and with their heraldic beast, Ryziel, are your champions of the evening.
Congratulations to them. Very, very, very strong display of skill. And as I said, also of creativity to just be immediately there with the new cards and putting them to use and figuring out the best way to play them here. And it's going to be interesting to see how, moving forward from now on, how that deck continues to perform and whether it will be able to perform that well.
Also interesting to see both the deck and the team in this weekend's tournament. The Europe versus Asia 3v3 tournament taking place on both Joshua Schmidt and RJ's channels.
Yeah.
Great.
I will definitely tune in for sure. That's going to be some masterful display of skill there once more, as we have that direct comparison between Asia and Europe. And of course, everyone just wins to win it for their continent as well. And that's going to be very, very, very fun to witness. And you should all make sure to tune in for that. But for this evening, I think it is time to say goodbye. We had a really, really fun evening of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel action. It was another 3v3 Challenger Cup. Another successful one, I want to say, because we saw so many new cards.
Gem Knight.
Which we were trying to see, the Gem Knight deck even, which you were so happy for. And I was also happy for you and for Gem Knights in general, because it is a very fun deck to have in the format right now. And we shall see whether the format is going to develop even further with those new decks, whether Gem Knights is going to be discovered in a different way. I said maybe you played in Telemans, maybe you played with Fiendsmith. You could do all kind of stuff with it.
You can indeed. Well, thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Lampy, for joining me as well. And we shall see you for the next tournament.